Oggi mi vedi più internazionale, che vuol dire? Nippon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have a seat. All right, your
Grazie.
next witness.
Your Honor, Amber calls Dr. Richard Moore.
All right, Dr. Moore.
Richard Moore.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law?
All right, yes, sir.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore, Jr.,
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder, physician, orthopedic surgeon,
Cosa dirà
practicing
lui?
hand upper extremity microvascular surgery.
For how many
Storrux,
years?
ma non hai idea.
Orthopedic surgeon.
Non hai idea,
I completed
Storrux.
my fellowship in 1997,
Vero, Serge?
25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand
Benvenuti a
surgery.
tutti.
So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1990.
C'è il nuovo engine di Arma. Ah, scusatemi, li ho tolti perché non li uso di solito,
I think it
scusatemi.
was 1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned a little bit of it just now.
Puoi
So
andare
I,
dritto al punto, per
attended
favore?
University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Graduated in 1987 with a BS in biology. I went on to medical school at UNC and graduated in 1991. I then went to the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia.
Ho preparato una sorpresa per le obiezioni. Non è il counter, ma ho preparato una sorpresa.
University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery. And on completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty.
Sta abbracciando le sue radici
My role
texane.
was hand and trauma, and so I went to Los Angeles for
Il mio
about
logo,
6
scusami,
months
Darkness,
for a
e I, le mie
preceptorship in
iniziali, nome e
pelvic trauma.
cognome intrecciate fra di
And
loro,
then went back
facile.
to Duke and practiced as a director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina, to Wilmington.
And you maintained an active clinical
Aspettate, che
practice
devo
since
recuperare.
2000?
Yes.
Ah già, mi manca questo?
And before that,
Ok.
when you were at Duke, correct?
Yes.
No, il messaggio
Just
cancellato
very
non lo
briefly,
vedo.
Can you tell the jury what is a residency?
Residency is largely an apprenticeship. So when you finish medical school, you have a
Ma chi,
MD
io
medical
just
degree,
sto
but
registrando?
you
Yes.
really, can't practice medicine, and you take a tract of internal
Resta
medicine,
sempre gnocca.
pediatrics or OBGYN or orthopedics. And then
Non c'è
it's
gnocca
a
che
graduate
tenga.
training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
And what's a fellowship?
Ah no,
My
infatti
fellowship
dicevo,
is a year beyond
Cioè,
training. When I completed
sta
my
parlando
residency,
da
had I chose to, I could
5
practice
minuti
as
ancora
a
non ha detto un
surgeon.
cazzo.
But I
Lui
wanted to
secondo me
specialize
testimonierà che
and
ci sono
therefore that required an additional year of
i
training.
medical record.
And I believe you mentioned this, but your subspecialization was in the hand, is that right?
That's correct.
No,
Why
ho
did you
registrato
choose to
dopo,
specialize
Dilpe,
in
ma
the
per
hand?
chi mi hai preso? Ma per chi mi hai
Patient
preso?
population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really
Streamer,
a beautiful
dice.
anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Ah, fuck.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand
Quadrato
surgery.
nero
I mean,
perché
there
se
are
chattate
different
si legge
components of it.
meglio.
There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the
Oggi
replant
facciamo un
team.
gioco che si chiama Contiamo la kill streak di
Try to
Camille.
reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels.
Ah, lui starà per parlare del dito.
Reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. It's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is
Sta parlando per adesso un medico che penso parlerà del dito di Johnny.
was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so, it does play a large role in management.
Simone, ma su
After your fellowship at Duke
squad
University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And,
un medico
so I was,
sarebbe lui,
in
che
charge
penso
of
parlerà
teaching
del dito di
residents
Johnny.
and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
Ad ogni modo non ci
have
sono
a,
problemi perché non avevo
adjunct,
controllo, però ti ringrazio di avermelo segnalato, ma siccome non sono stato io a tirarvi fuori quel simbolo non è un problema. Ah no, stai tranquillo Simone, non fa niente.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
Vai al punto però, vai al punto.
An officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgery of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark,
Vuoi
say
andare
you
al
performed in your
punto?
career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated
Okay.
injuries like that?
Yes.
Cercano di perdere
Have you
tempo, c'hanno
operated
8
on
ore.
fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So, board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So, at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training,
Quanto dovrebbe durare? Il
after
27 fanno le
residency, we
arringhe.
took a written examination, and if you pass the written examination,
Sono
you have to
pronto per
practice for
Camille.
2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination.
Sono
based
rimaste
on those
8 ad
cases.
Ember, 18 a Johnny.
And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become
Gli 8 ad Ember
certified.
finiscono oggi, non credo. Kept you waiting, grazie mille
Do
dei
you
4.
teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Basta!
Occasionally.
Ma che cazzo me ne
Occasionally,
frega? Vabbè.
When was the last time you did so?
Eccomi di ritorno.
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was, over the weekend, I went to Miami to serve as faculty for a course, a bioskills course we call it, on shoulder and wrist surgery. And surgeons come in and we have case presentations and panels, and then they had a cadaver lab, and we were able to allow them to perform the surgery in cadavers to become familiar with the equipment.
Have you published in your field
I have.
in peer-reviewed literature?
Ho capito che è
Yes.
qualificato.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer Dr. Moore as an expert in the field of orthopedic surgery, and specifically hand surgery and injuries to the hand.
All right, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So moved. Yes, sir.
Forza Camilla.
Now we get to talk about
È pronta.
this case.
È
At
pronta.
our request,
Parte il dito?
what have you reviewed, just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous amount of material.
Avete visto come Camilla ha messo la mano
Reviewed
subito?
the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition,
And so what did you review of that deposition?
the section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did,
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury.
Vero Captain?
When I ask you
Ho
those
una
questions,
Sony
do you
Alpha
agree to answer my
5100
questions
come
to a
camera da
reasonable
stream.
degree of medical probability?
Yes,
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering any of them to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
yes.
Dr. Moore, based on your analysis, did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
Objection leading.
First kill.
No!
I'm sorry.
No.
Avevo preparato il first kill.
And what is the basis for that opinion?
Well, the medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the clinical photographs. And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking
Si è
at the
svegliato
images,
Johnny
there's
quando ha
really
sentito la
no
cazzata.
significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and
Sure.
just break down a few things? You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the demonstration.
Vitus, grazie mille dei 12 GG
Flat
per l'anno. Appena iniziato sarà succoso oggi, mi sa.
Across and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which side
Buon
was
pomeriggio, come
facing
sta andando?
upward? Which side of the
The
hand?
back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone,
Oh,
I'd just appreciate it.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand, is that right?
That's correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark,
Correct.
fair? And what is the other side of the hand?
Rottenborn.
The palmar surface.
Palmer? Okay. So what direction was Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
And you also mentioned a term that I'd like you to explain to the jury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the x-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would
Non capisco
generate the findings clinically on
Non
x-ray
capisco
that we saw.
perché devono far venire un esperto a giudicare delle foto di una ferita quando c'è il chirurgo che l'ha cucito.
The finger is in multiple splinters, so there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
Sono
And
esterrefatto.
what was the basis other than
Come Johnny del
what you've
resto.
read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of
Non
your
lo so,
opinion
Nathan.
that the hand was resting palmar side down? on
Well,
the bar?
that was the way the injury was described.
Sì, ma
and
l'esperto
demonstrated in the videos.
sta giudicando
And
delle
so,
foto.
In that position, were the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail, and the nail was really not injured, and so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
Michelle, could I get you to pull up exhibit DX369, page 26? Your Honor, this is
Nell'eventualità che sia un dito mozzato, cambio la telecamera.
Yes, sir.
Non posso farvelo
Thank you, Your
vedere.
Dr. Moore, is this one of the images
Predicted.
that you reviewed?
Non posso, mi dispiace. Porca
Tell
puttana.
us, in relation to your expert opinion on the cause of Mr. Depp's injury, tell us what you see in this picture, please.
So
Vedo
this
un
is
Wuster mozzato.
it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched
Comunque che
away.
streamer preparato che sono.
I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than
Minchia che male, oh.
Transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck the finger. You would expect more of this level of injury rather than isolated to the palmar aspect.
And what do you notice about the condition of the fingernail in this picture?
So from this image, the fingernail
Manca la
appears to be,
punta del dito.
Intact.
Ma poi è spappolato,
You
non è
can't necessarily
tranciato.
see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better profile of that. And the nail's not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise.
Ma è tranciato
Anyone who's
via.
ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So,
Ma
not
anche
being a
che più
doctor,
waiting.
I'm going to try to
Cos'è quel nero?
summarize
È
what
semplicemente
you said. Are
un'ombra.
you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top,
L'osso
there would be
dentro si era
an immediate
spaccato, sì.
impact to the fingernail bed?
La punta dell'osso
That's
si era rotta.
Michelle,
È di Johnny
could you please
Depp.
pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144. Your Honor,
Se,
this has
se
been
posso
exhibited
switcho,
as
eh?
well.
All right. Thank you.
No, non posso. Minchia.
Dr. Moore, I believe you mentioned just a few minutes ago that there were other pictures that showed more of the nail. Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
Tra l'altro la prova è uno screenshot
Explain to the
dell'iPad.
jury, again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's important that the jury understands the basis for your opinion that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah, so it's
Anche per me, Mirko.
Again, the mechanism described would
È la pelle che è
almost
collassata sulla
certainly
pressione.
led
Vi faccio un
to,
disegno.
Severe nail injury. You know, I see no subungual hematoma. Again, it's a palmar tissue loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the bottle struck the nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed, and in order for the soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
È strano come guardate, io ho avuto lo stesso problema da piccolo. Mi sono rotto esattamente uguale come nella foto, solo che a me la pelle era rimasta attaccata a un dito del piede. Quando mi è caduta la testata del letto sul dito del piede e era uguale a quello.
We won't publish this at this time. Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe, 5 and 6. Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Just page 5 and 6.
Prendono un pezzo da un'altra parte, Rape.
09 and 10.
Page 2.
Appena sono sicuro che non fa più vedere quella roba,
Go
switcho.
to 10 also, so plaintiff can see it. Okay, any objection to 09?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
09 or 10 can be published.
Dr. Moore, what are these pictures of?
Mamma mia, che paura.
These are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury.
A me fortunatamente non si era staccato tutto, mi hanno ricucito.
Two views, so one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, and one in the plane looking through the finger sideways.
Ma è
And
palesemente
you can see that
frantumato.
The tuft or the tip of the
È palesemente
the
frantumato.
last bone in the finger, called the distal phalanx, is shattered. You can see
Si
there's
vede
multiple
palese.
little spicules of bone, and there's also a transverse
È live,
fracture at that
TPC è
level,
live.
which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the x-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture with without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush
dito di
mechanisms
Johnny
can
Depp.
be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door,
Ma è letteralmente quello che ha detto.
sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces.
Sta
to create this
smentendo
type
ma
of injury.
dando ragione allo stesso tempo,
In
sono esterrefatto.
the statements of Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he describe what happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
No, la sua opinione è che avrebbe dovuto fare una ferita diversa.
Did a good job of documenting the presentation, the appearance of the wound.
Ovviamente Amber,
They
ora.
did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step
È un
back for 1
medico
minute. Michelle, can you pull
della
up
mano.
the next page of the x-ray here? Thank you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on from x-ray.
Michelle, puoi fare piano se
I know
switchi schermata,
this-
grazie.
When it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point out or describe to the jury where the multiple bone fragments are in the finger?
So they're in the very tip. If you see the joint, and then there's what we call the transverse fracture, which is across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. And with a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed,
Se l'è
Dr.
rotto
Moore, did
spaccando
you
un telefono
see
contro il muro,
any
ora.
adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation
Ma perché
consistent
dovrebbe dire
with
una
the
palla?
explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion
Mike,
like
grazie
that,
dei
where
6
there's
mesi.
multiple fragments of the tip of the fingers cut off.
Ridendo e
you would
scherzando siamo a 6
anticipate
mesi,
there'd be
grazie
other
sì.
lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the
Ridendo e
hospital in
scherzando
Australia?
siamo a 6 mesi.
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the
Luca,
No.
What
non
about
ti
any
preoccupare
glass near
per
the site
quello.
of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Io gli
Is
credo.
there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
Io ci credo, secondo me gli ha
Dr.
veramente
Moore, in your decades of
pinzato la
practice, have you
punta
ever
del
seen
dito
an
di
injury
culo.
associated with a glass explosion that was focused
Amber
on the
ritocca
end
le
of a single
foto,
finger,
per
the way
cui
Mr.
ci sono
Depp
foto dove c'ha
describes?
bozzi che in realtà non c'erano.
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass was found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a
Anche per
glass
me.
explosion,
Ma non ha
Dr. Moore,
senso perché
seems to have
qua
been a suggestion
parliamo.
that somehow glass may have sliced
Cioè,
off
che
the
domanda
end
è?
of Mr. Depp's
Nella tua
finger. Is
carriera
that
hai mai
what's
visto
going
una
on
cosa
here?
simile? Non vuol dire che non può succedere.
This wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion, which is a term I had never heard before. Your opinion in this case.
Ma
Explain to the
esattamente,
jury
Manu,
what that is.
soprattutto se gliela lanciata dal
often with
collo
crush
così.
injuries
Quello che dico io è che se gli ha lanciato la bottiglia così
così
è un conto, ma se gliela lanciata così può tranquillamente aver fatto un pam di culo proprio così.
It's not uncommon
Secondo me.
crush injuries to see that.
In your
Non lanciato,
decades of
spaccato contro il
practice,
muro
Dr. Moore,
così.
Have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger? In the way that Mr. Depp describes.
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right, we publish to the jury.
In che senso, Cappelletti?
Dr. Moore, you said you've treated thousands of hand injuries over
Scusate,
the
ma
course of your career,
non
correct?
posso rischiare.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a...
Objection,
as-
calls for speculation.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
Okay.
Questo sì.
Thank you.
È felicissimo lui.
What is that on Mr. Depp's hand?
So that's a plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, please tell the jury what that is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint. A half a cast is how I sometimes describe it to patients, and it provides stability
Ciao, Matti.
for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster?
Si è rotta dopo aver colpito.
It's like a cast does.
Dr. Moore,
Anche per me, Manuz.
does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger
Certo
became
che sì, ora, per
injured
adesso
line up
sì.
with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right,
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Ok, redirect! Vai Camilla! 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 Rompigli il culo.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable
That's
to
not my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true that Mr. Depp said his fingers
Matic,
were not laying
grazie
flat
mille
on
dei
the
sei.
table, they were hanging over the bar?
Grazie mille, Matic.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion.
Sei
Isn't
un
that
grande
correct?
content
Mamma che
Well,
donna.
I believe that as I demonstrated sitting
Sì,
here,
ma
that I
fanno
said that
cagare,
you
TPC.
said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
So that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Okay. So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
And you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day?
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia?
Lo pagano 1.000 euro l'ora per le consulenze e 5.000 al giorno per le
Based
testimonianze.
on his description of the injury and the available medical records.
Invalidato con te domani.
But you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I
correct?
was not in Australia, no.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
Correct.
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
Del tipo, se non c'eri, che
Crush
cazzo
injury is when
parli?
the body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
And a crush injury to the
762
finger when a
Vasquez.
foreign object hits the finger, right?
Figurati, Crazy, l'hai preso
And,
fucile.
based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance
I
of the injury.
understand that.
And
My
I think
question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was
Crazy.
sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you
Quick,
can't
quick.
rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I
That a
can rule out
bird.
that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, if a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture.
No, di nuovo le cuffie.
Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And you were under oath, correct?
correct.
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022, yes?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Accipicchia Camilla, cosa sta caricando? Cosa sta caricando? Sotto giuramento. Quando chiede, lo sai che eri sotto giuramento, è lì che fa...
Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition, specifically line 17.
Very Uranus.
163.
Minchia, sa tutto a memoria sta qua, ma è pazzesco.
Actually, apologies, 164.
Sa tutto.
Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor, I would object as the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
overrule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though.
È un omicidio?
So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
Non gliel'ho
But it's your
chiesto.
testimony sitting here today that you can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Ha detto
Well, the
expert
definitive is a crush
sottovoce.
injury, but again, I can't say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed, and the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers, yes or no?
No.
Okay. In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't.
Welcome
conduct
in the
any type
cage.
of Accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the
Osservazioni e
clinical images
basta.
and Mr. Depp's description.
Solo
And your
osservazioni.
analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact positioning of his finger at the time of the injury, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him, yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
Ma se lui la mano la stava togliendo quando è
But his
arrivata la
hand stays,
bottiglia, è
according to
arrivato...
your analysis, yes?
Se lui...
I guess it was still long enough for the
Se
bottle.
lui è così,
Natural
quando arriva la
reaction would be
bottiglia,
to
sta
try to
per
pull
togliere
away.
la mano e la bottiglia
When
lo
you perform
piglia
traumatic
qui.
finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injury.
Ho capito,
correct?
Capelletti.
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient, yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
Sì, Prudi.
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
May we approach?
Okay.
Va, sfonda e torna. Mi piace quando avanza in quel modo, come per dire, sto testa di minchia, adesso sfondo. Mo lo sfondo. Tienimi, tienimi! La cosa pazzesca è che il contrasto della personalità di Camille, cioè è piccolina, dolce, posata, eccetera, ma quando ti controinterroga, incazzata come è una iena, è una iena.
let's start over, because it's important the jury hears this. So, informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
I do.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area,
Oh!
right?
Oh!
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence.
Assolutamente sì, Ag.
And it may be published, please.
Un attimo.
That would help.
Instead of blank screen.
Orato, grazie dei due. Vedete quello che dico?
There we go.
Ok,
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is
Nessuno
the
due.
bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger.
che cazzo vuoi di più?
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner?
La
near the
vedi la
bottom?
bottiglia di vodka rotta lì dietro, coglione?
Okay.
La vedi la bottiglia?
Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence?
Defendant XD, ok.
Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about
Stava
how Mr. Depp
caricando la
injured his finger in
bomba.
Australia?
Camille stava
Did you?
caricando la bomba.
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Che cazzo gli devi dire? Nothing further. Distrutto.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817 that was just shown to the witness, please?
Non posso farvela vedere, dovrebbe essere quella del dito.
And can you
Ok.
blow up that what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
First
Objection
kill.
calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Double kill.
You can take that down. Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just
Ero pronto.
asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony.
Ce la fa, Camille? Ce la
And
fa
she
arrivare
says
all'unbelievable?
that, where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Yes.
Riparte
Thank
da
you.
capo.
Is that consistent? That
Riparte da
alleged
capo.
account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed?
Dai che fa la
from Mr.
penta.
Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury
Objection.
how
Objection.
Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Ma se tu hai detto che è un telefono, che cazzo gli fai raccontare quella roba?
Patients, we hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a
Sono d'accordo
closure
con
of a hinge
Agman.
or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch that tissue away in a similar fashion. But because it's below the level of the nail bed, it could create this injury with the fracture, the tissue loss, and preserve the nail bed.
Che è esattamente quello che è successo.
Can you look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only...
Oh, overruled.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez asked you a question, and then she read your answer.
Rottenborn oggi prende
She
il
only
cazzo.
read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right, okay? The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door, or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off and didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain that.
The rest of your
First
answer
kill.
that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore.
E i
you're free to go.
$5.000 che hai appena intascato in mezz'ora, quelli hanno aiutato a mantenere la tua opinione statica? Chiedo.
Dr. David
Chiedo.
Spiegel.
Dr. Spiegel?
Chiedo, per caso hanno aiutato?
All right, that's fine. Yes, sir.
Non si sa mai. Perché sarei stato fermo anch'io abbastanza sui miei piedi. È invece così per tutti i testimoni, Sebante. Perché lo disso, poveraccio, sta lavorando? Perché secondo me avrebbe dovuto ammettere l'errore davanti all'evidenza, King. Secondo me la risposta professionale corretta sarebbe stata, alla luce degli eventi a me mostrati, dovrei rivalutare. Perché a lui non è stato spiegato tutto, è stato colto come un baccalà senza aver visto tutta quanta la storia, ma avendo visto solo la parte che gli è convenuto vedere. Per cui la risposta corretta non sarebbe stato dire no, ho detto una stronzata, ma sono convinto della mia opinione, ma alla luce delle nuove informazioni che ho ottenuto dovrei rivalutare. Ho un taccuino per il processo, sì. Esatto, con Vasquez ha detto una cosa, con Rottenborn un'altra, l'hanno girato come volevano. Leo, grazie dei 27, grazie mille. Bias di conferma, ma mica, ma per forza, ragazzi. È stato un altro testimone esperto che non ha avuto l'umiltà di ammettere l'incompletezza del suo lavoro. Certo, si è fatto pagare probabilmente 10-12 mila dollari per questo lavoro, se va bene, per cui ci credo che ha voluto difendere il suo lavoro, però è palesemente incompleto. Esatto, il bonifico sul Liban. No, a parte tutto, è il secondo testimone che portano, esperto, estremamente qualificato, che fa un'analisi incompleta per colpa di quello che gli mostrano gli avvocati e non ammette l'incompletezza. E il secondo. Un mega limone. Pausa di un quarto d'ora tra un po'. Pausa di un'ora per pranzo, che per noi sarà cena. Pausa di un quarto d'ora stasera. E poi mezzo inox. Esatto, Darkness. Quando dice che non le ha mai viste, sono foto cruciali, per me ha chiuso lì. La signora davanti al giudice è il fantasma del Natale passato. Camilla is stick where it counts. La canzone Objection Hearsay. Vorrei evitare dei copyright strike, se possibile. Qua sì, Johnny sta giocando a Tarkov, palese. Ne sono pienamente consapevole e spero che la giuria ne tenga conto. Ok, sentiamo il nuovo campione. Vuoto. Un altro medico, dottor David Spiegel, però non lo vedo. Comunque il pubblico è composto da donne che tifano per Johnny e la sicurezza di Johnny. Guardie del corpo e donne. Il medico ha cambiato idea, ha foldato, ha quittato il medico.
Thank you. All right. The doctor can be sworn.
You solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case in the penalty of law.
Caricatore Glock 17.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please tell the jury your full name and business address?
Sempre chiamato
David
David.
R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And,
Aha.
and where do you work? Do you work at
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is the teaching hospital in Norfolk.
Lo so, sono
How many
7
years
giudici,
have you been
Hagman.
practicing as a psychiatrist?
Ma non un fisico.
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in 1993. So from 1993 to today,
Vasquez ha finito, il prossimo è lui.
in physician practicing.
That's
Che mi
almost-
piace anche un
30
sacco.
years, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please describe for the jury the nature of your clinical practice.
So my clinical practice is comprised of both inpatient care at
Christopher
Norfolk General
Lloyd.
Hospital, as well as my outpatient practice at Eastern Virginia Medical School. About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
Ma non è un
Comprehensive
fisico,
evaluation,
è un
in addition to
medico.
reviewing the historical information that you receive from collateral other sources. You undertake a history from the patient.
Emmett
Whether
Brown.
it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history,
Benvenuto,
family
Roby.
history, social history, legal, substance history.
Per entrambi, ma
And
non
you
scherzare,
return
la
the
prossima
status
scoreggia
exam,
che fa su pellicola
which is
Johnny
the
diventa
second
milionario.
physical exam where actually description
Zio.
of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration.
Ok,
et cetera.
quindi lui è qui per validare
Then
che
you come up with
Johnny
a working and a differential diagnosis.
svia.
Describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with the treatment plan.
How many patients have you treated over the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally
Quanto ne sa?
about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient service. So I believe we will talk about that.
What, if any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is
Domande preparate, l'avete
Saturday
visto?
or Sunday meeting, I have
L'avete
to be in
visto con la
hospital
domanda
around,
preparata?
It's probably an additional 35 plus patients.
How frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice, and so probably 3/4 of my patients have substance abuse problems.
Does this include both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes, put them both together, probably 75%.
And how frequently do you treat patients who have suffered from someone in their lives who abuses alcohol and drugs?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
Okay. And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
Yes, substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability
Vai
to
al
control your
punto,
behavior,
Johnny.
as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so, at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy
Quanti soldi hanno
list of what
bruciato per sto
substance abuse can
processo
do
comunque.
to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%, probably 25% of my practice is people who have suffered intimate partner violence.
Great, Scott.
And how consistent is that with the national average?
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study of women have complained, have reported intimate partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence, and they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overruled.
Thank you. As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient, yes.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many
E
states
quindi mo
have
lo
you been
portano
qualified
come
as an expert?
esperto.
3, which would be Virginia.
Sono curioso di vedere il cambio di ritmo,
and South
Leico.
Carolina.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background beginning with your undergraduate studies?
West Virginia.
So, I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate
Assolutamente
Medical
d'accordo
Center.
con te, Capt.
I did my internship and residency between Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center and Penn State Hershey Medical Center.
Io sono convinto che non avrebbe tirato fuori questa roba
I'm
se non
also
fosse stato al
fellowship,
100% sicuro di essere nel
board
giusto,
certified in
Capt.
Consultation liaison psychiatry.
Immagina la figura di merda di tirare su sta cosa quando sai di avere torto.
Residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatry is a subspecialty.
Okay. So you have 2 board certifications? Yes. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. Then you get tested again every 10 years. Then you have to go through continual medical education throughout the entire period. You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your practice. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Più tristezza. Devo piangere?
Now,
Per davvero?
are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Could you
I'm a
please tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching? Oh, yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So, yes. So, teaching is a daily occurrence as part of my job when I do my inpatient rounds. Residents, medical students, physician assistant students are assigned. So we round together, and there's teaching with every single encounter. In addition to that, I teach lectures to the residents.
Mi hanno detto che basta pensare a qualcosa di brutto che ti è successo.
As well as a 4th-year medical student lecture as well. So I'm constantly teaching.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia?
Hands-on training.
Comunque, no joke, ce l'avrei fatta a piangere impegnandomi. Non so come cazzo è che lei non piange.
Teaching at bedside. I mean, we don't speak in front of the patient, obviously, but I'm teaching at bedside, meaning after we see a patient, we discuss the important points to learn.
È un meme o sei serio, King?
at every level. That includes medical students, third, second, and first year physician assistant students.
Stepping on a bee.
Every day is a teaching explanation session to the students and
Dio
residents.
Bono, King.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell us.
Why don't you speak about the matter?
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable for your own practice, but you are accountable for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients. I have responsible for their academic requirements, so in terms of publishing, et cetera. I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents, to other students.
La giuria, da quello che so, è schierata al 90% da Johnny. Cioè, ho visto un video su YouTube di un tizio che era nel pubblico e c'è gente della giuria che non la guarda neanche negli occhi. Infatti, quando parla lei, guarda dritto le due persone che la guardano. Per adesso sta solo sventolando l'uccello questo.
I have a book chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches to temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
And have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so
Qualcuno sa la controesamina se conta per Johnny o per lei?
Lancet, I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor-in-chief at this point of clinical neuropharmacology.
Adesso sta parlando di avvocati di Amber. Quando c'è la controesamina, le ore le tolgono a loro o a Depp?
To the residents, I teach lecture to the second year medical students, third year medical students. So I am
Very sad moment in history.
Not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of trauma, and in that trauma was...
No, non avete capito.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks
La
of intimate
controesamina
partner
la
violence?
tolgono all'avvocato che parla o a quello che ha chiamato il
Are you familiar with
testimone?
what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
Yes, there's a multiple explanation that cause intimate partner violence. And if
Perché già un'ora l'hanno rubata adesso,
too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know we are talking about repetitive behavior over periods of time. And the type of abuse can be any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control or to maintain power, control, or authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate partner violence. I know people tend to think of it as just the actual abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
Your Honor, I move to qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
You wish to voice?
Oh!
I do.
Okay. To his qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay, thank you.
Obiezione sulla... Minchia, se lo squalificano in partenza? Se lo squalificano in partenza?
Sir, you talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison.
Psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right. Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying subspecialty?
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid.
Sta semplicemente dicendo che non è qualificato.
Many of the patients that I see on the trauma service have tried to take their own life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just the medical psychiatric interface. It's much more of psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So as a subset of your trauma patients, which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma, about half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's 20, about 20% that suffer from IP, intimate partner violence.
All right. You've never conducted any empirical research on individuals who experienced intimate partner violence, have you, sir?
If your definition is
Minchia, ma
trials, is that what
veramente
you're
gli
saying? Yes,
negano
pharmaceutical
la
trials, or what is that?
specializzazione?
Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, I haven't done any studies like where you give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles, yes.
So
Porca
So
miseria.
you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
All right. You haven't authored any articles specifically on IPV, have you, sir?
As a subset of trauma, the answer is yes. In terms of in the name of the title of the article,
Matt,
the
grazie
answer
dei
is
3 mesi.
No. You've never written any books specifically on IPV?
I've never written any books on IPV.
Minchia,
Although
lo piega.
temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never...
And I am part of that book.
Okay. Temporal
Sono
mandibular
parte di quel
disease
libro. I'm
deals with
part of that book.
problems with the jaw.
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporomandibular?
Temporomandibular disease is a problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain of oral issues.
Nico, grazie
with
del
the,
Prime. La cultura
with
generale
oral
di questo
surgery.
avvocato
Cannot
mi
find
lascia senza
a
parole.
reason for it, and the reason why they can't is because people who have suffered from trauma and intimate partner violence are prone to increased sensitivity of somatic sensations, which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice plug for my book, Chief. Thank you.
Didn't hear it, but there we go. So, you haven't written any chapters of any books specifically about IPV?
Again, I think
Gli ha
I've
rotto
gone over
il
that.
culo.
I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters. And dissociative identity disorder, I should add, where I did write a chapter on, is completely based on trauma and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
Sì, ma
I will reiterate again.
lì non era psicologico, lì era un discorso medico. Mi piace molto questo avvocato. Molto preparato, forse il più preparato di tutti in termini di differenza. Se Camille è quella attenta al particolare, lui è Wikipedia.
Any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be at the hands of an intimate partner.
Right, but you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Devo fare una pausa.
I treat the national average patients.
Devo fare una pausa per spiegarvi quello che sta succedendo. Praticamente, come per tantissimi altri testimoni che abbiamo visto, questo è uno che fa il medico, ma non è qualificato da poter giudicare in questa maniera, perché un conto è uno che fa il medico, un conto è uno che ha studiato il soggetto per cui lo chiamano a fare l'esperto. Sarebbe un po' come chiamare un benzinaio come esperto della benzina contro un chimico che ha scritto libri su come viene strutturata la formula della benzina. Non so se mi spiego. Non so se mi spiego. Quello che sta discutendo questo signore è che sì, puoi avere tutte le qualifiche che vuoi, ma sei solo un medico, non sei un accademico della violenza domestica. sei uno che ha curato tantissime persone, tra cui vittime della violenza domestica, ma questo non ti rende un esperto in grado di giudicare questo caso. Quindi, praticamente, non è ancora iniziata la sua testimonianza, Mirko. Tutto il pippone che gli ha fatto fare l'avvocatessa era solo per dire, ok, questo è qualificato, lo voglio come esperto in questo caso. Obiezioni? Sì. E questa è l'obiezione. L'obiezione in sintesi è, sì, sei esperto, qualificato, bravo, tutto quello che vuoi, ma non sei un accademico di questa cosa, pertanto non ti accettiamo come esperto.
About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if those numbers add up like that, because I'm not sure if that's the case. If you say 25%, then maybe 12.5% of my practice, that's being rather specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner violence. I see it on a daily basis, and I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting asked the same question again.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You listed 60 references to articles. I guess you said 80 now, and publications. And
I said around, sorry, I said around 80. I said around 80.
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not. If you go to the PubMed, actually, you can go to PubMed right now and Google, not Google, put PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75. So it's around 80. So again, what's on my CV is not necessarily the most
Pixar,
updated
grazie
version,
dell'eccezionale regalo.
since the CV
Grazie mille.
given to you, sir.
Right. And not one
Right.
of the 72, 80 articles
Boom!
has IPV in the title, right?
Bravo, ne hai scritti 72 e manco uno di questi 72 è su questo soggetto. Bravo.
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right. And you've never presented on the topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again, I would say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer is yes, I have. Okay.
All right.
The answer is yes, I have.
And IPV doesn't appear in your CV at all.
If you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you.
Okay.
There's a lot of things that are not in my CV.
Scusa, non parlava della fatica di gestire la mandibola quando si è sotto tensione e si subisce un trauma?
If you
No, ho sbagliato. Chat.
and I'm sure
Drug usage.
psycho operation.
So
If you say it's not in my CV,
Emotional damage.
not in my CV. I do. So.
And you're not associated with any professional literature on IPV.
I'm sorry. Repeat the question, sir.
Is there any professional literature that you've contributed to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
Voglio sapere quanto è pagato questo per essere qui
The
oggi.
answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you were trying to do between
momento di
trauma
tornare.
and partner violence. Part and parcel.
Devi tornare indietro per impedire a se stesso di testimoniare.
Your Honor,
Certo che metti i
accept
sottotitoli.
this witness as an expert
Se li
on
accetta.
general psychiatry, but and with respect to the drug usage issues that Ms. Bredehoff referenced, but not with respect to IPV.
All right, over objection, he's entered as an expert as stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
Minchia. Minchia, ha vinto. Ha vinto, chat. Avete capito? Quindi è ammesso come esperto delle conseguenze dell'uso della droga, ma non per la violenza domestica.
Dr. Spiegel, at our request,
Sottotitoli in italiano fanno
what
cagare.
have you revealed
Sono tutti storti.
in this case? And just go ahead and give me more
So
general,
it's,
give the jury more
it's
general.
a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry, other physicians' medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper,
Si sta ancora riprendendo dal danno comunque.
parties and psychiatrists that they went to, text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial, and I'm sure pictures of physical injuries, so I've seen a lot.
Si sta ancora riprendendo. Si sta
What, if
ancora
anything, have you seen
riprendendo.
in terms of emails, audios, videos? Things?
Yes, so I've seen videos of
Mamma
Mr.
mia.
Depp. I think the video was showing Ray of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass and yelling at Miss Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of
Non ne ho la più pallida idea,
destruction of
Lelo.
property in the house.
Non ne ho la più pallida idea.
Okay. And what, if any,
Cambiato il
review you
ritmo,
conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
Wow wow wiwa. Che botte che ha preso questo. Salto un po', visto che siamo indietro. Minchia quanto parlano. Ancora parlano. Ha il naso di Squid, è vero? Pixar, sei davvero generoso, ti ringrazio. Grazie degli abbonamenti regalati, grazie anche di questi 3 euro.
Una monster offerta dalla casa per finire in bellezza.
2 monster, grazie Fixer. Dal sorrisino di lui, obiezione
Do you
accolta.
remember my question? Did you review the
I reviewed
deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I've reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions.
No, live, nessuno.
And the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask
Grazie,
you
Fixer.
to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent.
Quello di prima veniva pagato
with
1.000 euro
behaviors
l'ora
as
per il lavoro
demonstrated.
fatto alle spalle della testimonianza e
Two,
5.000
I've been
dollari
asked to
per la
opine
testimonianza.
about the acute effects
Metti che ci ha lavorato una
of
ventina di
alcohol
ore.
and substance use.
25.000
And I
dollari.
mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. 3, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh.
No.
Okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that.
Sai cosa,
And
Umbre?
lastly, about alcohol. and
Secondo
other
me questi
substance use
testimoni se la sono
disorders,
presa nel culo quando
the
Johnny ha voluto far
criteria,
streamare
the
tutto il
medical and
processo, perché
psychological effects,
questa gente è gente che lo fa di lavoro di venire a
cognitive
testimoniare, ma di solito nessuno vede nulla.
And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk
Me le
about,
codogni.
when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice.
Gli avvocati di Johnny e Johnny hanno insistito per metterlo live, gli avvocati di Amber non volevano.
That go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who
tutti possono far stemare il proprio processo? Penso di sì, perché in teoria è pubblico.
Occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right?
Vero, Darkness.
And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use.
beyond the scope of the question.
Sustained.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the
No, la gente dietro è pubblico e fanno ore di coda per
opinion,
essere lì.
Based on my review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp
Non la vedo,
used?
Umbre.
So, Mr. Depp, and now again, I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use, okay? So we are talking about alcohol, we are talking about amphetamines, we are talking about marijuana, we are talking about cocaine, we are talking about LSD, we are talking about ecstasy, we are talking about opiates, we are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and orgasm.
No, Seroquel no.
And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use.
No, ma non è per niente preparato questa parte della testimonianza, vero?
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
Oh no, evil drugs.
Patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote-unquote problem will sometimes actually say
Darkness, mi stai facendo sputare il
they
petto.
have this medication actually calms me down, this medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on.
Esta te,
Very
Pasowski.
poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both
No,
times
Giubin,
he
sono
said
sicuro.
that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So, again, let me put one thing clear here. I am
Salve,
not
signor Cantacti.
here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here today is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect
Testimonianze soggettive, se la sta segnando.
We can all only get
ma chi è questo coglione?
And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special.
Sta drammatizzando il suo lavoro.
Substance of abuse are not titrated, they are not regulated by the FDA.
Questa roba è come uno spazzino che dice: beh sì, io tutte le mattine alle 6 passo col furgoncino per pulire le strade. A volte ci sono certe torte di merda lasciate da degli alani che non vi dico, veramente brutte situazioni, brutte storie, brutte giornate, insomma. Poi passi tutta la giornata con quel sapore di sterco nel naso. Sicuramente è una vita difficile. Del resto, rischi del mestiere. Cioè, non ha senso.
Substance
Yes.
abuse. Can you explain what that is?
Overrule.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab.
L'ho finito, sì, ma mi si è staccato dal piatto 6 millimetri prima di concludere. Comunque sì, l'ho stampato.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him?
Tolleranze perfette, lo sto ristampando con settaggi diversi.
So, if nothing
10 ore buttate nel cesto.
Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist that evaluated Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them, and that is very unusual for a 50-ish year old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking,
non sta dicendo niente.
That age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines
speculazione
were also
piena.
fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions, I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything, did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So,
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's
overruled.
Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we
Sì,
do
Nico.
know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies.
Provato a stamparlo fallendo, ma verrà
Could
così.
have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that.
Ma cosa sta dicendo questo?
When I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing
È scenico, e per
his thinking rate was down.
quando finisco di sparare per legare, canta, lo infili dentro e quindi sei sicuro che il fucile è sicuro. Sì, ci sono diversi marchi che lo fanno, nessuno. Era un esercizio mio.
We're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired, and if your attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So all that comes into play there, and that's what I witnessed in the video deposition. Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship.
Totalmente inutile sta testimonianza, stanno veramente buttando le ore. Ne hanno solo più tipo 6.
Observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures
Ma
of
che
him passed
favore,
out
Darkness.
drunk and not be able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence.
No, non l'ho bucato al centro, ho fatto proprio una parte alta dove dovrebbe essere il proiettile.
Substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts.
Faccio di meglio.
And you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts, and basically alcohol
Non fate caso a quello.
decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? No, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month, we had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection, relevance.
Just giving an example.
Overruled.
Combining the two substances together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of
La loro
different types
cosa
of
canta?
stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely
Quando
affect
finiscono
the
le ore
determinant cognitive
non possono più
systems.
parlare, cioè
It's
se
actually known as a vascular neurocognitive.
cioè adesso mentre parla sto tizio, loro finiscono le ore, sto tizio deve stare muto. Avevano stamattina 8 ore la bionda e 18 ore Johnny. Johnny c'ha un avanzo di tempo pazzesco. Quindi loro stanno facendo una stronzata a buttare tempo su queste domande di merda, perché queste ultime ore potrebbero essere cruciali per girare una domanda.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. What, if any, correlation is there between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders?
No. Fino al 27 canta.
The risk factors, if you would, for intimate partner violence, okay? And there are probably many of them. I don't have time to go over all of them, but the ones in particular, characters in particular, are one, having someone in the relationship who is jealous or suspicious.
È la stessa domanda che ho fatto io, Giubbins, non lo so.
A higher than average acceptance of violence ideation.
Se finiscono, canta. Il 27 devono fare le arringhe, se finiscono prima lo fanno prima.
Someone who has limited self-control.
È tipo di Amber che consolida l'accusa, poi c'è la controinterrogazione.
Is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all get angry at people. We all think things about people. The difference is when our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out.
Okay.
So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay?
Non ho parole.
So, when you have the effects of alcohol,
quando dice ok mi viene voglia di...
It causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition,
per lei sì,
losing control and having rapid mood swings. 2, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right.
Sta facendo valere i suoi soldi oggi.
I shouldn't act on. So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it.
Questo è un coglione, Mac.
Mr. Depp's record evidence. I've seen it clinically. Sober, We can contain
Esattamente,
that. We can
Prukashna.
contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that
Sì, ma in maniera totalmente scollegata dal caso. Cioè, che cazzo me ne frega degli effetti di alcol e droghe? Dal mese scorso, Suaco.
And or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more. But inevitably, will make us disinhibited and will make us act out. And acting out could be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering, control is the enemy of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Ho visto una testimonianza, credo che sia di questo tizio con la barba, riguardo alle reazioni della giuria e soffermi.
I'm sorry.
In 15 minutes. We're just taking a break. No, we're just taking a break.
Hai parlato troppo? No! No, tranquillo. Tranquillo. Se ti sta sparendo un braccio è tutto normale.
All right, let's just take a break till 11 then, and we'll come back at 11, okay?
Thank you.
Sta pensando, minchia, ma per questo quarto d'ora non mi pagano però. No, Anna, stamattina ha parlato Richard Moore, medico della mano, che ha smentito la storia di Depp del dito, ma dopo è stato annichilito da Camille con un 338 la Pua Magno, ma adesso guarda che il testimone va da lei e si scambiano qualcosa. No! Non farmi vedere l'orologio! Comunque, un medico della mano che si è qualificato in 10.000 modi e poi alla fine Camille l'ha turbo distrutto. E adesso stava parlando questo signor David Spiegel, che è un medico psichiatra, ma non c'entra un cazzo. Cioè, letteralmente non c'entra una mazza di niente, però... Che vi devo dire? So che non dovrei farvelo vedere, ma tanto va sul canale Kinder Voz. Caricatore corto. Super corto. Quello lungo. Quale vince, chat? Lungo. Sondaggio! È bello anche questo comunque, eh? Scheletrato così è tamarro, eh? Si incastrano bene? Allora, questo no perché avevo letto... Aspetta che abbasso. Allora, Matiz, questo è troppo piccolo. Questo è un pelo troppo giusto. Ma aggancia. Questo non è completato, ma senti. Già. E ha lo stesso gioco del caricatore vero. Questo non è male comunque. Che ha il safe subito sotto il Magwell, non mi dispiace. Questo qua non è male. Che c'è scritto safe proprio bello perfetto così. Questo lungo però fa cazzo dritto. Però secondo me non salta subito all'occhio il safe. Cioè, è figo vederlo scheletrato, ma secondo me non leggi subito, cioè sembra quasi il marchio. Non so se mi spiego. Oddio, lungo è troppo lungo. È lungo così, eh. È un M700, ho fatto il video su YouTube. È lungo così, eh. Quindi questo è uno. Oppure vi rifaccio il passaggio. Vi dirò che mi piace questo. Questo mi sa che è quello giusto. Questo è quello giusto. Al di là del colore, non guardate il colore perché quello è stato un materiale di scarto. Questo è quello giusto. Questo va bene. Adesso ne sto stampando un altro così, però stavolta completo. E ho incassato... Vi faccio vedere. Il progetto è questo. Ho incassato maggiormente le lettere perché dopo le voglio stampare di un materiale differente per poterle incollare dentro, per cui non le coloro. Uno full non scheletrato ma con safe. Volevo farlo perché questi progetti poi li voglio rilasciare pubblici e volevo farne una versione che stampa senza i supporti. Quindi volevo farne uno con sostanzialmente così. Cioè non scheletrato, che stampi senza supporti per... È da soft air. Sì? Sì. 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 Comunque... Ok. È un po'... fa 3000 joule. Comunque, quando accendo sotto, ho pensato magari anche un fondellino, non sarebbe male. Mi piace parecchio col fondellino. Se ti vedo software con quello scappo. È un po' over. Solo che ho paura che quel fondello distragga. Penso che sia, al di là del più esteticamente bello, quello più corretto è questo qua per me. Lo so che è meglio con il fondo, ma a livello di sicurezza, tutto arancione così spicca tantissimo. Cioè, vedete che... Cioè, anche da lontano si vede tantissimo. La scritta safe la faccio nera, sì, con un altro materiale mi faccio le lettere e poi le incollo dentro. Però è veramente figo. Tra l'altro, una volta che questo è dentro, non si chiude più il rotturatore. Togli. Bene. Ti consiglio vivamente l'M700, ma ti dico che per via del fatto che, come ben sai, c'è una guerra in corso, eccetera, eccetera, non se ne trovano. Se trovi una ADL, che è quello che ho comprato io, bene, poi dipende dal tuo budget, ma sicuramente l'M700 è la Glock dei fucili da cecchino, e con questo intendo che componenti aftermarket, tutto quello che vuoi lo trovi. Per altri fucili più particolari magari non ci sono gli scatti, non ci sono le slitte, non ci sono gli chassis, per M700 c'è tutto, quindi è ottimo per iniziare perché può evolversi con te. Come ho fatto questo? Questo qua ha iniziato così. Faccio vedere, ma questo qua quando l'ho comprato era così. Arrivo, eh. Sin da bambino. Ma appunto, come vi ho detto la canna? Era così. 1950 è il prezzo che ti aspetti. Adesso so che ci sono in giro i Magpul Hunter. Il valore è quello. È un fucile di gran lunga superiore al mio perché ha la canna 5R. Se compri un Remington canna 5R vale 2000 euro, altrimenti devi spendere meno di 1000 euro perché tanto lo chassis lo cambi. Comunque è nato così questo fucile e adesso è così. Quindi sì, ti consiglio l'M700 per iniziare assolutamente. Il stampante 3DO è una Monoprice Maker Select Plus. È una duplicator, è il clone di una duplicator. Comunque non è sbagliato il prezzo. Conta che il mio fucile, quello che ti ho appena fatto vedere, ormai nel suo complesso mi costa circa 2500 euro perché abbiamo 1000 passa euro di calcio, 850 euro di fucile, 600 passa euro di ottica, anelli, slitta, sei a 2500. Ma non è illegalissimo, Anto. Non è illegalissimo per niente. Ma proprio no. Un'altra! Non è illegale. Preso! Un'altra! Da software. Che bello che è. Ok. Era l'altro video che si vedevano le tracce.
Ora l'ho preso, prima
Averli, Fixer.
l'ho mancato.
Sì, questo qua. Che bello. Si vede proprio la traccia.
Ora l'ho preso, prima l'ho mancato, rumore diverso.
Mi manca. Che poligono è? Chamois, Coazze e rimontano le piastre settimana prossima. C'è la gara, dopodiché facciamo i video su YouTube. Dopo la settimana prossima posso di nuovo girare. I tracciati potresti usarli? In che senso nessuno? A quanti metri sono? Quelli erano 300 o 500? Aspetta che il gift. Non si possono usare i traccianti. A Coazze si va su con la KM, sì, si va su con la KM e ci stiamo organizzando per fare delle cose. Deal. Tranzollo. Comunque, signori di Twitch, è tutto legale, ok? Non sono un criminale, era solo sportivo. No, ma non mi fraintendete, guardate che l'ho stampato verde solo perché avevo il verde. Questa è una prova fatta di qualità infima, seppure spaccata a metà. Questa era solo una prova per controllare le dimensioni. L'ho stampata in preset super economico rapido. Era materiale di scarto questo. Sì, va ultra fast, sì. Puoi mettere la clip. Quale clip? L'ottica attaccata con lo scotch. No, però voglio provare a tirare a 300 metri con le tacche di mira con l'HM, quello sì. Fixer sta per lanciare un 308. Bastava uno Fixer, non 5, grazie mille, sei davvero gentile. C'è poca informazione in Italia, è vero. Sì, è vero. Hai visto il nuovo 308 e con il scorrimento lineare? Lo sai che li hanno ritirati tutti, Dani? Dani Mark 92, lo sai che hanno ritirato tutti gli straight pull Beretta dal mercato? Grazie Fixer, davvero. Sparavano da soli. Quando chiudevi l'otturatore alcuni sparavano da soli. Beretta, ragazzi, fa delle armi di merda. Lo so che il Fraus gli è venuto un infarto, ma tutti ne parlano. Tutti. Diversi armieri mi continuano a dire Beretta schifo al cazzo. Davvero, ragazzi. E mi dispiace, ma anche la RX fa schifo al cazzo. Giuro, guarda, te lo trovo l'articolo, non è che me lo sono inventato. Te lo trovo. Articolo del 9 dicembre 2021 di Armi e Tiro. Beretta richiama le carabine BRX-1. Beretta ha deciso di diramare un richiamo in fabbrica per gli esemplari già venduti della nuova carabina straight pull BRX-1. La scelta di Beretta è legata a un episodio capitato in Germania a conseguenza del comportamento errato di un cliente. Nel comunicato ufficiale si fa riferimento alla remota possibilità che quanto accaduto si ripeta, ma che nonostante ciò l'azienda ha scelto di intervenire tempestivamente a portare a una modifica che in futuro scongiuri il ripetersi di tali episodi. Recentemente l'uso improprio della nostra carabina ha portato problematiche connesse alla sicurezza, seppur non dipendenti dal prodotto in questione. Nello specifico, un utente ha proceduto all'inversione del tiretto d'armamento sull'otturatore senza posizionarlo correttamente nella sua sede, così come indicato nel libretto di uso. Giova a precisare che l'evento non ha cagionato infortunio. Insomma, per quanto mi riguarda, non esiste l'ha usata male il cliente. Un progetto ben fatto dovrebbe essere impossibile montarlo storto. Tu, no, grazie al cazzo, no, Dani. Tu una K non lo puoi montare storto. Prendi un Kalashnikov, smontalo, te lo do in mano, tu non l'hai mai visto, non puoi montarlo storto perché i pezzi entrano in un solo modo. Stessa roba la Glock. La Glock ha dei componenti all'interno che sono fatti in modo da entrare solo nel modo giusto. Fare una cosa completamente reversibile è un errore di design. Sì, l'utente ha sbagliato a metterlo, d'accordo. L'utente ha sbagliato. Ma il progetto fa cagare. Cioè, per dire, ma stupido, ma per dire. Questo caricatore è trapezoidale, perché in questo modo non lo posso infilare al contrario. Basta poco, basta mettergli un grado in così e non entra più nel lato sbagliato. Fare un pezzo reversibile in un'arma è veramente da scemi, cioè non... APX A1, devo guardarla. Miglior pistola di piccolo e di grosso calibro. Sono di parte. Piccolo calibro per me vince Glock, anche se ha un grilletto pessimo rispetto a tante altre, ma solo per la versatilità che ha, per l'aftermarket che ha, eccetera, eccetera. Grosso calibro, anche lì, USP o 1911. Danimark, ma cosa hanno sviluppato? Cioè, che cosa hanno risolto? Che fetta di mercato hanno soddisfatto con sta roba qua?
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor, can we approach before the jury can...
Okay, sure.
Ma poi ritardi di consegna, problemi con le canne, ce ne sono di tutti i colori per Beretta, davvero. Non lo dico io, ma gente che li vende. Qualcuno sa se esiste un po'... Esiste, Carwen. Non mi ricordo come si chiama, ma scrivimi su Discord, te lo faccio sapere. Riassunto della live, 2 testimonianze di esperti che però non hanno saputo concludere nulla, come sempre. Io ho una Glock quinta generazione. Te la faccio vedere, dai, tanto ormai bannare ci siamo fatti bannare. Grazie Leifre, grazie mille dei 19. Arrivo. Ma la K non ve lo faccio vedere perché a Twitch non piace. Reperibili, sì. So che me lo chiederete. Una Benelli Argo per essere... Sai che non la conosco la Benelli Argo Assassin?
Thank you. May be seated.
How much? Che cosa? La pistola o il mirino?
Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes,
No, l'ho preso da 6,5 perché tanto lo uso per fare tiro dinamico a 10 metri.
Thank you.
L'ho preso grande.
Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video.
Ahimè sì, anche se vorrei tanto giocare a squad, Luca.
November 10 through 12 of 2020.
Potrei crearlo anche per la Glock, ma non ha senso, Fabi, perché tanto non lo uso mai.
Yes.
Okay.
Ci sono delle procedure diverse per la Glock.
About his cognitive symptoms, insight and judgment in watching those.
All tu, la pistola 800 erotti, il mirino 900 erotti.
What was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed.
Nulla, Andre, la prendi, la usi, fine.
And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to...
Non sono interessato a sosterni.
The deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable.
Ma anche il mio è da caccia, Assassin.
But they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured
Santino.
of his Bredehoff to
18
get to the
ottobre,
point
King.
of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. And probably due to the
Sì, esatto, che più waiting.
substances.
What if any
Ma
observations
poi,
did you make about
per dire
impulse
cosa, cioè...
So,
Allora, lui sta cercando di screditare la memoria di Depp per insinuare che le cose che ha raccontato non sono veritiere, ma ci sono altri 30 testimoni che hanno dato ragione a lui.
guise of not being acutely
Puoi, Dani.
I think Mr. Depp was able
Perché è una lunga storia, ma la questione delle armi, delle carabine, uso caccia è in base al contesto di utilizzo. È stranissimo, lo so, ma è così.
I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober, okay? And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready
È una
for,
leggenda popolare,
not
se parli di un'arma
wanting.
center
And so you saw a
fire
lot
ti
of
rovini il dito
yelling,
prima del percussore, che comunque costa pochi euro.
a lot of acting out, if you would, which
Emerald in
puts you
416
on
Barrett,
state of, hey,
GG.
this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward, and certainly one way to make that significantly
Assolutamente una
worse
perdita di tempo
is
sta
with
roba.
substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was misheard.
Esatto, perché non vado a caccia, Dani, è proprio quel discorso di prima.
And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that it involved in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used.
Molto antipatico contraddire tra medici comunque.
Use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to...
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll sustain the objection.
First kill.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean,
no,
Anto,
tranquillo.
Words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I said, it was without relaying it, the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, a therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general, and he's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually, what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution.
Quel muso da già fare, minchia è vero.
Learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
I'll sustain next question.
First kill.
Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer questions.
Cambia pagina.
Pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking, correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please explain.
Tantissimo, lo vorrei giocare anche stasera, ma c'è
It's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tonic dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label.
Dopo parliamo, durante la pausa della cena, Gennaro.
To help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses it can, okay? And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect, and obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is a...
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
What you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is, I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And
Ma che senso ha tutto sto giro?
What would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's seemingly what these medicines' effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin gabapentin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I was looking for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using
Stanno facendo quello, Malchior, ma ok, Depp è inattendibile, va bene, ma gli altri 20 testimoni?
Because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming, and you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic, and then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are potentially...
Sono sciolti, li devo mangiare così.
And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has, and it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy.
Ma dal cappello l'ha tirato fuori?
Poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree.
Dal cappello.
When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting, euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable.
Ma poi, ok, pericolo di morte, bello, ma Johnny è qui, quindi andiamo oltre.
Start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic,
violent.
and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances.
Valutiamo, ma in teoria sì, Ercola.
Together.
Ercolani, scusa.
And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence.
Comunque se ne parla alle 11, Ercolani, o Inox o Squad.
So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations.
Speculazione totale, Anna.
It was right after the rehab on the island in Australia.
Va bene, vestita in rosso, però posso fare un commento. Ma lei c'ha tutto l'armadio di vestiti uguali di colori diversi.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence for
I'll
this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Double kill.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you have supporting this?
Psychological, using despite the fact you know it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is
Ma che cazzo c'entra adesso?
And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to
Objection beyond of the scope. Beyond the scope.
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question?
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right.
Multi-kill.
Yeah,
Tell
baby.
me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this, and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to. Okay, when we're thinking,
ma chi cazzo è?
Disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to prevent you from doing it.
Anna.
Quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions
Opinioni
concerning substance
personali?
abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So
Sicuro,
I
sì.
think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll
È un
tell you that
goldone.
Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Wiki se lo
Objection
fa
beyond
nuovo.
the scope of the question.
Oh!
That's exactly what he...
No! No! C'era l'ultra che torna overrule, torna a capo.
That is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but
Comunque, lui deve essere il boss supremo. Lui è quello che conosce i fatti e Camille è quella che scopre tutto, quella che sa tutto a memoria. Con Camille non fa in tempo a lanciarle ed è per questo che le ho setate per far questo.
And what is included in that?
So, the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence.
Camille stamattina ha piegato in due un testimone, l'ha proprio piegato in due.
By means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control.
Questi stanno regalando ore, chat, stanno letteralmente regalando ore. 2 ore perse. 2 ore perse. Ne hanno 6 e poi hanno finito di sparare cazzate.
Threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse, and you may be able to divide it verbal, non-verbal.
Quale hai preso, Dilp?
Exactly, emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric, and they're all under the guise of.
Torniamo comunque alla preparazione degli avvocati. L'avevano inquadrato. Pensate all'inizio, quando lui non lo voleva come esperto, ci aveva visto lungo.
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Fighissima, Dilp.
Oh yes, so survivors of intimate partner violence, and by the way, I should start
No, dopo
out
queste
by
6
saying,
ore,
we don't
loro non possono più parlare, quindi se loro finiscono le 6 ore, gli avvocati di Johnny Depp portano Kate Moss, loro non possono manco controinterrogarla, perché non hanno più le ore. Anche fosse che resta in dubbio il controinterrogatorio, Johnny oggi ha usato forse mezz'ora. Al massimo, Giubins.
Substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic
Aspetta
stress
che guardo.
disorder, or a subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of battered wise syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem about intimate partner violence, is just the hitting. Again, important, but not the sole.
Sto cercando,
So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims
Non riesco a trovarlo, non lo so.
go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay? But in terms of actual perpetrators,
70 anni di...
In your review of this case,
Basta,
is there
hai rotto il
record
cazzo.
evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
so
Objection, Your Honor.
Which
No foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
No foundation. Ah! Il controinterrogatorio è tolto a chi parla. Ok, quindi stamattina diciamo che Johnny hanno usato 30 minuti? 30 minuti hanno usato forse di controinterrogatorio. Al massimo. diciamo 30 minuti. Sono le 5:30, togli 30 minuti, togli il quarto d'ora, hanno buttato 1 ora e 45. Loro avevano 8 ore e un quarto, quindi hanno adesso 6 ore e 30. 6 ore e 30 hanno. Amber, finite le 6 ore e 30, può entrare pure Gesù Cristo, loro non possono aprire bocca. Sono veramente dei coglioni. Non capisco l'idea. Non ha veramente senso quello che stanno facendo. Lo so, Ana. Certo che sì, Jubbins. Siamo live? Sì. Volevo vedere se avevamo tempo da saltare. Sono tutte bionde. Z, Luca. L'ho fatto ieri, se è quello che dicevi, se spari di squad. Anche per me stanno preparando una bomba come se ce ne fosse bisogno, cioè ormai l'hanno piegata. Cioè dai ragazzi, ora realisticamente parlando, secondo voi quante chance ci sono che Johnny perda a questo punto? A questo punto, secondo voi? Dai, cazzo. Io non lo credo possibile. Io non lo credo possibile. Lei rischia di dover pagare 50 milioni di dollari di danni all'immagine. Esatto, Witch, cioè Johnny Depp adesso potrebbero pure smettere, cioè potrebbero pure dire ok, ho finito, tanto ormai hanno screditato quasi ogni testimone che ha parlato, hanno dimostrato che Amber conta palle in maniera palese, cioè cosa vogliono fare ancora più di così? Cioè ragazzi, non... dopo che hai dimostrato che... dopo che per me la roba più incriminante dall'inizio del processo è sicuramente la doppia foto. Per quanto mi riguarda, la doppia foto di Amber è al momento la prova più schiacciante, solo perché lei davanti alla medesima foto, con la saturazione diversa, dice no, non ho mai ritoccato una fotografia. Boom, hai chiuso. Hai chiuso. C'è stato un momento in cui c'è la prova 709 e la prova 710, che sono la stessa identica foto presa dal rullino foto dell'iPhone. Una è la foto stock e l'altra è la foto col filtro per la saturazione, che si vede il livido meglio. E Camille, l'avvocatessa, le ha detto: non è forse vero che queste due sono la stessa identica foto? Perché lei in passato ha testimoniato che queste sono foto scattate con luci diverse. Ma non è forse vero che questa è la stessa foto con delle correzioni alla saturazione per far apparire più drammatica la colorazione del viso? E davanti all'evidenza assoluta, Amber ha detto no. So tutto, Ana. Sono 7 in realtà. 2 donne e 5 uomini. No. 3 donne. 3 donne e 4 uomini. Sono 7. Ho controllato ieri. Ti dico anche come sono seduti. Anch'io l'ho vista, Anna. Hai visto lo stesso video che ho visto io. L'ho fatto anch'io in live, Woodskos. No, perché sono screenshot, Lord of War. Coincidenza. Ragazzi, qualcuno ha la clip di quando ho sovrapposto le foto? In live. Cosa guarda Johnny il PC? Niente, il PC te lo danno solo per le prove.
So, what have you reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that related to Mr. Depp.
Ma tanto non c'ho il riepilogo perché
So
ho
risk
tolto i
factor
VOD.
review that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was a question that was put out there. What I have reviewed has demonstrated pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hearsay.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel.
Stampa 3D è fallita stanotte e l'ho fatta ripartire completamente da capo, però il caricatore è una figata.
That correlates. In other words, did you review?
L'unica paura che ho è che questa stampa che sto facendo e i settaggi dei supporti leggermente diversi, spero che si tolga.
Was in terms of witness statements, Dr. Kipper's notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012, or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was...
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's...
Sustained.
First kill.
Ms. Heard's...
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead
Double
and answer what you
kill.
reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages.
Lo incula.
Depositions.
Lo incula. Avete visto?
Pictures.
Se lo incula.
Psychologists' notes and evaluations. And I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
Comunque lui è veramente squiddy.
So, it says psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone, with the main purpose of, again, to maintaining control. So behaviors that can occur with psychological aggression include insults, intimidation, holding things financially against someone, jealousy rants, property destruction. So all that is involved, a nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in
fino a se fermo no, è squiddy.
In intimate partner violence.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yes.
È uguale.
Overruled.
No, ma non puoi perdermi la streak così però.
That would be under financial, trying to mistreat someone.
La voce di La Russa, il fascino di Giaffare, il portamento di Squid. Lo metto qua.
Trying to have a career and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment. That's another example.
So I'm going to ask specifically about the risk factors for intimate partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Lo metto qua così parla
Yes,
Squiddy.
it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
Okay. And what record evidence did you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So, the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper.
Quando si gira da Squiddy.
Substances that Mr. Depp was using, both in terms of prescribed and on your drug screen, were brought out through that.
Okay. Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what, if any,
Il
record
27 al più tardi, Buzzcos, che è il giorno del
exhibited lack of
evasion.
behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
that correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank
No, però
Threatening.
se questo è un esperto carca le mani.
Destroying furniture,
Sì, Depp.
property, breaking things, writings on walls, mirrors, writing in blood on furniture. All that would go with that.
Okay, all right. And what, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So, a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder,
parliamo di narcisisti, ma dimmi di più!
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
I'll sustain objection.
Okay.
First
Can you
kill.
explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients
Se vuole
have
può stare tutte le 6 ore.
poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts, okay. As a result, they have an undue sense of admiration. They worship power. They worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What if any what if any traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, I'm requiring admiration. Needs to be admires part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
Ma Amber!
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic?
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, Ms. Heard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Double?
Overruled. Thank you. Go ahead.
E Doc
The fact
Brown.
that Ms. Heard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of
L'ho
that.
fatta io stanotte, ma
I do think the jealousy
ho uno
aspects
Stream Deck.
are an example of that. I do think, as I think Mr. Tillett had testified that, being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say
Esatto,
with
Lord.
reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that. because
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
That's not record evidence. Speculation.
Please continue.
That this whole trial, in terms of narcissistic insult, is what's going on. I believe that Mr. Depp
Ma sta raccontando il contrario puro.
mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be?
He's able to explain what
I'll
he's.
sustain that objection.
First kill.
Can you explain what you mean by this whole trial?
Your
This
Honor, can we
proceeding would go.
approach?
This court case would go.
There's an objection, sir.
Ma è scemo. Cioè, ma è scemo. Guardatelo in faccia, ma è scemo. Non posso dire... Ma cioè, è un regionale di Trenitalia, quest'uomo. È palesemente un regionale. Che tool. È un nuovo insulto perché non posso dire l'altro.
Conduct is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being
Onesto,
narcissistic,
Mark.
having those traits.
What's the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
È vestita come il colonnello Sanders.
The only other thing about narcissism, I think, in terms of the trial, would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person really has to have lack of empathy. Because in order to engage in behaviors that quote unquote are used to keep individuals in control.
Ma si rende conto che sta descrivendo Amber? Perché io fossi nella giuria, cioè è palese, ma si rende conto? Si rende conto del risultato che sta avendo questa testimonianza? Mancanza di empatia, controllo, è Amber! È Amber!
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not
Ma sono
uncommon,
deficienti.
especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle where there is no increased tension, there is no acting
Durante le
out.
fasi calme dell'abuso, quando non ci sono momenti di tensione,
Apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when
lei mi ha regalato il coltello, ma non ho parole.
A day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that, hey, you know, this either denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make me look bad, or an allopathic defense where
sono della tua idea, Lord of War.
or an altruistic effect where I'm doing it
No,
for
Fabio.
you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden for that to start shifting during that time, because it is during the calm phase and everything is relatively calm. This, of course, is when the victim wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the very ability to do that is part and parcel of that calm phase where it looks like the victim is, you know, just fabricating this.
The victim is fabricating this.
A characteristic.
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one of the defenses are the allopathic defense comes along with victim blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made me do.
Fossi l'avvocato direi, ma di chi parlava?
That you reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior.
Obiezione, è confuso.
So, I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that.
Il tempismo di questa testimonianza?
I think he's trying to explain it.
Il tempismo di questa risposta, di questa testimonianza è veramente sfortunato per Amber. Cioè, arrivano a testimoniare di questa cosa a fine processo, dopo 20 giorni che vediamo cazzate e questi comportamenti. Chiunque ha seguito questo processo, includendo la giuria, non può fare a meno che vedere Amber nelle parole di quest'uomo.
She was blamed for, you know, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered, and
sembra il cattivo di Mulan, Veltan.
What was going on?
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay, what if any gaslighting is
Bello che lo paga lei.
consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be,
Più che altro, secondo me, la giuria si è fatta già la sua idea 5 giorni fa, almeno, cavre. Secondo me, dopo che Camilla ha parlato con Amber, la giuria ha il suo verdetto, fine.
Especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you.
Davvero, Dani.
Very charming, very engaging, very personable, and then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just a
l'hanno smentita, l'hanno distrutta frase per frase. Ora è stato un massacro. Ogni cazzata che ha detto. Tu hai detto questo? Sì, prove. Sei una stronza. Tu hai detto questo? Sì, prove. Bugiarda. Ma per un giorno e mezzo.
The victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse.
Yeah, oh yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that is very common in the
Esatto,
occurrence
Assassin.
of the-
Alla peggio guardo le arringhe in differita, tanto non c'è il verdetto venerdì. Venerdì fanno le arringhe, il verdetto arriva quando raggiungono l'unanimità.
where the victim, where they're shifting the blame, or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
Lui ha vinto il premio come miglior avvocato d'America e ha vinto una causa da 1,5 miliardi contro il governo americano.
That correlates
Rocky.
with Mr. Depp attempting to claim that Amber was the one.
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand the objection.
What record evidence?
Overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber
Ve lo trovo,
was,
aspettate.
the
Tanto questo
abuser
qua ha rotto i
in this
coglioni.
particular
Non perdiamo
scenario.
nulla.
And what I will reiterate again is that, one, victims aren't perfect, and two, it is not uncommon
Benjamin Chu.
in the context of being a victim.
Ben rimane propenso al pro bono, rappresentando con successo un afroamericano graduato d'onore all'Università della Virginia nei suoi diritti civili contro ufficiali governativi. Ha servito come consiglio per l'accusa in un gruppo che proteggeva gli agricoltori neri, in una class action che è risultata in un saldo di 1,2 miliardi di dollari. Ben ha rappresentato un'accusa di un gruppo di nativi americani in un parallelo contro la Keep Seagull, che è risultata in un saldo di appena sotto il miliardo di dollari. Best lawyer, American College of Trial Lawyers, cioè è un dio quell'avvocato lì. Lo so, ma infatti stavano dicendo, Ana, Ben, che non ha mai parlato fino ad ora, poi fa il culo a tutti. Sono d'accordo. Vanno avanti finché non lo trovano, Veltan. Non so comunque come si chiami questo avvocato, ma mi piace tantissimo. Oh, persona accolta! Double!
Double kill.
Abuse that are not abusers, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
Basta!
Warning signs
Non lo so,
would be
Assassin.
increasing
Secondo me è lui.
the tension, escalations of tension. So
Comunque è
that's when you
uno
start seeing
famoso per prendere la parte delle vittime. È uno che dà l'anima e il corpo per proteggere chi ha subito un'ingiustizia. Questo spacca il culo a tutti. La ringa è il discorso finale, il discorso conclusivo. Quel caso da 1,2 miliardi è pro bono, ragazzi. 1,2 miliardi.
Have you seen in intimate partner violence about apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase, and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, you know, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this. And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up
Cioè il pestine degli avvocati, sì. Senza parcella 1,2 miliardi. Pro bono vuol dire gratis, a gratis.
Where something bothers them. So again, it could be bothering someone about substance abuse.
Disney Plus ha fatto il documentario che facce di merda.
Something about your career. Anything is liable to build up tension when you have this framework of limited self-control and erratic, intense.
Non penso, Ciccio.
So what, if any, record evidence did you review that reflected Mr.
Ad ogni
Depp
modo lui l'ha
engaging
fatto senza
in
saperlo.
these warning signs, including the apologies and the promises?
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize.
Anche per me, Dani.
For letting this monster out, letting this anger out almost routinely. And there's very well record evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage in therapy for Ms. Heard.
By the way, abbiamo superato le 2 ore. 2 ore abbiamo superato,
Very much occurred. Recognizing what happened.
E ne mancano 6 a quelli di Amber.
Is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived
Per amore di
sobriety, you can
giustizia,
recognize
Armstrong.
that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Esatto, Anton.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain the Goldwater rule, please?
So the Goldwater rule is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency, and I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because
Bene, vado a fare la
I was
pipì, chat.
too young to even follow politics then, so please don't quote me on exactly when it was. But basically what's happening is clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote-unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because they saw this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Why not?
No foundation.
He was explaining what the Goldwater
You
rule
want to
was.
approach?
Cosa mi sono perso? Bellissimo, chat. Ho incassato le scritte un filino di più, sono veramente definite. È la prima volta che metto scritte nelle cose. Sono molto contento del risultato. Ho capito, Freedom. Ma tu dici, Anto?
Dr. Spiegel, do you remember the question? Does the
think the
Goldwater rule have any applicability here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And why?
Che giorni ti sei perso, Tanker?
One, the basics of expert witness testimony.
Yes, Fox,
almost
cosa hai
be
chiesto al
thrown
Fab Lab?
away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual. So if I'm not allowed to
Mi sa che non ti sei perso
comment
niente del processo,
on
Tanker.
records or charts or information that I looked at, expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent, we've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here, because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I
È
reviewed
pazzesco come comunque
a whole lot
Amber
of
Heard
things
si
that
circondi di
directly
gente esattamente come lei, pazzesco.
Mr. Depp and his behavior. So I'm not commenting on a public opinion, and I have absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie.
Okay, Darkness.
Here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier,
Diciamolo.
Mr. Depp, to
Oh, yes.
give an example.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
So, to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I
Sì,
was
anche.
offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly, and both times, Mr. Depp and/or his lawyers decided that that wasn't going to happen.
Okay. And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo this evaluation.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, these opinions that you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Santa la nonna, Dani.
Cross-examination?
Dai che lo sfonna.
Sfondalo!
Lo rompe, lo spezza in due.
Sir, I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them, right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had motion to them, right?
No. When Ms.
No.
Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact, right?
There was...
All right.
Madonna mia, ragazzi, cioè... Vi faccio rivedere solo l'atteggiamento con cui lui va.
All right.
Ok, andiamo. Ti rompo il culo, mo. Andiamo. Come non capisce più le domande, quando non le hai più preparate.
The last thing you talked about was the Goldwater rule.
Questo sa tutto. Wikipedia, cazzo.
For almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of?
Association that I'm a member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
Mm-hmm. And you know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule, so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specifically say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay.
Head, eyes.
However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I will reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony.
Opinioni personali, quello di cui ci siamo lamentati tutto il tempo, lui l'ha detto nella maniera più perfetta possibile.
But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me
Lo
those
sta
statements,
uccidendo con le sue
I'm telling
stesse
you,
armi.
the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that If that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it. And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on expert, we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on the medical record where their doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have is null and void.
I'm not saying...
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Esattamente, Dani.
I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization that takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater Rule?
Yeah, my first is inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater Rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater Rule...
Quindi queste 2 ore erano inutili.
Presidents and public figures...
Porto d'armi per la parola.
Because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood. But I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rules say we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying, based on exactly what you
Ma
read.
se tu non puoi testimoniare come fanno a pagarti, problemi.
That rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no?
Secondarily.
Sì o no?
Again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt.
No, non hai capito un cazzo.
For engaging
non hai capito un cazzo.
The APA clearly says we
può
should
esserci un
not do so.
testimone esperto se richiesto dalla
Yes,
giuria.
I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical?
Sì o no?
Again, I am saying, you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I am saying as an expert witness, and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule, and we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
Certo che devi essere coglione a non...
Right?
That was initially for president, yes.
And the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, about my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual,
Stai facendo un gioco pericoloso.
Any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any
doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid.
Sta facendo un gioco pericoloso.
That do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you are saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is what you are, this is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it cannot be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes or no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking examination and, where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric
Così ti piace di più?
Correct? Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. If you want to cut the chase, psychiatric use is not a diagnosis of that.
Ha un dito
Narcissistic personality
visibilmente
trait
sfigurato.
is not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you just
rendered professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV, nor substance usage, nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically on the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious. So thank you. Go ahead. These were your words. I'm just saying them back how they're interpreted.
Okay. Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions,
Okay.
Dr. Speaker.
You are not rendering any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
In base a quello che hai appena detto? Scacco matto? Sento odore di culo
No, I
strappato?
probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personalities, or I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is
La faccia di uno che sa di aver
But if you
vinto.
want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes. And
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances? I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Chi se ne
Let's just say
frega?
he's already admitted to the diagnosis.
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, but when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Right. And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits, as opposed to the disorder, doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with the, if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct statement. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
All right, how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis of narcissistic personality disorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that one is has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IPV. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question I asked you and get an answer that's addressed to that question. Narcissistic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV, yes or no?
Yes.
And you've previously testified that there is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect.
You didn't testify to that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include, cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality falls under, is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Povera carriera di quest'uomo.
Is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and it would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B.
Che antipatico dire leggi. Quando dicono leggi io lo odio.
Per se, cluster B traits.
Quando uno dice leggi di più sull'argomento, quando uno insinua l'ignoranza dell'interlocutore, è una cosa che detesto. Lo detesto, assolutamente.
And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is, I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
Oh! Avete visto? Guardate l'indice. Guardate il suo indice.
You what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the questions.
Okay.
L'avete visto?
What it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the questions.
Okay.
So you want to talk about
Ciao.
cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder
Sono le due diagnosi di
is a
Amber.
risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But it
Less so. Less so. I mean,
cluster B.
it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
Che è quella di Amber.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that was just,
Non
that's all I was
importa,
asking.
non importa di chi parliamo.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are, and by the way, I testified this before, which was that, 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely, Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right?
Non ha neanche a metà.
Indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing
È ancora vivo?
diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations, under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
No.
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing evaluation, something you did not see, and I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about.
Non lo
do you
so,
know the rule?
Assassin.
I'm not a member of the
Ma deve
AMA,
essere
so
una
I-
goduria essere lì dal vivo.
Okay, move on. You don't know the rule.
No.
All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ma quanto sono preparati? Quanto sono preparati?
Baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What is the baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be what I have
Probabilmente.
seen him interact in public. I haven't seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay. Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like, I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed, I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. So, but no.
Questo zoppica quando arriva a casa.
Other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right.
Questo sta sanguinando dal culo.
A very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
Lo sai?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
Lasciamo che maceri questa cosa qua.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, you probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before. All right. So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering a professional opinion,
Yeah.
no.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Well, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a Goldwater.
So idiot is not a professional opinion? Mm-hmm. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
In my practice, in my practice? No, I don't describe people, my clinical cases as idiots, or patients as idiots, or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yes.
What I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay?
Non ti preoccupare, dopo questo non ce l'avrai comunque un lavoro, non ti preoccupare, non è una domanda, non è un dubbio.
That his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're
Pizza, vuoi venire a rubare a casa mia?
That's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
Né uno né l'altro, Pizza.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry.
È forse più brutale di quello di Amber questo, cioè lo sta distruggendo, lo sta rompendo.
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered
È peggio, vero?
was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
You mean me directly talking to him? Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked
to
him.
I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr.
Ti ho risposto,
Blaustein's
Pizza.
medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right.
Sa tutto.
It's an exam that basically is most often used for, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual, spatial, perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific.
Questo sta difendendo, ma sta rompendo.
Not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam, out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory is 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
Questo è un quadro
And
col
again,
tappe,
now
Depp.
that's- Again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using cocaine, and that would absolutely affect his memory, which is what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer,
but wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. Yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a...
Si picchia da solo.
All right. So you don't know, one way or the other, how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini-mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini-mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
let's talk a little bit
Non ha ancora
about
finito.
this word you kept using, correlation.
Io lo sapevo. Quando è andato a obiettare del fatto che lui fosse un esperto, lo sapevo che gliel'avrebbe fatta pagare. Questo è proprio sabbia e ghiaia.
You know the word, right?
yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same thing.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, means direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Like lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you've made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely there is. But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
Sono
0.05% chance
esterrefatto dal focus degli avvocati.
Eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that if they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what it tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
È un crimine di guerra.
Then they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sure!
Someone can abuse substances without
Intimate
ever
personal
IPV.
violence, violenza domestica.
Again, absolutely. But
Violenza da parte di uno molto vicino a
again, you
te.
are saying, different than what I said, I did not say abusing substances. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely.
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance
Domani
abuse
sarà un massacro,
disorder
Manuel.
who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's medical.
The answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, though, right? So we're talking about people who
Esatto,
don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to
Intimate
develop
personal violence, violenza da parte di una persona molto vicina a te.
To lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might. So
Right,
that's
but
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right.
Right.
You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier about narcissistic personality disorder, and you haven't made that diagnosis. You've just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, on that line,
Right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
There are more.
Tizio interrogato è un esperto che sta per zoppicare per un mese.
For borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder, correct, sir?
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies, say yes, show studies, say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Sì, Maldi. Intimate personal violence, violenza domestica, ragazzi, IPV di violenza domestica.
MDMA.
MDMA.
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote-unquote normal dose because, honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom?
Again, at lower dose, you are 100% right.
Sì,
At
ma
lower
fanno
amounts, you're
cacare,
100%
fidi.
right. It is an
Sono
antagonism.
tutti
You feel close to
scorretti.
people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warm to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it can be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
Ah, ci picchia!
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with, okay? You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not gonna happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect
Bravo, Dani.
at very low doses, or is it going to cause
Si chiama
mimetic
David Spiegel.
increase, it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talked about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stuff.
Cosa non hai capito, Fidi?
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA tablets and alcohol.
This is a potentially toxic combination. Right. Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
I hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon, and the thought was initially that because quetiapine is not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use
Fallita
disorder.
agli ultimi 6 millimetri,
No, it has street value.
ma ci siamo quasi.
For a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew
Dani.
at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that...
I think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described
È ripartita la stampa da capo, Fras. Sì, con qualche correzione.
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Un altro caricatore di sicurezza per quando faccio le gare.
if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Sarah Will do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Sarah Will do that ever.
Ma quando?
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes,
diretta, Sora.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its used for?
Post-it dove glielo mette in culo.
Its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Bene, ho dovuto cambiare quello, spero che funzioni ancora, ma vedremo.
You made reference to a
Comunque sono riuscito a togliere i supporti, come puoi vedere.
There's been testimony around that picture that Mr. Depp fell asleep with ice cream in his hand. That's not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay. You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp indicates that from time to time he uses an earpiece.
I read that, yes.
Okay.
Ok.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Wyatt, who told you what was being pumped into that earpiece?
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean, I think it was lines, right?
No, it was music.
It was music, not his line?
Yeah.
Okay.
So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, and that may have been that example, Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention.
Interessantissimo, è molto interessante questo palo nel culo che mi stai mettendo.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledge that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
E allora?
Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit?
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time, and I don't know. That could be said. It sounded to me to be unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every
quello che fai fatica a credere è la prova
Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I read, and the court
Dove?
review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
Right. And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh no, I used the past tense. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing. I will concede to you. I know
simpatico?
nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay.
Grazie. 3 ore.
Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right. How long is your return?
A bit. You may want to take.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not do any outside research. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody, okay? Lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do
Questo va a mangiare così.
any outside research. Do not.
Dov'è?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
For lunch then, ladies and gentlemen. Again, do not.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
So io. Mamma mia. Mamma santa. Che botte da orbi. Torno subito, boys. Il problema maggiore che avevo alla mia stampante era la fretta. Senza ombra di dubbio, adesso che ho rallentato le cose va tutto molto molto meglio. Chat, dobbiamo parlare di una cosa seria noi. Sapete già, vero? M28. Ha smontato... È stato peggio che Ember. Allanon, è stato peggio che vedere... Fabio, sì. Sì, la domanda è proprio quella. Lollo, grazie mille. Facciamo un sondaggino. Siamo 319, direi che è un campione abbastanza grande. Se c'è un moderatore che mi può aiutare a fare il sondaggino, vediamo un po' chi c'è. Gennaro, Luca? Per caso mi state sentendo? Riuscite a lanciare il sondaggio? Ah, adesso c'è l'extra. Ce lo fa il ricappone. Guarda, stamattina ha parlato un dottore che si chiamava Richard Moore, medico della mano, che però è stato che ha smentito la storia di Depp, ma è stato successivamente divelto da Camille, E adesso c'è questo David Spiegel, medico psichiatra, che è stato massacro, cioè è stato veramente peggio che Amber Heard. Mai visto una roba del genere. Non stiamo uccidendo Inox a tradimento. Non stiamo uccidendo Inox a tradimento. Inox ha raggiunto la bellezza di... Ora te lo dico. ...18 episodi. Quindi no, non stiamo tradendo Inox. Esci il sondaggio, Gennaro. Allora, non metto in dubbio che Inox sia un contenuto di qualità, che abbia il suo pubblico, che abbia la sua utilità e tutte quelle cose lì. Ma a questo punto del wipe... Mi dispiace però che l'ultimo episodio che ho fatto non è stato annunciato come l'ultimo. Non so se mi spiego. Comunque sì, alla fine è giusto così, mi piace. Ragazzi, ipotizzo una modifica e dopodiché provvedo a rendere pubblico il modello. Volevo fare una modifica. Io voto ma non abbandonarmi Tarko, va bene. Ragazzi, su Instant Gaming questi siti discutibili lo trovate a poco squad. Io l'ho pagato 22 euro. È universale, per cui lo rilascio per tutti quelli che hanno un fucile da cecchino con caricatori Accuracy International. Sto facendo la versione che stampa senza supporto. Non l'ho ancora fatta, Fixer, ma non è detto che non esca in futuro. Per quanto Dori Inox, vedere qualcosa di nuovo non è male, sono d'accordo con voi. Sapete, vero che facciamo la fine che abbiamo fatto con Daisy? Venerdì Kate Moss testimonia. Non è vero, venerdì ci sono le arringhe, non può testimoniare. È impossibile. Perché mi fa selezionare quella faccia? Perché non mi fa selezionare quella faccia? Chat? Facciamo così. Chiudi. Mercoledì, ok. Copy. Hmm. Ok, adesso me lo fa fare. Ora me lo fa fare. Nice. Nice. Tommy, grazie dei 13 mesi. Porca miseria quanto vola il tempo.
Bella kill ne respect, kill ne respect.
Grazie davvero. Che ne dite chat? Questa è la versione che stampa senza i supporti. Dov'è sto chamfer di merda? Trovato. Più o meno, ma non riesco. D'Alema rittissimo, sono contento. No, non funziona. Cancella. Cancella del tutto. Delete. Ops. Mm. Ok. Ok. Poco ortodosso, ma corretto. No, perché vengono già smussati? Ok. Mirror di questa feature sull'asse. Questo qua, perfetto. Ok? Perfetto. Quindi da qui, questo è tutto un gruppo. Rename no support. E questo dovrebbe essere il caricatore nuovo per non stamparlo senza supporti, per cui vi condividerò anche questo modello, così, e voi potete stamparvelo direttamente senza supporti. Che ne pensate? È comunque bello? Vi piace lo stesso? Anche se, cavo è più bello. Cosa vuol dire sega la tazza? Ah, sega tazza. No, mi piace però. Mi piace il progetto come è uscito. Ah, volevo provare anche a stamparlo così. Richiede molto meno supporto, solo lì in alto. Figo sto passaggio. Pieno, tu lo preferisci sinceramente, ma veramente? No, cavo è più figo. Comunque così non dovrebbe richiedere supporti. Mi piace tanto, mi piace davvero davvero tanto. Mi piace davvero tanto l'idea. Buono. Quanto manca? Ah, qua parlano. Vado a sentire cosa manca a me invece per mangiare, ok chat? Lì siamo al 45%. Se ne abbiamo ancora, cos'è, 4 ore che siamo qua? Non faccio la pausa, oggi vuol dire che il VOD sarà intero. Che bella la qualità di stampa rallentando un pochino, porca miseria. Che bella. Torno subito, ragazzi. Eccomi, scusate ragazzi, ma oggi non sto facendo la pausa perché tanto con questi tempi del processo non ci riesco a stare dietro una pausa, tanto vale andare dritto. È sfiancante, ma... Allora, dov'è il posto migliore per passarvi questa roba qua? Perché forse ho letto che Thingiverse non va più tanto forte, sbaglio? GitHub, no, ma forse ho letto che adesso... Ma no, ma sta roba parte d'arma, ma non è... Dovrebbe essere ok. Sì, un canale dedicato nel Discord, sì, ma so che Prusa, se non sbaglio, adesso ha rimodernizzato il sito e c'è una nuova piattaforma per passarsi gli asset 3D. Questa cosa che sto stampando, Rookie, è un caricatore da mettere in un'arma vera per segnalare che è sicura e non può sparare. Io faccio, non so da quanto segui il canale, ma vedo che sei abbonato. Comunque, faccio PRS, è una disciplina sportiva dove usi dei fucili da cecchino e ogni volta che finisci il tuo turno devi mettere in sicurezza l'arma e non toccarla più fino a quando non vieni chiamato nuovamente. Solitamente si usano queste menate qua, che sono delle bandierine che tu infili dentro la canna e quindi non può esserci un colpo in canna, ok? Però stavo pensando a una soluzione più più funzionale, più esteticamente appagante, quindi mi sono progettato questa roba qua. È una cosa che già esiste, non ho inventato nulla di nuovo, ma ecco, insomma, non ho inventato niente, ma questa è l'idea. Printables, eccolo lì, grazie, Printables, grazie mille. Era proprio quello a cui mi riferivo. Dai, lo carico qua sopra, mi faccio un profilo qui. Finora un massacro, Viatican, non ha chance di vincere la bionda. Ti vedo di più perché ti seguo la... Ok, ok, Rookie. Comunque niente, sto stampando appunto... Sto progettando e stampando questi caricatori finti che hanno lo scopo... Questo purtroppo doveva essere lui, ma è stato stampato male. Comunque hanno lo scopo di visivamente far vedere che non ci sono colpi dentro il caricatore, arma vuota, scarica. L'effetto finale dovrebbe essere questo. È incompleto, ma l'effetto finale è questo qua. No? In questo modo, se c'è questo caricatore dentro, non può esserci un caricatore dentro l'arma, non può esserci un colpo in canna, questo non si chiude. Quindi super sicuro finché non togli il caricatore e ne inserisci uno con le munizioni. E sto rilasciando i file in modo che voi possiate... Sì, arriva fin sopra. Te lo faccio vedere con questo che si innesta meglio. È impossibile chiuderlo, quindi finché c'è questo dentro la carabina è sicura. No, ma è già una cosa che fanno già, solo che la vendono 35 euro l'uno, io li stampo a 2 euro l'uno, quindi è una cosa carina da condividere secondo me, perché di solito invece la prassi è usare bandierine tipo questa, si infilano dentro la canna come ho appena fatto, e l'otturatore è libero di muoversi, ma non di chiudersi. Io gli ho legato un elastico perché di solito faccio così, per tenerlo fermo, però vedi che è una soluzione un pochino meno ortodossa, perché allora intanto posso comunque mettergli un caricatore. Sì, l'arma è sicura, ma qua dentro potrebbero esserci dei proiettili. Guarda. Dove ce l'ho il proiettile finto? Questo è un proiettile finto. Proiettile finto, ma entra tranquillamente. E io ho un caricatore con i colpi dentro, è vero con la bandierina, ma il fucile non deve avere mai i colpi dentro quando non sono nello stage. Poi quando te la devono togliere tu devi aprire, stare lì in bilico sullo stage, che ti tolgono la bandierina, tu infili l'altro caricatore sotto. Insomma, mi sembra molto più rifinita come esperienza una situazione dove sei così. No? E infatti la cosa che mi piace di più di tutti è che è super visibile perché hai tutta la camera arancione. Tutta la camera arancione, sta scrittona qua, safe. Quelli che ho visto già fatti sono di un marchio che si chiama MK Machining, se non sbaglio. Fanno accessori per il PRS, che è lo sport che faccio io, sì, l'ho trovato. Fanno, ecco, accessori per il PRS prototipati, stampati in 3D. Vedi tutte queste cose qua. Anche questo devo fare. A proposito, l'avete visto passare. Comunque, questa è tutta roba stampata in 3D. E anche l'estensione dei caricatori, tutte queste cose qua. E da qualche parte, vediamo se... Trovo l'Evers, devo vederlo. Che questo devo vederlo. Eccoli qua. Ecco qua. Savage Short Action e ICS. Questo è quello che fanno loro. Insomma. Ora, questo è incompleto, ma penso che non ci sia il minimo paragone come funzionalità tra quello e questo qua. O no? No! Non bisogna venderli e fare business. Costa 2005. Zambi. Non bisogna venderli e fare business. Arrivo! Non bisogna venderli e fare business perché all'università mi hanno insegnato quanto è importante l'open source. Quello che vale se io rendo pubblica una cosa del genere è il mio nome, non il prodotto. Il prodotto te lo possono anche rubare, ma la testa che c'era dietro il progetto no. Quindi tutti i file che ho creato per questa roba qua io li lascio in open source, così chi vuole se li può scaricare e prendere. E ecco, io devo fare una roba del genere per il mio mirino. Perché anch'io ho questo cazzillo. Quindi devo farmi una robetta del genere che ho assolutamente intenzione di fare. Quindi questa è la prossima cosa che ci facciamo. Chat. Comunque, il discorso dell'open source qual è? Questo c'è già. Sì, ok, ma non c'è per il mio mirino. Non lo fanno proprio per il mio mirino. Esatto, la proprietà intellettuale in queste cose è complessissima da provare, ma tu devi... prendete Elon Musk, ok? Elon Musk non rilascia le cose in open source, ma se uno pensa che se gli fottono la macchina elettrica Elon Musk diventa povero, non ha capito come funziona, perché il valore di Tesla è lui. Non è... Ah, guarda qua, guarda qua, guarda qua. Ah... Il valore di Tesla e Elon Musk non è la macchina, quindi è un esempio. Esatto, software brandizzati diversamente. È fake. È fake, sì. Comunque, siccome a me non è costato niente progettarlo, è stato un piacere per me. L'ho fatto in live, quindi comunque, se vogliamo, ho già monetizzato il mio lavoro tramite le dirette. La cosa più corretta è renderlo pubblico, è parte della nostra community e magari il guadagno che posso averne è maggiore traffico sulle mie piattaforme perché da qui nascono cose fighe, ok? E ci sono tutte le altre cose che volevo... Grazie mille, Fixer. Tante altre cose che volevo pubblicare, tipo i misurabossoli, poi ho lo strumento che uso per adattare le brugole alle Torx grosse quando devi chiudere i fucili con le chiavi americane. Poi abbiamo, vediamo, cos'altro abbiamo di bello? Vabbè, questo è semplicissimo, però portabossoli, insomma, tutte cose che abbiamo fatto, non costa niente metterle su una piattaforma, le condividiamo, le stampiamo tutti. Oh, la pipa! La pipa del pensiero! Ho queste piastre che ho fatto, che queste non sono funzionali e se la piego si spezza subito, ma sono il prototipo per quella vera. Quando finisco rilascio il design per chi se le volesse copiare. Oh, questa piastra per adattare un bipiede a una piastra arca. Queste robe qua di solito costano anche 80 euro, io la stampo per 60 centesimi e probabilmente la posso fare realizzare per 10 euro. Cosa, Rookie? Potresti metterlo ad un prezzo simbolico e donare il tutto per un badge per il sottoscritto. Vado a prendermi da mangiare, ciao. Fa un caldo, ragazzi, impressionante. Io mi sa che domani vado a scuola in moto e maglietta. Mi sudano le orecchie con le cuffie. Buon appetito, chat. Come sempre, scusate che vi mangio in faccia, ma... Gennaro, l'hai fatto per caso sondaggio di squad? Ero distratto. È un Remington 700. 70-20, cazzo. Gli altri lo sanno? Di poco? Ok. Avvisa tutti, Gennaro! No, ma non mi interessa. Magna che devo crescere già. Mica 50 persone. Lo conosci? L'ho visto su un video YouTube l'altro giorno. Ho visto che sta prendendo più piede di Thingiverse, sbaglio? Io caldissimo in sti giorni, chat. PRS, Fixer. Sexy, eh? Che figata, ste giornate che ho fatto qua, indimenticabili. Penso squad, Tommy. Lo conosco, Marco. Bellissimo, comunque, un'esperienza pazzesca. Inox non è finito. Ma ieri abbiamo scoperto squad ed è molto molto carino. Quando inizia il processo? Penso tra 10 minuti. Adoro Inox, ma in questo momento penso ci sia più contenuto da fare su squad. Di PRS e Zambi? Ti piacerebbe vedermi su Insurgency Sandstorm, dici tu? Questo? Questo qua? Ho già comprato! Ne abbiamo di roba da giocare, altro che... No stop, forse squad più tardi, Deep. Ancora chiacchierano questi. Arma nuovo l'ho visto. Oggi botte da orbi, oggi è bello divertente, tizio. Anche questo mi piacerebbe rigiocare con voi. Ce l'ho, ce l'ho. Ce l'ho, ce l'ho. Quello è un omofficida. Lo proverò, Mirko. Però vi devo dire una cosa. Con Squad, la tentazione di memare urlando cose di attualità era forte. Ieri è stato duro a non farsi bannare. Sai che non lo so perché non l'ho mai finito, Avo. Non so cos'è, Filippo. Un bell'urlo goliardico mentre spari con il love. Per i meme, ovviamente. Per i meme, eh. Zambi l'ho visto anche dal vivo perché tantissimi nel girone di competizioni che faccio ce l'hanno. È bello, però quando chiudo l'otturatore e sento le aquile che riecheggiano in cielo per l'acciaio Wisconsin della canna del Remington, mi sciolgo. Le cose migliori, esatto. Hai presente il nome Abracadabra? No, 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 io mi... Slava, secondo me era meglio. Sembra leggero, non lo è più o meno come il mio. Il mio codice amico non lo so. Hell let loose, dite. No, qua da giocare abbiamo 7 Days to Die che non ve l'ho mai fatto vedere, figo. Poi Batman Arkham VR, mai giocato. Doom, mai finito, giocato 3 ore. Door Kickers, questa è tanta roba. Strategico al massimo. Elden Ring non l'abbiamo finito, porca miseria a me. Insurgency Sandstorm, Hitman Absolution, Long Dark, Metal Gear The Solid Phantom Pain, mai finito. Se me lo spoilerate vi spezzo le gambe. Zomboid l'abbiamo giocato, Ready or Not l'abbiamo assaggiato un pochino. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts, me lo sono comprato, vorrei giocarlo. E insomma, ricomincia il processo, dovremmo esserci. Finisce di parlare questa Karen e rinizia. No, no, nessuno, mai portato. No, ne abbiamo, ne abbiamo. Io odio tutti, odio la vita, odio Twitch, odio il processo, odio il 23 maggio, odio lunedì. Pino, stai tranquillo. Non puoi andare peggio dell'esperto di prima. Ghost Recon Wildlands? No, non l'ho mai giocato. Questo penso che sia carino, Sniper contro... Vediamo un po'. Questo è trashissimo. Questo è il trash puro. Che merda. Wow. Wow. Ciao Fixer, grazie dei regali. Li ho comprati apposta. Li ho comprati apposta, Mariello. Ho capito, Pino. In che senso? Ah, perché non hai finito, ho capito. E questo squad, che dire, ci è piaciuto. Che cartone? Ha un pigiamino? Ho provato Contract Wars, ho giocato una vita su Contract Wars. E poi ho giocato un po' ad Air Ops, che ce l'abbiamo qua. Abbiamo magneti di che? Un 30 ore, giusto? Filippo. Oh! Eccoci qua. Vediamo chi verrà massacrato. Ah, c'è ancora il tizio logorroico, vero? Pino, c'ho l'Evasion venerdì. Non hai mai provato? Ho giocato a Ghost Warrior 2, credo. Ma Mariello, ieri in 2 secondi abbiamo riempito 2 squadre, cioè non ti preoccupare, adesso se prende piede con la live, se... Guarda, te lo dico fuori dai denti, ieri abbiamo fatto quasi 400 spettatori, gli stessi numeri di Tarkov con squad. Se le cose continuano così, ma tranquillamente facciamo le stanze su Discord per giocare tutti insieme. No, Viatican oggi hanno spaccato di controesamini fighissime. Oggi sembra proprio di vedere un episodio di Better Call Saul. C'è già stanza su Discord? Da quanti, Shumi? Sniper Elite è quello nella seconda guerra mondiale, Super Matsu. Se sì, ho giocato anche quello. Scam, penso di sì. Sei in tempo, inizia a scaricare adesso. Alle 11 iniziamo. Raccontate, è salito un esperto psichiatra che penso che adesso stia sanguinando dall'ano. Pino. È vero che è fighissimo giocarlo col VoIP in gioco, ma bisogna coordinarsi almeno per entrare nello stesso server tutti insieme, no? Ti capisco, il Viatical. Quello che si calava Gatorade, sì, ma questo perde la licenza, cioè è fottuto, ragazzi, è fottuto. Va bene, Checco? Come sta andando il processo? Deve ancora riprendere, ma è un omicidio finora. Devo finirlo anch'io, Mariello. Ma di update, Miki? Sta rovinando famiglie, è vero? Comunque, mi piace tantissimo aver iniziato a scrivere sulle stampe. Oh...
All right, welcome back, everybody, to our live Q&A session as we are currently in a lunch break in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Once it starts up, right behind me, we will jump live once again. You won't miss a minute, but we're taking your questions
quanto
right
dura?
now on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, email, Facebook.
Ma quanto dura la pausa? Scusate, quando riprendono? Quando riprendono, chat? Bella la maglia che indosso. Grazie. Compralo su un sito di chiavi, lo paghi 20 euro. Mau, l'ho fatto 10 volte. Hanno testimoniato 2 dottori, sono stati divelti dagli avvocati di Depp. Ai capelli non si leggeva tutto. Punto esclamativo merce. Quanto costa la maglia? Le maglie le ho messe tutte a 19,90, 20 euro e questa forse costa 22 o 23 perché è stampata a fronte retro. Sì, un pochino sì, Dilp, sono un filo grandi, ma proprio un filino. Questa che ho preso è una M e mi veste giusto. Nel frattempo che cazzo facciamo? Chat. Potevo mettere... Ma quando inizia, scusa? 19... Non dovrebbe iniziare adesso? Rallenta poi, Scam. Rallenta, te lo assicuro. Aggiorna squad, ma dovrebbe aver già fatto, eh? Come faccio ad aggiornarlo? Ah, è già aggiornato? A posto. Ve l'ho detto, ragazzi, il mio computer è praticamente permanentemente acceso. Anzi, possiamo scaricare... Quanto spazio abbiamo? 180 giga liberi. Già che ci siamo. Già che ci siamo. Sai che non ho mai giocato a nessun Insurgency? Ho già provato la versione beta di cura, sì, mi sono trovato molto bene, ce l'ho aperta qua. Molto molto figo. Anche se non l'ho stampato così, l'ho stampato in verticale. Erano belli gli Insurgency, Shumi. Lo sto stampando così adesso il caricatore. Ha fallito gli ultimi 6 mm, Moican lo sto ristampando con qualità ancora più alta, ma non siamo... Siamo a metà adesso, ce ne abbiamo ancora per un buon 5 ore. Perché non orizzontale? Perché è leggermente trapezoidale e preferisco avere i layer orientati in questo modo. Forse è un errore perché sicuramente sono debole su questa longerone qua. Ma, in teoria... Perché ha fallito, è comunque resistente sulla tangenza. Ha fallito perché a un certo punto... Ha fallito perché, ve lo faccio vedere. Quando è arrivato qui... Sale, sale ancora. Quando è arrivato qui... Questi angoli hanno fatto dei riccioli all'insù. L'estrusore muovendosi ne ha agganciato uno e ha strappato il caricatore dal piatto e l'ha staccato. Quindi adesso l'ho stampato con un brim sotto che lo dovrebbe tenere incollato. Purtroppo è stato un piccolo incidentino di percorso. Comunque, stampato così che mi chiedevate. Oi. No, Lord. C'hai comunque supporto qua sotto, ma il caricatore è trapezoidale, quindi mentre un lato mi viene piatto, l'altro mi viene tutto storto. E non mi piace tantissimo. Questa cosa qua non mi fa impazzire. Per questo motivo l'ho stampato dritto. Supporto con cosa lo fai? Col materiale stesso. Se ti fa dei capelli spessi che salgono casualmente. In che senso, Moican? Ah, ho capito, stesso discorso. Essendo inclinato qua sotto, la parte sopra verrebbe tutta seghettata e invece come l'ho stampato io viene lineare nei punti che conta. Facendo così è tutto più resistente, senza dubbio, ma anche come l'ho stampato io non è male. L'errore sarebbe stamparlo per dritto, quello sì. Che storia, Drain, veramente? Sale inclinato? Ma l'arriccio che ti raccontavo, Moican? Esatto, esatto, Miki. Oh, hanno finito questi. Quanto manca? Moican me lo fa tutte le volte che ho pochi supporti comunque. È normale. Quando materiali caldi con pochi supporti si arricciano su di loro. Figo, Drain. Sì, è un'opzione la carta vetrata, ma è un'opzione noiosa. Processo, siamo ancora in pausa. Sto aspettando che inizino, ma si fanno desiderare. Ancora chiacchierano, guarda lì sotto. Ciao Beppe! Comunque un caldo, ragazzi. Scaricati 7 giga, perfetto. Io credo di aver scaricato Sniper Ghost Warrior. Sì. Motorcycle Mechanic Simulator, mai aperto. Vampire Survivor invece è un gioco della Madonna, ragazzi. Una bomba di gioco. Ora che riprendiamo il processo, riprendiamo con il redirect del tizio e poi chissà chi passa dopo. Qualcuno di voi sa già chi sarà il testimone di oggi, l'altro? Io 28 gradi come te, però 50% di umidità. Si sta male, nessuno. Com'è il pranzo? Hai digerito bene? Digerito bene il pranzo? Sì, Umbre.
All right, maybe seated. Your next question or redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, you
Sono
were
pronto
asked
con le
about
obiezioni.
whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes.
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And
Overruled.
and then in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court
Lo vedo
for
sbattuto.
Mr. Depp to be
Voi no?
submitting to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
È molto
Yes.
più, è molto più
And now
pacato
Mr.
adesso,
Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
First kill.
Is that your understanding?
First kill.
That is my understanding of it. yes.
Okay.
Cambiato
now,
tono di voce,
when
cambiato
counsel for
tutto.
Mr.
L'ha
Depp was reading to you the
spaccato in
Goldwater
due.
rule. There were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower. And that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on, quote,
Okay.
publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed
No, ancora no,
in this
Sun.
case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes,
And his deposition was marked confidential?
yes,
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
yes.
Objection leading.
And,
I'll sustain.
okay, what
Double
labeling
Double!
was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay, so that, in fact, does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions that were put.
Objection leading.
I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, or have you rendered
Ma non l'ho
any
ascoltato.
opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available records.
Thank you.
No, dai.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic traits and your diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had
Comunque
that disorder.
sembra
Do you recall
veramente
that
che sia
testimony?
passato in lavatrice sto
All right,
tizio.
and the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Yes.
What, if any,
È
record
una
evidence
persona
was there
completamente
that Mr.
diversa.
Depp requires admiration?
È una persona
very people that
diversa.
surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment.
Chiuso
or
su
his,
se stesso,
working
fermo, concentrato.
The second one that you
Minchia.
discussed was sense of entitlement. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. What record evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
È un uomo
So,
rotto.
again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was, in my opinion, very entitled.
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
To be able to commit intimate partner violence and the control
Mr.
of
Burns.
someone.
I'm sorry?
Can I be heard?
Okay.
Altra obiezione? È un multi-kill o torniamo a zero? Io c'ho il dito pronto. Minchia, com'è cambiato, chat. È andata?
To give the record evidence
SPQR, grazie dei
Mr.
13.
Depp's,
Grazie mille.
lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes. Am I allowed to elaborate?
Yes,
Okay.
just a little different than what you said before.
Okay.
Can
so
I be heard?
If
Ora pesa molto di più le parole.
So, I'll make it more direct. So if you're not
Sì, Wolf.
agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So off and on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
Sì.
All right. Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that Ms. Heard
Porca puttana, com'è diverso.
that beyond what she has, and the jealousy parts of.
Guardate com'era 2 ore fa.
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of
Guardate com'era 4 ore fa.
Throughout, occurs always throughout the years.
Attento, non
Now,
finisce
are
neanche la
you a member
domanda.
of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Guarda adesso.
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp
So-
exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait.
È un uomo
and basically what that
distrutto.
means will be that
È veramente
combination
sbattuto.
of poor self-control,
and rapid mood states is fragile self-esteem.
È ancora vivo, ma a malapena.
So it would go into the line of cluster B rather than per se narcissistic.
All right, now we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissistic traits?
Objection, Your Honor. No foundation.
I'll sustain the objection.
È un ultra kill, ci siamo, eh? Ne fa 6 di fila. Siamo quasi all'unbelievable.
We're asked about the cluster B, and counsel for Mr. Depp came back and said, are you aware Ms. Heard has
Esatto,
been
Dani.
diagnosed with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder? Now, you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
What, if any,
Come è cambiato il
evidence was there
tono,
that Connie
ragazzi.
Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic
Come è
personality
cambiato
disorder?
il tono.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
It's beyond the scope.
It's not
Overruled.
Thank you.
No, ha perso la
So, if I
streak.
could start, Ms. Jacobs
Ha perso la streak.
demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline or otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's records.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you
Riparte.
also reviewed
First
the
kill.
the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Colonel Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What if any evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed all of Don Hughes' records and her testing, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note-taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
Overruled.
Ma si continua. Attento,
And
cioè,
you also
c'è
reviewed
Camille da
Dr.
battere.
Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
Questo sta pensando che i soldi che gli hanno promesso non sono abbastanza, Mau.
Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder
Objection.
or histrionic personality disorder.
She had traits she did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
All right. Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife
Questo torna a
syndrome.
casa, si fa per scrivere
What
l'extasi
is
da
your
solo.
experience with battered wife syndrome, sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD, and if you hear some of them, you'll see why people
Non penso che facciano il contro interrogatorio. Questo è il redirect e poi ha finito, Umbre.
Even if it's not upon reminders of abuse, such as getting ready to use something,
Hanno
use a substance or something.
mutilato questo qua che sta parlando
They do
adesso.
have
Chiudo.
hyperarousal, they do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoiding symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly
Gli avvocati di JD l'hanno spezzato in due.
intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality
Sono
disorder.
eccezionali, sono davvero
Those
eccezionali.
description and traits that were there.
Loro tengono una decina di ore, mentre Amber penso che si sia dimezzata le ore a disposizione con sto tizio.
Battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Facilmente
Thank you.
dimezzato le
Now,
ore.
you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner
C'è la
violence.
signorina,
She had a
è
chance
qua.
to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what if anything did she find?
Sustained.
All right.
First
Tell
kill.
the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
I reversed those. Let me do it
Double
again.
kill.
È una double.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of...
In che senso,
Objection, Your
Gennaro?
Honor.
What's the objection?
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that.
I'll
Your Honor.
sustain the objection.
Multi-kill.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion
Va per
was,
l'ultra
what,
kill.
if anything, did Dr. Banks say
Riuscirà a
about
ottenere un
what was
fantastic?
reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed the...
Quest'uomo è un pozzo di conoscenza, più che altro.
To save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks.
Stanno smontando sto tizio, stanno spaccando in due.
Facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp...
Objection, hearsay.
Ultra?
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately was. He's entitled to it. That's my.
You can rely on hearsay, but you just can't state the hearsay. So you can rely on it.
All right.
Ultra
What, if
kill.
anything, did
Kill.
Mr. Depp do in response?
Vai
Mr.
per il
Depp
fantastic.
said nothing when Ms. Heard accused him of intimate partner violence.
Lo
Mr.
so,
Depp said
Tommy, l'ho fatto
And what is the
apposta, l'ho fatto
Objection,
apposta.
hearsay.
Sustain
Ce
the
l'ha!
objection.
What is the significance of that?
significant.
Dai che ce l'ha!
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Unbelievable.
All right, we'll move on. You were asked about MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
Yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right, from Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard.
Farà Unbelievable Plus,
Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Hearsay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up
Paura?
1828? It's already in evidence.
Se fosse il dito devo solo fare attenzione perché 18.000 eccetera, 1800 è il dito.
And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. I'm going to,
Hai
this is
ragione,
one
Umbre.
of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could
Okay.
be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation.
Ce l'ha.
Speculation.
The foundation's already been laid, Your Honor. That's.
Sustain the objection. Next
Unbelievable.
If you look at the painted canvases on
È in
this one,
streak.
what, if any,
È in streak.
evidence is that reflecting behaviors
Tra un po' c'è la nuke.
indicative of taking a lot of
Tra un po' c'è la
MDMA,
nuke.
cocaine, and alcohol?
Objection, speculation, no foundation.
It's the same question.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable Plus 3.
You testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
È in streak di
Okay, could you
8.
tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, destruction of property is
An enemy is annihilating.
psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829?
Ho paura.
And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this
Ma che senso ha sta
reflect
roba?
as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that, one, that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse.
Ma è nuova,
They're trying to be intimidating.
Perché copro? Perché ho paura sia il dito
Objection,
mozzato.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Ha perso la streak.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without coke, without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830, I guess? And that's already been admitted into evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published. And what, if any, evidence...
Ah, la foto dove lei non ha scritto niente. Venerdì si cambia.
Behavior indicative of IPV perpetration.
Again, this is intimidation, psychological abuse, where you're solely trying to emotionally...
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
Okay, if you want.
Si avvicinano. Quale comando? Mi sa di sì. Quindi oggi il terzo testimone è Johnny. Se Johnny mi salva la giornata. Se sono dei video penso che mi scoppiano le balle. La vecchia sbilenca. Minchia, ma quest'uomo è di una cultura spaziale, veramente.
Dr. Spiegel, if you can answer the question, what, if any, evidence is this correlating to the
Ma
risk
sai che stavo
factors for
pensando? Ma
IPV?
quando finisce sto processo che cazzo facciamo,
Again,
Dadele?
I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the evidence
strike.
of risk factors, if you can.
The evidence of risk factor would be,
È già una multi,
accepting more than average a degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting canvases?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. You can take that down now. Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications. Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301.
Ma 301 dovrebbe essere safe.
And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel, 50 mg? Can you just tell,
Objection, hearsay.
can you just tell the I mean, I haven't finished asking the question. Yeah. So,
let's approach.
Okay.
Urca, urca. Vediamo se ritorna con l'ultra kill. Non lo so più, non mi ricordo. Sono d'accordo con te, Lord. Anzi, magari scrivere era il suo modo di sfogare un istinto violento che lo avrebbe portato a fare qualcosa di peggio, per cui si è sfogato tramite l'arte, e sono pienamente d'accordo con te su quello. Il fatto che lui abbia scritto in giro non c'entra un cazzo, specialmente considerato che tutto quello che era intorno a lui è suo, quindi non esiste rovinare la proprietà quando è tutto suo. Lui può dare fuoco alla casa, che cazzo gliene frega, è sua. Perché a volte devono chiarire proprio, devono discutere un attimo. Ce l'abbiamo riassuntino. Hanno testimoniato in due, uno smentito e questo qua lo stanno distruggendo. Di nuovo, nulla di fatto per Amber.
Michelle, can you scroll up just so I can see all of them at the same time? Thank you. So, Dr. Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of Seroquel, 25 milligrams
No, sono
of
mega
Seroquel,
once.
and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50 all in one day, how would that impact them?
So, obviously, this is not for sleep, because presumably
Mega,
not wanting to sleep
15 mega pint of Seroquel.
and 4 to 6.
Le mega pinte.
What I would say is he's using it for one purpose, as I say, with substance use disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just as a down to relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's more than the prescribed for adults and children, for that matter, the combination makes very little sense at all to me.
And if a person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurontin,
Ma lui lo sa che la sua credibilità è a zero?
4 times a day and 600 later in the day, how would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about. Gabapentin doesn't have a psychiatric indication other than, actually doesn't have a psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down. And it, as I may have intimated before, similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also abusable. Similar to quetiapine, Seroquel is also abusable. So you're getting these kind of unusually calming effects from these medicines, while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. And for the record,
Ma immagino,
adults are only indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now in ADHD,
ma è veramente un cazzaro, cioè non riesco a credere una parola di quello che
what this is
dice.
being used for, clearly based on the combination, no.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
Questo tizio è un pirla.
Now, you were asked about Mr. Depp passing out. Do you recall reading testimony of Mr. Depp passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay. Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I mean, for the record, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream on you is a...
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled. Keep going.
I don't think taking Seroquel at night and falling asleep with ice cream on you is not what Seroquel is indicated for. It's not meant to put you out in a state where you don't even be able to stay awake to put ice cream away.
Ma torniamo al
Michelle, if
discorso.
you can pull up defendants 1090.
Ok, va bene. Lui si è addormentato perché prendeva il sonnifero. E quindi? Questo è un processo di abuso.
To the jury, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel.
E quindi?
Does this look like, I mean, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors
Dormiva.
with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely knocked out, and it's usually only one way someone gets knocked out that badly, and that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed, they don't sleep with their head on a game box in a furniture. That doesn't happen to people who sleep, no matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past, and I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
It's just explained, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Michelle, can you pull up 1095, please?
Ma perché? Perché stiamo perdendo tempo così?
And and I'm going to
Ma
ask you the same
quanti
question, Dr.
cazzari ci
Spiegel.
sono nel mondo comunque?
What, if anything, does this indicate relating to risk factors for IPV?
Abuser!
Again,
Monster!
Colloquially passed out, and there's very
È un
few
mostro.
ways to get like that without pharmacological
Dovreste
assistance.
vedermi la mattina, chat.
Legal or illegal, and or illegal.
And then let's pull up 1094, please, Michelle. Defense, and that's also been admitted.
Ragazzi, voi non sapete, la mattina la mia ragazza sta venendo a casa mia a svegliarmi, sta mezz'oretta con me e io sono
What,
uno
if any indication
zombie.
does this have?
Probably could see how I could mistake
Objection.
C'ha la mano in tasca.
Speculation, no foundation.
What, if any, correlation, what, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative
Sì,
with the
tutte le
risk
mattine.
factors for IPV?
Again, this proves one of the
Sono
major
stato
risk
molto
factors
peggio
and
di così.
precipitating factors for intimate partner violence.
Objection,
You are a
move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
Cancellato tutto quello che ha detto.
We'll just move on. You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them both
Ma anch'io,
testifying that
super.
Mr. Depp
Ma
had
poi
someone
stiamo
on
parlando di lui
salary
che abusava
to
di
feed
lei
him
e
his
le
lines?
foto più
Yes.
incriminanti che sono lui con la ciotola di
You
gelato.
testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you find any evidence that Amber Heard exhibited conduct or behaviors indicative or consistent
No,
with
perché
any
non
of the
gli
risk
faceva le
factors for
foto?
perpetrators of IPV?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Well, it was suggested with the borderline personality.
Sustained.
Okay.
Sustained.
But you did find that for Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record
Adoro
evidence
quando
that
il
Mr.
giudice
Depp
si
had a
ripete.
substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
Cazzo, le kill mi ho
Did any of the
dimenticato.
questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Accolta.
Nothing there, no, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or
Dopo il
certainty?
cazzo che ha preso ha avuto il
Thank you
coraggio
very
di
much,
dire
Dr.
che la sua opinione non è cambiata. Dopo
Sir, you
il
can
cazzo che ha
have a seat in the
preso.
courtroom, or you're free to go. Thank you.
Zoppica
All right, your next
adesso.
witness.
My next witness is Catherine Arnold.
E chi è?
Arnold.
Ok? Chi è questa?
Swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case with counsel as well. Thank you.
Perché ho la sensazione che anche lei verrà smontata? Occhio, perché secondo me è un uomo.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Occhio.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Catherine Arnold.
All right. And what is your profession?
I am an entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
Okay. And can
Oh,
you please tell
un'altra.
the jury your educational background?
Expert witness sono
So,
tutti pagati per essere lì.
I've been in the entertainment
Expert
industry
witness
for
sono testimoni
over 20 plus
professionisti
years.
pagati
I
per essere
started,
lì.
As
Amber ha
an assistant
dovuto
at
pagarli
ACM, which is one of the
per avere
largest
qualcuno.
talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors. After that, I went into development of
Esiste? Certo
film
che
and
sì.
television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows.
Non è che li,
and
non è che li
feature
paghi per
films based
testimoniare a
on
tuo
Wall Street,
favore, li paghi per
animated
testimoniare
product, like toys.
imparzialmente,
And then
però
I
li
went
paghi
to
per il
work,
loro tempo lì. E
with
come
a
chiama?
company
Sono
called
periti,
the
ragazzi, in
Peters
Italia sono i
Company. And
periti.
Peters was, at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los
Sono i
Angeles.
periti.
They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and brought directors.
I'm an
and talent
expert
to the
witness,
project.
gli avvocati.
I then went on to
Gli statali dell'ASL.
work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So I found the material, I would get the financing, I would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independent financed or financed by
Ne avranno solo più 4,
like
penso, Amber.
Disney and Paramount and such as that. That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that I produced, one of them won, called The Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called the Crystal Award.
All right. And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that time, in between those jobs, I also worked in the corporate world. So large studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and CBS would need corporate videos for their live events. So I would interview executives and interview their talent and then edit the piece together.
Smonta pure, guardate come armeggia lui dietro. Guardate come, cioè, sembra Doctor Strange sul pianeta di Thanos.
And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what if
Squad invece, Scollo, mi sa.
Abbiamo
votato prima 70-20.
So early on in my career, I worked at the Los Angeles
Guarda come cazzo, ma sembra Doctor Strange.
And I worked in the licensing department where we handled the licensing of the Olympic logo. And we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the license of the logo.
70-20 no percentuale, 70 votanti e 20 votanti, poteva essere 3-1, 70-20.
The 2 years prior to the Games and then during the Games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Film festival.
Well, I've had films in festivals. I've actually been very lucky to travel the world and gone to a lot of festivals with my films.
Ormai è la terza volta che lo vediamo oggi. Fanno la tiritera per dire ok, lei è qualificata, la voglio come esperta.
To raise sponsorship funds for the Sundance Film Festival. They had a new program that they were starting to do online festivals, and so I raised about $500,000 for them in about a month.
Questo è il principale.
All right, and do you have a degree, a college degree?
10.
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a bachelor's degree in economics.
What does your current consulting practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate
sto solo aspettando che dicano obiezioni.
It's a business is very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Sì.
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been involved in somewhere between 85 and 100 cases as an expert from beginning stages.
Hanno la lista di quelli disposti a testimoniare.
Have you ever testified as an expert on damages and defamation cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation?
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Almost all my cases have some form of damage.
Ragazzi, ma veramente questa è gente che vive di questo,
economic damage related to the case. So I
è
would
gente
say
che vive di
all the cases
questo.
that I've testified in. I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50, so I spent half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Metà del suo tempo lavorativo lei fa questo di lavoro.
Qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
All right, any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role
Grazie mille,
here
Simi.
as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to, or claims of damages, and you're also going to be
I rider
testifying
sulle House,
to
penso
Amber
3-4
Heard's damages,
massimo.
correct?
Massimo 4, noi ne abbiamo trovati
I'm
3.
going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Che senso
okay?
ha? Non hanno nient'altro,
With
Grauto.
respect to Mr. Depp's claimed damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the
Un'altra
Washington Post
esperta.
that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities.
Ragazzi, lo
because of
sapete
the
che è
op-ed
capace che
piece
prende
specifically?
$5.000 per chiacchierare,
And
vero?
have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with
Figurati,
the date of
Prince,
the op-ed,
li ho trovati solo
to
a
November
stazione.
2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I reviewed the pleadings of the case, the complaints, the discovery items, the responses to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, you know, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilized some entertainment industry-specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case.
Lo sai che sei fottuta, vero?
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
Well, Mr. Depp has had an extraordinary
Comunque
career
penso
over many
massimo
years,
4,
so
Prince.
it's a long one to look at. Obviously, he was a rising star in the late 80s and in the 90s, starting with 21 Jump Street, and you've heard, you know, all the films that I'm sure he's been in. He really started to break through when he worked with Tim Burton, the director, and of course, his character Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean was, you know, world renowned. And probably his biggest role. And he was, you know, a well-liked, both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior and
Mi sa che avete fatto, non ho letto la domanda, ma mi sa che è la stessa cosa che chiedo io, cioè lei, ok, ha fatto questo lavoro, ma non a livello di Depp.
Interfere with what we would say, what everybody saw was his great talent. And it started, you know, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really in the mid-2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you in her deposition, it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to work with him, given the issues that he was having with both behavior, tardiness, drinking, and the drug abuse, and, you know, other issues in his personal life. So it got more complicated for her to find him work, and I think it got harder for production companies and studios to hire him due to the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your review of all the record evidence?
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010. The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express. In around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
She's answering the career downturn, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Thank you. In 2014, when Mr. Depp appeared in the Hollywood Film Awards, Ms. Jacobs received many phone calls from both producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what was going on with
ma
her
è quello che dico io,
why,
cioè
you know, what's going on with his behavior.
bello, ricco, famoso, gentile, che cazzo vuoi di
And then I think it really
più?
started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature, and then it got harder and harder.
Now, based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Objection.
Ma
no foundation.
sono d'accordo. No, ma sono d'accordo, no foundation.
Based on your analysis, what has caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Ma chi è lei per dirlo? Sono d'accordo, no
I realize you
foundation.
said a number of those, so just, is there anything else?
Sure. Well, we've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought to light various issues with respect to whatever that lawsuit was about, whether it was about, you know, erratic behavior,
Ma sta
or
leggendo
domestic
anche lei?
abuse, or drugs and alcohol, and even spending habits. So every time a lawsuit
Ma
has
sta
been
leggendo?
filed, the press and the publicity has just been charged up and brought everything back to light, and it's been an unfortunate problem on that level for the industry to continue to work with him, even though all this is
Ho
out.
capito che non è uno stinco di santo, ma che ha fatto?
For the films that were shortly before Pirates 5, how successful were they? We're talking Mordecai.
Perché non è uno stinco di santo? Perché si droga?
I think you testified to some of those. The Lone Ranger, Tonto.
Right.
Perché si droga? Che non è... Non capisco, perché non è uno stinco di santo?
Of course, Mr. Depp has had some obviously extremely successful films, but also in the 4 or 5 years prior, and, through Pirates, there were films that didn't do well at all and were considered what the industry calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence,
Ciao, zio.
the Lone Ranger.
I problemi con droga e alcol non sono una buona cosa, ma non cambiano il fatto che magari tu sei perfettamente educato e amorevole con le persone che ti stanno intorno.
Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan?
Non sono d'accordo, chat.
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer, and he didn't show up. Apparently he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Okay. Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can,
okay. So the Brooks
Sono d'accordo, Armstrong, ma in ogni caso, ragazzi, se io come streamer faccio tutto quello che devo fare e vi offro il contenuto che volete e insegno all'università, eccetera, eccetera, a voi che cazzo ve ne frega di cosa faccio nel mio tempo libero?
I don't know exactly what happened to that.
È chiaro il mio punto di vista.
However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately it came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So in 2018, and I'm going to say before the op-ed on December 18, 2018,
Right.
was there any
Gennaro.
negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in
Esatto,
the limelight
Zarro.
and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So
Ci offendiamo.
after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter.
Senza
and,
contare che i
one
suoi
in the Rolling
problemi di
Stone. So in
abuso magari
2017,
derivano da
there
qualcos'altro
was an article
che
in the
una
Hollywood
persona
Reporter
più
where the
empatica
journalist
avrebbe
discussed- I think
saputo
the article was
risolvere.
called Pirates of the Caribbean,
No,
the diminishing
Filippo, mai
returns
nella
of
vita.
Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the
Idem
other
anch'io,
previous
Assassin.
Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some
Non
discussion
possiamo
that the
giudicarlo
character-
non uno stinco di santo per quello,
think
cioè alla
you
fine
should
faceva del male a se
explain
stesso.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on
Mi son perso il boom,
diminishing returns
Dani.
of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Okay. And you said, and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
Ma
It
certo,
performed
Andrea.
less well by over $200 million.
Okay. What, if any, other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2017, 2018, before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was
Bella,
a Rolling
hombre.
Stones article that was an in-depth expose
Bella,
on
hombre.
Mr. Depp's life. Again, his erratic behavior, the money he was spending on wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negative.
Sustained.
All right. What, if any, knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article?
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad, and I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones magazine.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Prossimo film di Depp sarà un incasso
Was there any
pazzesco, sono
more
sicuro di
articles
questo, Tank.
about the Pirates of the Caribbean prior
Johnny
to
Depp ha
the
vinto in
op-ed
ogni caso.
in December of 2018?
There was an
Adesso
article
killerà di
on
nuovo.
October 28th, the Hollywood Reporter, October 28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to 2 writers.
Lei
of
invece
the
ha smesso
film,
di
and they were
lavorare.
talking about
Objection,
rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general, she's not.
Approach.
Ah, cipigna. Esatto, Assassin. Cioè, è un processo. Questo processo si basa su Johnny Depp che accusa la moglie, ex moglie, di diffamazione dicendo che chiamandolo violento, picchiadonne, pervertito, tutte le cose che ha detto, ha rovinato la sua immagine e la sua carriera per un danno che ammonta a $50 milioni. Non che lui facesse uso di droghe, non che lui dormisse, non che lui fosse in ritardo al pranzo coi suoceri. No, non c'entra un cazzo tutta sta roba. Il succo della questione è: Amber dice che lui picchia le mogli. Questo gli ha rovinato la carriera. È vero che lui picchia le mogli? Sì, ha ragione Amber. No, ha ragione Johnny. Fine. È inutile dire che abusa di droghe, è inutile dire che la carriera era una merda, è inutile, è inutile. Sì, lo so, faccia. Oltraggio alla legge, credo? Ostruzione della legge?
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Okay. So in October 28th, the article was called,
Esatto,
the article was
Giugiu.
about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Ma poi dal momento che abbiamo visto che
Including
Amber
without-
falsifica le foto,
Please
fine.
continue.
In the article in October 2018 was
Faccia da
about
vacca, man.
whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp. And that was regarding 2 writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one I'd like to talk
go ahead,
about.
please.
So there was another article, there was an expose on the president and production. It was also in the Hollywood Reporter. And this is the one that Mr. Marks, Mr. Depp's expert, pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say...
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually printed in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood
Non vedo
Reporter
l'ora di vedere le
wrote.
conseguenze, Tank.
They were on
Comunque
the same
vada.
morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And
Sì,
the one that
Gennaro.
was 2 days later was the same article, just online?
Same article, it was just online, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if anything, was there about press in 2018
Parla per
relating
lei,
to the
Pagata.
Sun and Dan Wooten and any litigation that
Right,
Mr. Depp
so-
was bringing?
Ti sta masticando il
So a lot
microfono
of press
questo
was
giga
about the
chat.
UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time
Sai che
it
non
was
lo so,
filed
Mickey.
and throughout as documents were being shared with the
How
public,
dare you.
and then of course during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Again in 2018, I believe.
Okay. June, would it be? Would that,
Pardon?
would it refresh your
It was in the spring or summer of, it was fairly shortly after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's litigation in the Sun case have on his career?
Ciao.
That was a really
Urge una
tough
monster.
one on Mr. Depp's career because every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family-oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was
Spero
to
che
his
aprire la
business,
finestra
against
non
his
cambi le
business
proprietà della
manager,
stampa.
against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production. So I don't know how you lose something that hasn't happened. So I think that's what you're looking for me to.
And in fact, since Mr. Depp's damages are limited November 2,
Esattamente.
2020,
Ni
nothing
Morat.
since, and that hasn't happened.
Quello che stanno cercando di fare adesso è dimostrare che l'articolo di Amber non ha fatto danno perché la carriera era già distrutta.
Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it, or was going to be in it, or might have been in it, whether it was 2018 or now. There just is no Pirate 6. Not only did he not have a contract even back in the day, 2010, 18 or after that, no contract had been signed for a Pirate 6. It doesn't exist as we...
Objection, legal conclusion.
Sustain at the last.
Stava già dando la
How do
soluzione.
you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well, Ms. Jacobs said he didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no...
Animali Fantastici peraltro ho perso dopo l'articolo per cui ha citato il Sun, per cui è una cagata, Moraz. Ma tecnicamente lui l'ha citata per l'articolo del 18 dicembre 2018. Fine.
Claim of loss for Pirate 6.
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering, the lateness on set, the cost overruns at that cost, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for 2 to 4 hours, 8 hours, or even several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when you put that all together, the rising cost of Mr. Depp's talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness, and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems, and interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry.
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain. Can't say it's hearsay.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
The Jack Sparrow character had been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively, and I think the studio is looking for a way for it to renew the franchise, but not necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Okay,
and evidenced by the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier
che è quello dove c'è meno concentrazione sul personaggio di Jack Sparrow.
Was there any article that came out on November 5, 2020, 3 days after the damages are cut off, relating to Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's chances of being Jack Sparrow? Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit.
Okay.
If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
Okay. And what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet Movie Database,
ma non mi sarei mai ridotto in una situazione del genere, vaccamente.
His Q score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle of exactly the high and low of his Q scores overall. It was in the middle. It was at like 113, which is where it was a couple weeks before and a couple weeks after. So the op-ed didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people, or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now, that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when the lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Because the op-ed piece, for most people in the industry, kind of came and went without much fanfare or much conversation. It was much more about the I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In in January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed piece. And then the Dior campaign.
Un'esperta dell'industria del
I
cinema.
don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior, so he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr. Depp was able to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival. He went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film Fantastic Beasts in early November of 2020.
Okay. And that's no longer the case, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ovviamente Communion
Can we approach?
non è una testimone diretta, è un'esperta, quindi vale quel che vale. È una persona molto qualificata a cui hanno chiesto cosa ne pensi, quanto vuoi.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct.
He's no longer in that film, correct?
He was paid for it, but he does not star in the film.
Okay, thank you. Now, what, if any, effect did the op-ed have on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Mr. Depp.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any statements that were made by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also put out by Mr. Depp's team. So in actuality, he's causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and continuing to kind of ignite the fire of negative publicity around both of them.
Okay. Are all of your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty with respect to Mr. Depp's damages?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to move you to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to Amber Heard's claims for damages,
I danni di
what
Amber,
subject have you
incalcolabili.
been asked to offer your opinion?
Incalcolabili.
So I was asked to look at the reputational harm and economic loss that Ms. Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020 and again in June of 2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for Mr. Depp's case, which was the deposition testimony, the pleadings, the discovery, all of that was included, as well as expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team is working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the 3 defamatory statements, the defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, good. Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie, and then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise, and she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with with Aquaman.
Certamente, con Aquaman avrebbe fatto i milioni. Lei prende 2 milioni, l'altro 22.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Urca!
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
Now, what, if any, accolades did Amber receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to make sure we don't get confused.
Penso che meriti l'Oscar,
in Aquaman 1, there were many emails from the director and the producer and
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing, Your Honor. She's not quoting them.
Well, I don't know where it's going. I'll overrule at the moment.
Thank you.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Accolading emails? Emails of accolade from her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you. Okay.
Lungo bello.
What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp-Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl, I think it was, of Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did.
Senza dubbio una carriera più di successo di quella di Johnny Depp.
Some of those California Style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape, Glamour.
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them, so I'm not, don't remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire, the big magazines, both here, the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Overruled.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
Now, what factors relating to social media does the entertainment industry rely on when considering an actor for a role?
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor or an actress in a film because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actress themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie, towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actor is working with. So it becomes very complicated and it can get very messy to continue working with an actor or an actress if there's a lot of negative social media around them.
Okay. And after the Depp-Waldman statements, what happened on social media?
After the Depp-Waldman statements, social media blew up with negative tweets and Instagram posts and, Facebook posts and Snapchat and trolling, as we call it. It was just negative. According to Mr. Schnell, there was over 1.2 million negative tweets about Amber using hashtags that used the words in the statement of the Depp-Waldman statements, that 1.2 million negative statements between April of 2020 and November or January of 21. It's a lot of negative publicity, and there was just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So a negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts.
Penso Wikilawyer dalla posizione che hanno al tavolo.
Individuals, as well as what we call
Objection. May I be heard?
Wikilawyer. È giovane Rottenborn comunque, meme a parte, è tanto giovane. Penso che la faccia piangere, sì. Perché lo chiamiamo Wikilawyer? Perché ha una conoscenza di tecnicismi in tutti i settori in cui ha parlato finora. Parla di psichiatria, sa tutti i nomi di tutti i moduli a memoria, sa tutti i punteggi a memoria. Parla di edilizia, sa tu, cioè è veramente un mostro. Per essere a fine carriera è giovane.
All right. Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative social media campaign.
The fan base was very energized by Mr. Is it the Depp-Wald?
Yeah, let me just ask
Depp-Waldman? I'm sorry. There's a lot in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp-Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both to, let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup. And every time that L'Oreal mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level because negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
Ed è colpa di Johnny o di Amber?
Is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Yes.
Okay.
E di chi è la colpa?
We were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Depp-Waldman
Fai in
statements?
fretta, Zarlo, ma vai piano.
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
How difficult is it for an actor to repair this type of negative social media?
Dicelo.
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both, maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Che senso ha questa inquadratura? La vediamo tagliata, ma sicuramente includeva anche Amber, l'avvocatessa. Certo che sì, Zarlo, certo che sì.
In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares up again. So it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars and then have a lot of negativity towards the film or the TV show or the product. So her world has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Ed è colpa di?
Has Amber been able to obtain roles after the Depp Waldman statements?
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people.
Sono d'accordo, Giubbins. È finita, ma è tutta farina del suo sacco.
Up until that, no, she has not worked.
Now, based on the fact that Amber came out...
Abbasso un pelo, tanto sta dicendo cagate. Ragazzi, io sono uno molto empatico e come sapete perdono spesso, ma in questo caso non riesco a perdonarla lei, perché veramente è lei stessa l'autrice di tutto quello che le sta succedendo adesso. Poverina un cazzo, perché tutto quello che le sta succedendo è la diretta conseguenza delle cattiverie che lei ha fatto per anni. Quindi cosa vogliamo discutere? Ce ne sono tante come lei, Colmy. Non è speciale.
Her agents were excited, the producers were excited.
Non è nemmeno
everybody
così
just wanted to
patonza.
hit the ground running and let's do more. Let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
So for a moment in time, in February 2021...
Era una bambina quando denunciava. È grande adesso però.
I'm going to be technical with you. Her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to
Depp
whether
fa
she
una
was going to be
scoreggia
hired
su un
again on
su un
Aquaman
selfie
2.
e diventa ricco di nuovo.
All right. And did ultimately then she still get hired for Aquaman 2?
She did. Her management team fought very hard, and they ultimately ended up hiring her, but also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the
Fa di nuovo
director,
scatti brutti,
committed to
cazzo.
her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie, you
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say what the email said, just summarize it or describe it,
Oh,
please.
okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world. So her management team worked hard, and Jason Momoa and the director were adamant that she was in the film.
Objection, hearsay.
Worked hard
I think
to be in the film.
Your Honor, she has to be able to say that.
Well, sustain as to hearsay. Next
Right.
question.
So what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she would be in Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What, if any, are you aware of any chemistry issues between Amber and Jason Momoa from Aquaman?
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster, they have good chemistry. So I think it's
Nel
general
poster
awareness
hanno
that they
una
have
buona
good chemistry.
chimica. Nel
And
poster.
what, if anything,
Mamma che brutti rumori
would
che
also
fa.
suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry?
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Hearsay.
I think she has to be able to rely on.
Sustained. I'll strike it from the record.
In your review of all of the record evidence, what, if anything, did you see in writing anywhere that there was ever any chemistry or creative issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any evidence of that.
Okay. In fact, the opposite, correct?
Correct, again.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Okay. Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%. It could double, what have you. And
Anche
in
per
the
me
case,
Giubbins era un'opzione.
Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony that in a successful franchise, a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X. And that's very standard in the industry to renegotiate your contracts when there's many films in one single contract that each have their own price points.
What, if any, other actors in Aquaman 1 were able to renegotiate?
Però quando si parla di doppi standard, pensa a quanto sono schiaccianti le prove che sta portando Johnny, pensa a quanto sono futili quelle di Amber, e comunque ancora non abbiamo un verdetto, Iria.
Somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Did Amber have a contract for Aquaman 1?
Della carriera di Amber,
Yes.
Ciccio.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
Okay. And did that same contract provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2, she was supposed to get $2 million. I apologize, the numbers, there were a lot of numbers in that one contract. So Aquaman 1, it was $1 million. Aquaman 2, it was going to be $2 million.
Quant'è che prende Johnny Depp per
Now,
essere
based
Jack
on your
Sparrow?
experience,
22
knowledge
milioni.
in the industry, how much would Amber Heard have been able to negotiate her contract but for the Depp Waldman statements? For Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially, up to $15 million. Ms. Heard, I don't know if she would have gotten $15 million for the
Non
movie,
penso.
but she certainly could have increased it by $1 or $2 million or even doubled it. So if
No,
it
sono
was
tempi
2,
legali,
it
Pat.
could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this negativity that was created by the Depp Waldman statements.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's role in Aquaman 2 after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
Now, why would Amber have been featured more prominently in Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
If only a foundation.
Mi aiuta Ramon a rimanere sveglio, sì.
What usually
Dormito poco ieri
determines, are you able to speak to whether Amber should have been or would have been more prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
Well, a couple things.
I'm trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And please tell the basis of that and then your opinion.
So there's two things. When two actors do well in a romantic relationship and, they get married or they're going to have a baby, you want to follow that through, because part of what did well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was, one of the main posters was of the two of them together standing proud and strong, right? Being that couple. And so naturally, as you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working. And according to Ms. Heard, when she read the first script for Aquaman 2, she had a strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline in that script. So she was featured predominantly.
Speculazione. Quanto stappiamo, chat, se il team di Depp porta un esperto di DNA che conferma la fonte del cacco?
And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital, and they pretty much had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this
L'ultimo giorno.
In the end, she trained 5 hours a day for several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened.
Chiamano Spalman a deporre.
It got diminished.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, go ahead with the second.
Okay. More importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the movie, in the third act, was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically reduced from what it was in the script and what she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
Non sappiamo che fine abbia fatto il
What if any changes
cacco.
were made to the storyline?
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't really speak to that yet.
All right, and when you say she was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act of the movie, she was injured somehow or had something to do with the baby. I don't know exactly. I'm just going with what Ms. Heard told me about, was that she ends up in the hospital early in this new Aquaman 2 movie and doesn't really come out till the end to kind of wrap things up. But all of the interactions with Momoa's character and
No, la ringa la fanno il 27.
Taken out.
Okay. How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press junkets, what we call when they tour the world and the actors tour together and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was, on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
Ragazzi, tutta questa tortura, pensate alla controesamine.
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen, we call, short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in them. And also, very specifically, there was a big event that Warner Brothers put on during the fandom. I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event. And they invited all of the actors, or the majority of the actors that had strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also participate at DC fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Now, can this hurt Amber's career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next movie. She's not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this, movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's not a part of it because of this negative campaign.
How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected any other films or TV project promotions for Amber?
So prior to the defamatory statements, but either around the, after
Sta
or around the
testimoniando
time
per
that
dire che la
Aquaman
carriera di Johnny Depp era
it
finita
came
mentre
out,
la
she
sua
was
era una
in the
promessa
TV show
spaziale.
called The Stand. It was based on a Stephen King novel. So, big book, going to be a big TV show. And
No,
again,
non hai capito.
Miss Heard didn't do any press
Johnny
for that.
ha citato lei per 50 milioni, Armstrong, che è la somma della perdita dei Pirati 6, Bestie Fantastiche e lavori indipendenti che ha perso. Lei lo cita per 100 milioni.
Right, so Miss Heard was in an
100 milioni, non li ha mai visti neanche sul conto di lui.
and this TV show The Stand, the Stephen King novel related TV show, and they were going to give her the cover picture and cover story, and they took that away. I don't know if the article existed, but they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
Okay. How have the Depp-Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
There aren't any. So yes, they affected it because there used to be a lot of press requests, and now there aren't any.
Has Amber Heard obtained any roles since the Depp-Waldman statement?
Again, for many years, no, for
Penso
a
di
good
sì, nessuno.
period of time, or a year and a half, 2 years.
Penso che i 100 milioni si siano basati su un ah sì? 50? E io ti chiedo 100.
Has Amber obtained any studio movie
Squad,
roles
che
since the
abbiamo votato
Depp-Waldman
prima,
statement?
70 hanno votato a favore
No.
di Squad, 20 a favore di
How, if at all, have Amber's philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp-Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion projects. She was invited to do some charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it wasn't going to be a good idea because every time she appears anywhere, the social media negativity campaign starts up again. So she hasn't been able to do any of her charity work.
What is an endorsement?
So an endorsement is when an actor associates themselves with a product, either for print promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income
Yes,
to
Klaus.
them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able
Ecco che cazzo beve.
work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work, and then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots, they no longer had her do public events for the product, and it basically said, we love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
Have the Depp-Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
Agman.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp-Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Pensa invece
Yes.
quanto c'è
What
in
did you
palio,
do
Moican.
to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly, so I
Anche per
wanted
me,
to see,
Zena,
as I said
anche per me.
earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and Aquaman, and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw, after they had their Stars Born moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went. So I looked at several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word, comp. So you know, with films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can kind of, it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well.
Robert Downey Jr.
So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman. I looked at Ana de Armas, who was in
Blade Runner.
Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range, all attractive actors, all with good acting skills, all able to do stunts. So there are not that many actors to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a small pool to work from, but I took a wide range from those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Ms. Heard's career.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Well, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
And we've heard from Mr. Banya. Did you review Mr. Banya's Q-score analysis regarding the comparables you used?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, opinions have you formed in reviewing Mr. Banya's analysis regarding the comparables you selected?
So Mr. Banya looked at calendar years to assess, so what happened in December of, 2017 or 18 or 19, what happened in June, what happened in a very specific time frame, which works on some statistical analysis, but when you're talking about actors and their relationships to Q-scores are related to the actor's viability in the consumer's mind, if you will, how well known or how much they're coming up in conversation. And so Mr. Banya did not look at time periods of the actors that I compared them with to the film when it came out, so like right after the success of their big film, what was their Q-score, but moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q-score high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay. What did your comparison show in terms of films that those actors had been in since their breakout roles? I'm talking about the comparables.
In terms of their, I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well, what happened with these other actors after they had their
unrelated to Q-scores.
Right.
Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went after their Star is Born moment. Then they got some other good films, and maybe they got another film that performed extremely well. So it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory without a doubt.
And what does this mean for Amber?
With a reason, I mean, the way that the kind of industry works is usually, unless there is a force majeure or some really negative event, her career should have followed that same upward swing in about the same time frame, give or take 6 months to a year, but it would be very reasonable to believe that her career would have been on an upward trajectory within the range of those other actors.
What, if any, comparisons did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with Amber?
You know, again, all those actors that we've talked about all did multiple endorsement deals after their big movies or after their big series of movies. You know, Jason Momoa is on, you know, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as, you know, 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and Fashion.
Realisticamente parlando,
and Gal Gadot and Chris Pine and
quanto avranno fatto? Considerato che lui ha perso anche parecchio tempo, avranno fatto 1 ora e mezza di controinterrogatorio? Contro, se gli rimangono veramente gli rimangono 3 ore. 3 ore gli rimangono, Giubbi, secondo me.
So what did your analysis show with respect to Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
They were significant.
Con estremo piacere,
If we follow
Scollo.
the trajectory of her, you know, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman 2. What would she have realized there?
Well, as I stated earlier, so from Aquaman 1 to 2,
Esatto,
it went
Giubbi.
from $1 million to $2 million, right? So
Contro
that
di
was
prima,
the
sì.
pre-written contract. It doubled. So the agents were very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
Sì, più una mezz'oretta prima.
It could have been 4, could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Okay.
Non costa tanto,
What
Klaus,
about
20
other
euro.
films?
So once
Per fare il Chad
Amber's
Dagman.
agent, Ms.
Squad parte tra un'oretta che
I was doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she
Esatto,
would have done.
Giubbe.
So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on
Io l'ho pagato
the success
22
of
da
Aquaman
King
and how
Win.
much press she did, maybe she worked on another
Comunque
great
30 euro è
director,
poco per il
independent
gioco
film,
bene.
whatever, that $2 million for a studio film and had it jump to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4
Ma sono
million.
8 euro di differenza, Klaus.
Likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, you know, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements in the campaign. She got paid $200,000 an
non
episode.
c'è il controinterrogatorio.
on the stand.
No, non funziona
So,
così.
On a
Agman.
TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her
Dopo
agents
Squad,
would have been able
Star-
to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she
Finga
had done
tu-
another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee.
Siccome questo è un testimone loro, Agman, loro adesso stanno usando il loro tempo per interrogarlo. Poi è il turno di quelli di Depp del fare il controinterrogatorio e poi di nuovo Amber per il redirect, che è la risposta al controinterrogatorio. Ma è capace che se non finiscono il tempo con questo testimone hanno tempo solo più per un altro, il che vuol dire non avere il tempo per controinterrogare i testimoni che porta Johnny, vuol dire che parlano solo senza controinterrogazioni. Non penso che lo dica oggi, Giubbins, di solito lo dice a fine settimana.
L'Oreal is makeup, so probably not in makeup, but maybe water or clothing or
Cosa, Ciccio?
jewelry or wellness, or it could have been anything else. And so she too should
Ma si
have,
zittisce questa?
with a reasonable degree of certainty, gotten other contract deals based on the success of the films that she's been associated with and the TV shows she's been
And
associated
what would
with.
that have translated into
vedi,
in terms of dollars?
So in terms of dollars, okay, so if it was $1.5 million for L'Oreal for a 2-year contract, and let's give her
Esatto, nessuno.
4 other $1.5 or $2 million deals, which all those other actors, you know, especially the ladies, have gotten, then you're
quello che
looking
ti
at
stavo
an
dicendo,
additional
Agnes.
$8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the
Vediamo
defamatory
che come vanno
statements
le
of
cose.
2020 to now.
Potrebbe
which is
essere che
almost
adesso lo
2
giochiamo
years.
tutte le sere.
And again, as I said earlier, even when this is quiet,
figurati,
it will
Agnes.
take 3 to 5 years for her to rehabilitate her career if she can. So we have to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for endorsement contracts, it would have been over time.
What, if any, losses relating to production or film activities?
Well, again, these other actors that we looked at, and there's a wide range of them, some of them did bigger films and some of them did gigantic films, but it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman-style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least one film a year at a minimum of $4 million, because that's what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her Justice League contract, if there is a Aquaman 3, her price is set at $4 million. So it's very reasonable to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that the negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard but for the Depp Waldman statements?
7-4
Right, so again, it's really
miliardi.
important that I looked at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contract,
Costa 2,19 €
it's
stamparlo.
very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
50 milioni. 100.
Are all your opinions to within a reasonable degree of probability or certainty?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Do not do any outside research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
May I sit down?
Yeah, you can step down. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. I appreciate it, ma'am. Go ahead. This minor court is still in session, please.
Promuovilo su Brown Hills. Typhoon. It's open source, baby.
All right, so let's come back at 4 o'clock. We can do that, all right?
Thank you, Your
4
Honor.
o'clock.
È open source. Questa adesso ride e adesso la smontano. Lo vendono a $39, infatti, quelli che lo fanno già, ma quello che fanno già, secondo me, è di gran lunga inferiore. Cioè, guarda che merda, dai. L'ho fatto molto più bello.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes.
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
Comunque. $35 per questo, dai. È molto più carino quello che ho fatto io, o no? Però questi fanno un sacco di roba molto interessante che si può copiare, Typhoon. Questa roba si può proprio copiare malissimo. Delfan, grazie del raid. Grazie mille. Tra l'altro ho fatto tutte le versioni. Guarda un po'. Guarda che Chad. Adesso vi faccio vedere. I migliori... È vero. Business dei cuscinoni. Le avevi viste, vero, le piastre che sto progettando? Le avevi viste? Che invece di usare gli strap come tutte quelle che hanno, sono M-lock questi slot. Per cui volendo eventualmente, siccome hanno lo slot da 1/4 di pollice, puoi usarli come piastre M-lock per gli obiettivi. Puoi usare per un sacco di roba. Puoi usarli per tenere le borse. Puoi usarli per tenere le borse. Rispettando lo standard molle, oppure puoi usarlo per M-lock per montare accessori, telemetri, cannocchiali, cose. No, sono designer. Tappo per la canna no. Pure Kevlar. E in realtà questa è solo estetica, cioè se faccio un pelo di forza così si spezza come niente perché tutto lo stress è su layer per lungo qui, quindi insomma. Lì la stampa come va? Lì la stampa è... Siamo qui. Siamo a questa altezza. Le idee sono buone e che mi diverto un sacco a progettare questa roba qua, davvero tanto. E sono convinto di lasciarla open source, sta roba, altro che marketizzazione e consumismo. Open source e ce ne può solo beneficiare tutti. È esattamente quello per cui l'ho progettata, Miki. E tra l'altro, l'altra di cui vado molto molto orgoglioso, dimmi cosa ne pensi, Typhoon. Sai quanto costano, vero, gli adattatori arca per i treppiedi? L'ho già fatta, Klaus. Sai quanto costano gli adattatori arca per i treppiedi? Tipo 80 euro solo l'adattatore, senza la piastra. 80 euro solo l'adattatore, più il clamp, quindi te ne fai per 150 euro. Che ne pensi di questa soluzione, ovviamente da tagliare in acciaio? M-lock, ovviamente. Probabilmente 10 euro contro 150. Usa l'attacco di una macchina fotografica standard. Che ne pensi? Questo ovviamente l'ho stampato in 3D per verificare le dimensioni, ma è una piastra d'acciaio da 2,5. Penso che non ci sia paragone a livello economico con quello che offrono sul mercato adesso. Quello poi dove lo fissi? Allora, questo sotto il fucile. Non l'hai vista la slitta arca che ho sotto il fucile? Full arca rail qua sotto. What do you think about it? Non ha nessun gioco? Beh, ovviamente adesso sì perché è stampato in 3D, quindi fa così, chiaramente. Ma la piastra in sé, no, assolutamente no, ti faccio vedere, guarda. Ovviamente adesso è stampato in 3D, cioè non possiamo pretendere nulla. Ma questo era quello che... Questa è la soluzione che avevo usato in Umbria per fissare la borsa. Lo volevo stampare in 3D poi da attaccare sopra. Nessuno. Questo anche l'avevo fatto così. Vengono a vederti incuriosito. Non ancora, Typhoon, ma io sono nel mio angolino che faccio le mie cose, non sono... Sai, no? Sono nel mio angolino, mi guardo le mie cose, mi guardo intorno, dico... Vabbè, l'attacco dei colpi extra l'hai visto, vero? Te lo ritiro fuori. Questo te l'ho già fatto vedere di sicuro. Però prima ti faccio vedere la concorrenza. Lo rifaccio vedere per la chat anche. Questo contro questo. Non è proprio la stessa cosa, eh? Soprattutto perché quello che ho fatto io costa meno di 2 euro stamparlo. Balista e tanta roba, è vero, anche se sono un po' chiusi mentalmente. L'ho progettato per andare a pam pam col fucile, ovviamente. Guarda, se devo dare un difetto a Balista e Solution, perché conosco il tizio, il CEO, Marco, è che è una di quelle aziende un po' troppo convinta di sé. Non so se mi spiego. Cioè, io sono contento delle cose che faccio, sono orgoglioso delle cose che faccio, ma se vedo un design migliore, cerco subito di incorporarlo e capire che cosa hanno fatto meglio di me. Mentre alcune aziende si siedono un po' sul comfort di essere monopolistiche. Non so se mi spiego. Comunque ha un'ottima tenuta sto pezzo, puoi tenere su tutto il fucile da lì. Ti faccio vedere un'altra cosa. C'è da dire che collaborando con militari ed ex che danno notevoli feedback sono già messi bene. Ma il CEO è un ex militare. C'è la collaborazione che lui stesso è un ex militare. Ma il problema è sempre quello. Non puoi avere nel design una sola visione, Marco. Collabori con i militari, bene, ma collabora anche con un esperto di tessuti, con un designer, eccetera, eccetera. Perché non puoi limitarti ad un'unica visione. Ti faccio un esempio. Questo è il sistema di attacco che ho fatto io sulla mia borsa, ok? E il sistema di attacco che fanno gli altri, Coltac, Ballistic Solution, Armageddon Gear, sono gli strap sul lato che si agganciano agli occhielli sulla piastra. Una piastra che non ha nessun altro utilizzo se non quello di fissare quelle cose lì. Questa rispetta lo standard M-Lock. Non c'è manco una slitta, ma questa rispetta lo standard M-Lock, per cui puoi usarla anche per altro, oltre che per questo. E quando vai a fissarla, rispetta lo standard molle, per cui invece di avere dei tiranti solo sul fianco, che fanno questo effetto qua, io ho un tirante sugli estremi e un tirante al centro, per cui ho tutta la base della borsa tirata su. Io ho questo effetto qua, non questo effetto qua. Quindi una maggiore aderenza sulla piastra, insomma un sacco di vantaggi, e questa cosa non l'ho ancora vista fare a nessuno, senza contare che tu potresti tranquillamente tagliarlo al laser qua sopra, cucire il pannello molle tagliato al laser e chiuderla lì senza farti troppi casini. E a livello di fabbricazione poi devi solo avere delle cinghie di velcro così. Ti faccio vedere. Devo solo riuscire a passarla. Ci siamo. Guarda che distribuzione delle forze che ho io qua. Sei d'accordo con me? È la musica di Doom. Poi sicuramente anch'io con la consulenza di un esperto e bla 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 poter aggiungere delle cose, ma io cerco di non sedermi su me stesso. Dovrebbe essere anche più veloce, ma soprattutto più versatile Typhoon, perché è il solito discorso delle cose proprietarie. Cioè se ogni brand, Colstar fa il suo mount, Balliste fa il suo mount, Armageddon fa il suo mount, Magpul fa il suo mount, eccetera, avranno tutti dei mount diversi, per cui andiamo di nuovo a finire in quel mare di standard in cui devi per forza avere tutto l'ecosistema. Perché l'MLOC funziona? Perché è open source, l'ha fatto Magpul, ma è open source, è facile da realizzare e tutti quanti possono creare accessori che funzionano su tutti i prodotti di tutti. Stesso discorso qui, il molle esiste già. No, però qualche brevetto forse dobbiamo farlo, Gennaro, te l'ho già detto. Oh. E Marco, io ci lavorerei volentierissimo con un'azienda come Ballistic Solution come designer, ma non valuteranno mai. Perché? Paraocchi. Oh.
You're a sound mixer?
Excuse me?
You're a sound mixer?
Yes.
Presidente
All right, will you
Deposition.
Do I stand? It's up to you.
Wow, però. Kate Moss. Kate Moss. E poi finisce Johnny Depp. Boom. Anche la corre di nuovo. Quale ambito valuti consideri? In che senso, anche? Certo, Ace.
All right, you can be seated. All right, cross-examination.
Si fa serio sti Trafalgar.
Good afternoon, Miss Arnold.
Hello, how are you?
E mo?
So you repeatedly testified about what you were asked as the Depp-Waldman statements. You don't have any knowledge whether Mr. Depp knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made, do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp...
Io ho una laurea magistrale in design sistemico, anche.
I don't know.
No. And the association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Di già? La faccia scazzata di lui, schifato. Niente, allora, no, in realtà è proprio quello, io ho fatto quella roba lì. Meccanizzazione, cioè dipende se hai bisogno di un ingegnere o un designer. Certo che lo so, Alan, certo. Ho la triennale in design del prodotto e la magistrale in design sistemico, anche. La mia specialità non è nel fare le cose belle, ma le cose che funzionano. Anche. Sono belle perché funzionano e non viceversa.
As a damages expert, and wear two hats, talking both about Mr. Depp's damages and about Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that result.
Purtroppo sì, Lord, ma ci lavoreremo col tempo.
Correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statement.
Beh, ovviamente se prendessi un lavoro del genere comunque
That's
anche
what I was tasked with, yes.
mi ci vorrebbe un po' di tempo per analizzare il mercato, non andrei subito di penna sul foglio. Circa €1, draft.
Doesn't establish
dai 70 centesimi all'euro e 50.
Caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going on with Ms. Heard's career prior to the statements and what happened after the statements, it's very clear to make that correlation that they were caused by those statements and the campaign that followed afterwards in terms of the negative social media.
Well, all right, that's an interesting thing because the witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation.
Bello il callback alla precedente testimonianza.
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay. But you're an expert who is purporting to say that Ms. Heard lost between $45 and $50 million. And I'm trying to understand where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame between which the Waldman statements were made and the negative decline in her career started happening, and in discussions with her agents and her publicists, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
A dimostrare che la carriera di lui era già in declino mentre la sua è stata troncata.
Hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign, it turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements
Certo che ho sentito, Anna.
had Waldman or Waldminion in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between the defamatory statements and the negativity that the studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside of the scope of my expertise.
All right, let's then go back to what you just testified to, and I think you said the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however,
Sì, Typhoon.
don't have the Waldman statements in the hashtag.
I've also seen them online myself.
Well, but the analysis that Mr. Schnell did, he looked at 4 of them, right?
That was Schnell's
Dai,
analysis.
Amber Turd.
Yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at Justice for Johnny Depp, right?
Sì, poi?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about, that was 900,000, 984,000.
Well, also in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all of the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
All right. So your conversation with Mr. Schnell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were.
Dimmi gli altri hashtag.
Abuser, that's not in the Waldman statement.
Ce l'ha?
The fact that she was called a host can be related to Amber Heard as an abuser, but no, those words were not used, correct?
Right. And we just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Correct.
Number 4?
An Amber Turd is not in the Waldman statement.
Double kill, multi-kill, ultra kill, fantastic, unbelievable.
And in terms of the use of the words fraud and hoax,
Ce l'aveva lì.
that appeared in only 6.5% of the millions.
Doveva dirglielo anche oggi.
Tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Right.
Certo che sì, Carca.
And you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldminion.
E lei ha detto sì.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active
Lo
prior to
so,
the Waldman
Carca.
statements, and then they started appearing, so there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't. If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statement. That's a social media campaign.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
Ha ragione. Se ti dico che me lo ricordo ancora, il mio ci credi, Carca? Era la mappa coi container, quella col ponte in mezzo, e mi ricordo di aver cambiato 5 armi per finirlo perché non potevo ricaricare, non c'avevo tempo, nella tromba delle scale. Pure il lanciafiamme ho usato, me lo ricordo benissimo. Junk Flea. Che ricordi. Dovremmo riaprirlo un giorno Combat Arms per rivederlo e farci cadere le mani. Idem Leico. Tutti in fila, fighissimo, Carca. Fa cagare adesso non farlo, ma non ne dubito. Non ne dubito.
All right, so I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim
No, non l'ho fatto,
exists
Carca.
between the $45 million in damages that you assert and the 3 statements made by Mr. Waldman.
Well, you also want to, I also looked at
Primo
Ms.
liceo,
Hood's
anch'io non lì.
career
Ciao, Noldi, by the way.
after the divorce proceedings and other lawsuits that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able to overcome that when she did Aquaman and she did The Stand. both very prominent productions. And there was no dramatic downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay.
It's just dust, and I'm just distracting myself. I guess,
I'm sorry.
It's just nerves. It's really just that.
Yeah, no,
there's
that's
just
okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career.
Come la mia scrivania.
And you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or the initial filing of the UK lawsuit and the other lawsuits, anything that she was associated. She overcame that. She did Justice League, and she did Aquaman, and she did The Stand, and she got the L'Oreal contract all after that.
Mamma
The
Nixon è
only
morta.
time her career slowed down and stopped was at the same time that those defamatory statements came out. So,
but there was a lot of other activity that happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about Ms. Heard's career.
It's not the same fire?
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
There was enormous amounts of negative activity around Ms. Heard as a result of the UK case. Isn't that true?
Yes. There was negativity, yes, about it. Remember, both of them in the case, yes.
Right. Substantial amounts of negativity.
Right.
Right? And so you can't tell me that that negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Ms. Heard from working.
Well, again,
Non me lo
it
ricordo,
was
cambia.
a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press and publicity around Aquaman and The Stand than the UK case, which was months later. So again, I will look at the defamatory statements as kind of the igniting force, and it was promoted and kind of more oxygen was put on the fire when the UK case came out. So it kind of became a snowball effect of you know, the match was lit and it kept getting stronger and stronger.
Right, but Ms. Heard isn't claiming a causal connection between the UK case and her damages, right?
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statements.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Ms. Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, But after the Waldman statement,
sono d'accordo,
there is
nessuno, sono d'accordo con te.
more activity in the press, there's more social media activity.
Beh, lei ha
and
detto
you
meno
cannot
cazzate rispetto a quello
put
di
a
prima.
causal connection between that activity and what Mr. Waldman said.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that has gone on for years, yeah.
The instigating event and therefore
Lux, grazie dei 6, GG per il nuovo
your
badge.
damage analysis with a degree, some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added to it, then the next tree burns and the whole forest burns. But if that first fire hadn't started with the one tree, there would have been no loss of acreage. So you can look at it with that same analogy.
Trees burn one at a time, don't they, ma'am?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you. But obviously we know that a single match can cause thousands of acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you. All right, let's do this. You decided that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine
Andiamo lì?
what Ms. Heard
Andiamo lì, andiamo a umiliarla rispetto alle carriere degli altri, ok?
Yes. All right.
Andiamo lì, ok?
Of those comparable
Sento
actors and actresses,
il suo orgoglio ferito.
is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the marital bed?
Cacco!
I don't know. I have no
Okay.
idea.
You would agree with me that that is a negative influence with respect to Hollywood.
If one believed it, yes.
Yeah, if one believed it, you know, it was reported. Yes.
Yeah, it certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of anybody defecating on the bed.
I certainly do not have proof or, I mean, a video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Facciamo un attimo attenzione alle parole che ha scelto lui.
But what you...
Facciamo un attimo attenzione.
Yeah. Or, I mean, a video of anybody...
Bed.
I certainly do not have proof or, I mean, a video of anybody defecating.
Sicuramente non ho prove, o meglio, non ho video di qualcuno che fa la cacca sul letto. Non ha detto non ho prove, ha detto sicuramente non ho prove, non ho video.
In a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Waldman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how that story has adversely impacted Miss Heard's career.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causal link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
You couldn't do it?
Can I make it? No, I can't.
Right. And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
Well, again, I did, and I have, and I stand by them. So
you did by just pointing out the time frame are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's going to ignite everything. It's like free game afterwards. So it was the instigating event, if you will, and that's what I looked at, yes.
All right, so from your perspective,
Ma che bella voce ha,
anything that
Pino.
happened after Waldman that was negative to your client
Che voce
is
spaziale ha.
attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage
Waldman
analysis.
è l'avvocato di Johnny Depp che aveva fatto delle dichiarazioni alla stampa nel 2018, no, nel 2020, riguardo al fatto che Amber ha falsificato delle prove.
Jason Momoa.
Oh.
That's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99. 44 episodes on Baywatch. Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, didn't watch Baywatch, but
Right.
he certainly had the physique for it, so.
Stargate Atlantis, he was on that. Many episodes.
Right?
Did you know that?
Yes.
Okay. He played Conan the Barbarian.
In TV or film?
Film.
Okay. I don't have Mr. Momoa's resume memorized, so.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable, because I'm just want to spend a few minutes talking about Mr. Momoa's career. Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he was in Game of Thrones.
Yes, he was.
Yep.
Yep.
And he's Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
Sì.
You mean Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
Miss Heard wasn't in that movie, was she?
Not that I know of, no.
No. And he was in both Justice League movies.
Correct.
Yeah. And he's in Aquaman 2.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie.
Ah, è vero, Gennaro.
Right?
Yes.
He's one of the most heroic characters
Grazie,
in
Moxie.
the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right. In fact,
Buonasera.
likely his character...
He's not the lead, though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
No, but I've seen the movie.
Okay. Do you understand whether his character will come back from the dead in the third movie?
As again, I didn't read the book, so he might.
Spoiler!
No, we're just talking about that one movie.
That
so
might be
that's
a bit of a spoiler.
Oh, man. Dude.
He's one of the principal leads in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure, no.
Te lo dico io.
But that's not the career path that
Non
Miss
proprio.
Heard has had.
No, direi di
She's
no.
never been the title character in a movie. She hasn't spent years on television. She did, what, 8 TV shows? 8 single episodes of TV?
Again, I don't have her resume.
Poi ha sposato Johnny e ha preso un ruolo come co-star in Aquaman.
Mr. Momoa
Come?
remains well-liked even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to come up with a $45
I said I
million
don't follow
deal.
his fan base. I understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feeds.
All right. All right. You indicated that Gal Gadot is in Wonder Woman.
Fagli il culo con Gal Gadot.
Yes, she's a star.
She's
Quella
in fact
sorca galattica.
I know, she's good too.
Title character.
She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Batman v
Yes.
Superman.
Yeah.
Justice
even
League,
before that,
Wonder
she was in
Woman,
franchise films.
Wonder Woman 2.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Grazie dei 19,
Excuse me, I
Joele.
honestly don't remember her being
Ha fatto
that as
3,
one
4
of the
Fast
main
and
characters.
Furious.
I know it's The Rock and that
You
whole crew.
didn't even know she was in the Fast and Furious franchise.
I've seen it on her resume, but again, I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree with me that Wonder Woman is a more prominent role than Mira?
Sì?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
Right. What about, does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
No.
Not yet.
No.
Not yet? No. Fai proprio no.
And Ms. Goodell played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you
Sta solo smontando i suoi paragoni.
is Zendaya.
Zendaya,
yeah.
Vai.
Person so famous she goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name that's a Z, it works, I guess.
All right. She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Right.
Right? She's won an Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swimming from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
Sì.
Yes.
Yeah. She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
3.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Solo.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed incomparable.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from. So I just I worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies that were about the same age range.
Anche lei ha fatto
10 years, as you've noted to me, thank you. And also just where her career would have gone. I said that they were comparables, they're not identical. So you can just look at what their career has
Ho paura
done
perché il caricatore sta per fare il pezzo che viene sempre male.
And then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time,
sono
you can
d'accordo
still
con te,
look at
Zarlo.
it as a comparable trajectory of what happens when you're in a
Se parli di
blockbuster movie.
40-50
It's just a
sì, ma
reference point. It's
20-30
not meant
no.
to be identical, they're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
Se no lo devo stampare di piatto.
Everybody we've looked
Notte,
at
Mortus.
have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
Vero,
But Miss
Joele?
Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of the biggest movie that DC
In the
Comics
DC
is,
universe.
and also one of the biggest box office films ever, probably within the top 10, because I've looked at it, right? So that light was going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't in that
Non
movie.
credo.
And again, it would have just helped her in her career move forward, not stalled it and her world be silent afterwards.
For the jury to accept your damage analysis, they would have to agree with you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice of a meteoric rise. That's the word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric
Il
with someone like,
27,
let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right?
Ma non l'ho manco
And
visto,
so,
Klaus.
what the numbers that I gave you do not represent a meteoric rise. A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from, I don't know, 4 million, 5 million to a $50 million payday. That's a meteoric shift in our business. But when someone has
300%.
contracts that actually go from 1 million to the first one, 2 million, and then 4 million, that is standard for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I based those calculations on very specific numbers that were already contracted. I wanted to stay within
Se Aquaman ha
reality
avuto successo
and
solo
look at the
perché Jason
numbers that
Momoa
were
ha
already
successo.
contracted for Ms. Heard and just move out forward on one
un
film
film
a
su
year,
Aquaman, chi cazzo va a
maybe a
vedere?
TV show here or there,
Parla coi pesci.
and some endorsement contracts, which is
Che
very
supereroe di
typical
merda è?
for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never
Bravo,
had a
Enrique.
contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
In the Aquaman, it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid $1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn $2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get $4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the movie hasn't been made.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet, so the third one is still on deck, as they say.
Yeah.
Vabbè, allora Pirati dei Caraibi invece... Okay. Ma che cazzo di discorso è?
Let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman. Right. Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes, that's what she will be paid. So that's what I said. She was
on the movie.
If she's in the movie.
If Aquaman 2 does even nearly as well as Aquaman 1, there's going to be a third one. So we can look at that as a precedent that was set in writing, actually.
If a movie makes $795 million, you think there's likely to be a next one?
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the fifth in the series, I assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes. Certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones, and that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to...
Se Aquaman sì, se Pirati no.
Wants to walk away from an $800 million payday?
Well, an $800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to get that movie and then the marketing thereafter. And with the increasing costs of not only Mr. Depp's fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs that are getting more expensive,
Klaus.
Then you put in the marketing costs, which are sometimes
un'esperta dell'intrattenimento,
anche. A film like that, a studio spends $600 million just making and marketing the film. So $795 million is a lot of money, and it seems like a really good box office, but you have to put into perspective of what's spent on production.
Allora chiediglielo, quanto è stato il marketing per Aquaman?
Again, it's all in context.
Quanto è stato il budget di marketing per Aquaman e quanto è stato il marketing per Pirati?
Let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas. That's another one you use.
Ana de Armas.
All right. She's most recently, I guess, in Deep Water with Ben Affleck.
I don't. Again, I know some of the movies that she's been in. I don't remember about Deep Water. I don't even know if that's out yet.
Okay.
To be honest.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Lei è il culo di Aquaman, Klaus.
Her the next female Bond, right?
Right after her big Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more big roles, which is what we had hoped from Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Ma non è successo.
And you said that her breakout role was Blade Runner?
It was like the first big, studio movie that got a lot of attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a marker for her, sure.
K Pride dopo quella frase. K Pride.
Did you watch Blade Runner 2049?
I did.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
Are you saying that's the only thing she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She wasn't in the movie.
That's the principal role in that movie.
I don't remember the movie well enough to know.
Okay. And did you know that she was? I talked a little bit about Ben Affleck, right?
Right.
Comunque questo avvocato è un tritacarne.
Interesting example because
è veramente uno schiacciasassi.
He's been in a role that's been recast multiple times. You know that role?
Are we talking about Batman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Batman.
Sure.
All right. So the title character in that DC series has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton.
He was Batman.
Adam West.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Yeah.
Il caso riguarda quello.
Christian Bale was Batman.
I think he was, you're right.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah. I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
Okay. But you're taking an absolutely
Ne sa di tutto
iconic
quest'uomo,
role
Leico, ne sa di
that
tutto.
the DC universe has recast 4, 5, 6 times, correct?
Correct.
So just because you have the role in the first movie or the second movie doesn't mean that you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie.
Quest'uomo
Unless it's contractual.
vomita oro.
Unless it's contractual. So, now,
Quest'uomo vomita oro.
Ana de Armas, she's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in
Quanto
Knives
ne
Out,
sa
which was
quest'uomo?
probably a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Yeah. All right. The other person you picked was Chris Pine.
Chris Pine, che cazzo ha fatto Chris
is in a
Pine?
superhero movie, Wonder Woman.
He is in Wonder Woman. He's also, well, Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero, right?
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot, yeah.
Yeah. On Star Trek, in the Star Trek franchise,
Hanno tipo
he
6
plays
avvocati a
Captain
testa.
Kirk, right?
I don't remember exact role that he played. I didn't see it in the movie. I just know it from his resume, to be honest.
Comunque, questo mostrare
Yes,
competenza dell'avvocato è importante perché svaluta l'esperta. Se l'avvocato ne sa più dell'esperta, che cazzo è lì a fare?
I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay. But you used Mr. Pine as an example, irrespective of the fact you didn't even know he starred in this franchise film?
I did know that he starred. That's why I used it. Again,
in fact, he was the most prominent person in the movie.
we can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from a small pool of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies, and give you a sense of what the range is or what someone's trajectory can be. Again, they are not apples and apples. They're not both green apples or both
No,
red
è solo
apples.
un'esperta pagata lì per cercare di portare favore a Amber.
It's what you do to kind of get a sense of how much you're going to pay an actor, what they're worth in the foreign markets and the domestic
Ma'am, I think my
markets.
question was, did you know whether he was in Star Trek?
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose him because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman. And I don't know the exact time frame of which came first, but the fact that he's in both of them is consistent with what actors of this ilk tend to do once they're in a movie like this.
Comunque da grande voglio fare l'esperto
You talk
testimone.
about breakout roles, but you don't know which was his breakout role.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in both Star Trek and in Wonder Woman. And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek.
with Denzel Washington?
Pardon?
Did a movie with Denzel Washington?
Quanto ne sa?
He's had a good career.
Yeah, great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, much longer career than Ms. Hurt, right?
She was on the precipice of a great career.
Yeah,
She hasn't had the chance to negotiate for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know yet.
We're getting back to precipice. Didn't you just deny precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise.
Perché tu questo processo lo stai vedendo pubblico, ma pensa quante volte ha sparato cazzate a porte chiuse.
I don't know if she could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about consistent with Ms. Heard.
All right. So of the actors you selected, 2 of them are the title characters in their DC
Esatto,
movies.
Mariello.
One is Aquaman. Who's the other title character?
Gal Gadot.
Gal Gadot?
Wonder Woman, right. She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure, yeah.
So you get 2 title characters. You got James Kirk, and those are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Heard.
Again, there are not that many in the pool to pick from. I'm not going to put
sono
comparable
centinaia.
actors that haven't been in either large, what we call tentpole movies, or franchise movies, or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within those parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to...
What? No!
Had other actors, and they have their first role, and all of a sudden they become a superstar from one role. So that happens in our business. It just does.
Hai ragione, Zarlo, sante parole, Zarlo.
With respect to your comparable actors, you have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
Ah, lo sai?
You have personal knowledge as to who?
Jason Momoa.
E poi?
And you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes.
He didn't tell you.
His agent did.
Okay. So what you will rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have you didn't see the contract.
You say?
No, his agent is at William Morris as well, so they told me that.
Right. And you've never seen anybody else's contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So it's not a leap to kind of understand where the actor's making. And again, I really didn't want to try to be speculative.
Perché adesso parli a loro invece di parlare in faccia a quello che ti ha fatto il culo?
That Amber had contracted for already, and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year,
questa settimana finisce, Costa,
and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa, the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode had the Waldman statements not occurred. And you do it only because you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten that in something that he's in.
Right.
So you are giving her the same career as Jason Momoa.
Well, again, with someone like
che
Heard, who's in a blockbuster film with a team at William Morris, and my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her.
Allora io ho lo stesso portafoglio di Powell perché sono su Twitch anch'io.
Team directly.
So her agents were looking to get her as much money as possible?
I think that's the job of an agent. They usually try to get the most money as possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right, but agents are working with people in the industry and have a pulse on have a finger on a pulse of what's going on, so they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
Arriviamo,
you haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than again what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing.
Siamo coetanei, stessa carriera,
not
no?
only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts. So I'm familiar with
Pensa che cazzuto, Zarlo.
You haven't made any reference to the actual earnings of any of these actors.
Again, as you do an analysis, you put together the numbers that you know from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace. So together, that's how I created those numbers, and mostly using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and giving her a very steady career, which is what she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at other than Ms. Heard's.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information?
No.
Okay.
Baby.
In fact, that information, I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent?
Right, but look, I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about budgets constantly, so it's not a secret within the industry the amount that actors in those types of movies are paid very, very well.
You're not currently working as an agent for anyone, are you?
No.
All right.
Ci picchia. È per quello che ti fai pagare per parlare.
So,
adoro quando gli avvocati lasciano il tempo per far salare l'ultima frase detta. Adoro quando aspettano.
No.
Okay.
Magistrale gestione del tempo.
As I understand it, is that
una bella rolata, sì sì, proprio per sentire.
Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing
Magistrale uso del tempo.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent specifically.
Do you know if it's standard with Warner Brothers?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if it's standard with
Lo trovo
Warner
interessantissimo, Dado, ma in generale proprio il mondo degli avvocati è interessantissimo.
For agents to renegotiate and oftentimes are successful when the film is done so well.
Right, but what you're talking about is there's an existing contract where Ms. Heard has made a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And
È il momento di merda,
the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and we have conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time. So again, it's a standard in practice in the industry, especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was conversation.
Isn't the standard practice is that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such of the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
All right. Have you talked to Walter Hamada?
Have I spoken to him? No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
Scusate, con
He's a
chi?
senior executive at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of the renegotiation, he was a senior executive.
And do you know whether he's the president of DC-based film productions?
I think that's exactly his title, yeah.
Oh.
Who's in a better position to determine whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate? You or Mr. Hamada?
Lui sta preparando adesso la testimonianza di domani.
About Mr. Momoa, and they were wanting to talk to them about Ms. Heard as well.
Okay, I'm not
So
sure.
I based my information on them. So the connection should be Mr. Hamada or the agents, not Mr. Hamada and me.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled?
Just asking.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Ah. Ma quando hai il direttore di Warner Bros. Che viene a testimoniare per te, che cazzo devi dire ancora?
I did.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they don't?
Vediamo quanto manca al wipe. Per cosa, Luca?
I mean, hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Yeah. Did you understand that
L'ha
Mr.
messo
Hamada
prima
said
Ana,
that
dopo te lo
nothing
metto.
Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
You don't know whether Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her compensation?
No.
Again,
Calcoma?
I
You
don't
don't remember? That's okay.
I don't recall that testimony, no.
Grazie, Anna.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada indicated whether he even knew who Adam Waldman was?
Again, I don't remember the conversation about Hamada and Waldman or Depp.
And you don't remember whether Mr. Hamada made any statements as to whether anything Mr. Waldman said affected Ms. Heard's compensation?
In my experience, studios don't talk about how or why they make decisions based on publicity or conversations. They're not going to try. They're going to be very protective of all their relationships. So that's just natural.
Yeah, unless you can get them to testify under oath at a deposition, right?
Ci picchia.
Well, even so, they're not going to say anything negative. They may bypass it by being positive, but they're not going to do anything that could potentially damage a relationship that may change or be worthwhile in the future. So that's just what a studio person does.
È quello che stai facendo anche tu, vero?
Mr. Hamada is in the best position to determine whether there were chemistry issues
ok, Luca,
with
perfetto.
Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
He's the president of the company.
Qui su Twitch, Mark?
I don't know how involved Mr. Hamada was on a daily basis in terms of chemistry, but I do know that Warner Brothers did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa before she even got the role. She went in and did what they call a chemistry test. So that was to actually see whether there was good chemistry between them. And evidently there was good chemistry because she was then hired to be the romantic interest. So whatever Mr. Hamada said during his deposition, I look at what actually happened in real life, which is she got the chemistry
Stai contestando il vice direttore di Warner
let's look
Bros.
what happened in real life. She went in before and took the test. Then she made a movie. Then there was an existing movie under which Warner Brothers could then decide whether there was chemistry, right?
The movie worked. It made over $1 billion, and they're all over the poster. If they didn't think that there was chemistry, they wouldn't have put Ms. Heard on the poster next to Mr. Momoa. So,
you know there were multiple posters for the Aquaman movie.
Lo sai, vero?
There always are. That's standard.
And that 3 out of the 4 posters, the standard posters for Aquaman, didn't even feature Ms. Heard.
Right. So when you make a poster at the studio, it's normal to have 3 or 4 variations because you want to appeal to different people's perspectives. So you want the romantic poster, you want the action poster, you want the superhero poster. So it's normal for them to have many posters, but the romantic poster was of Ms. Heard and Mr. Momoa.
Right, and everyone, and all the others are just of Mr. Momoa.
Like we talked about, it's Aquaman, but she was prominent in the ones that that Warner Brothers wanted to appeal to women and to the romantic interest of the consumer.
Right. What movies would Ms. Heard have gotten absent Mr. Waldman's statements?
Well, the ones we know about specifically that she was in conversations with was a movie with Gail Garcelle Bernal, I believe that's how you say his name, at Amazon, which is what Ms. Kovacevic said. And she was also in consideration for a movie called Ambulance with Michael Bay. But again, after the Waldman statements, nobody would talk to the agents, and so they weren't able to. She also had a movie that she was interested in producing that a good friend of hers, or a friend of hers or colleague, was doing.
Ok, e l'ammontare di compenso è?
But
that I read about.
Those were 3 movies that she was being considered for, but you don't know what movie she was going to be in.
Well, again, they stopped the conversation after the statement, so we don't know where they would have gone, of course. But she was in consideration for all of them, and given her fame from Aquaman, she would have.
No, però per Amber può dire che faceva 45 milioni. Johnny invece no, perché Pirati 6 non esiste.
Way out into the future that you have no knowledge would ever have gotten made.
Well, that's what we do when you talk about comparables and economic damages. You talk about the future. That's standard in our industry. And as a forensic
allora,
expert,
perché per Johnny non vale?
That's how movies are financed, as a matter of fact, is by forecasting what happens in the future.
What connection do you draw between Mr. Waldman's statements and the reported reduction in Ms. Heard's Aquaman 2 role?
Again, it's just it's the timing of it all. It's the timing of it all. And also, they were going to take her out of the movie after the statements, and then they put her back in. And then can I talk about the emails that I read? I'm not sure at this point, but.
So, when you say they were going to take her out of the movie, when you have an option, you literally have the option whether to include the actress, right? That's what it means.
Correct.
Non è una certezza.
So they can choose to exercise the option or not exercise the option. Entirely up to them.
Correct.
And they have, that particular studio, to your knowledge, has repeatedly recast even major figures in their DC movies.
We talked about Batman.
What about Superman?
You know, I'm not. I think I'm more familiar with the Batman actors. I think there have been a couple actors of Superman, but depending on how the movie performed, if a movie doesn't perform, they'll look for other actors. Or if they want to go a different direction or reboot a franchise, they will look at different actors. So if the movie's successful, they're not likely to change the actors, especially not in the second one or the third one.
Another reason they'll look for a different actor or actress, if the actor or actress is charged or asking too much money to play the role again, correct?
Sì.
Yes, not in figures under $10 million, but yes.
Yeah, if you're asking for too much money, you might not get your role again. And your analysis assumes that Ms. Heard could double her money.
Well, her contracts doubled her money from each one to the next.
Superman non mi è favorevole, quindi non l'ho considerato, esatto.
Especially when the agents had told me that was what.
No, questo è un mostro. E per me è un wiki avvocato. Lui è il wiki lawyer. Sa tutto di tutto.
You seen the script of Aquaman 2?
Personally?
Yeah.
I did see a draft. I don't know what the date was or when it was or where in the succession of the rewrites it was. I did see one draft, yes.
You don't know what Warner Brothers has in mind for that movie in terms of the kind of movie it's going to be?
Lui è sotto Depp, certo.
It's a superhero movie.
Right. It's supposed to be like a buddy comedy, right?
Lo sa. Lui sa lo script di Aquaman 2.
Comedy. It's an action movie, superhero movie. I don't know.
Who's Patrick Wilson?
Sa lo script di Aquaman. Ma chi è?
I've heard that name in terms of.
Sta spoilerando Aquaman 2, by the way. Sta spoilerando un film che non è ancora uscito.
Appears in Aquaman.
Again, I don't know him by name. If you want to show me a
Ve
picture.
l'ho detto, ragazzi, mentre lui prima leggeva, era Doctor Strange che guardava i futuri.
Do you know if Mr. Wilson appears more frequently in Aquaman than your client does?
I didn't count the screen time when I watched the movie. It was a long, even when I watched it again, I didn't count the screen time of anybody else.
In Aquaman 3 c'è Depp.
Did you read the testimony of Mr. Hamada?
We discussed that, yes.
You disregarded all of it in your analysis as to her ability to renegotiate, correct?
Well, I remember the part where Mr. Hamada said that from time to time they will break their philosophy and renegotiate. It's what they did with Jason Momoa and with Gal Gadot. So, it coincides with what we know in the industry, which is it can be done.
It's what they did with the two title characters in the DC universe.
Again, I've worked in the business for a long time, and I've seen a lot of actors
non importa quanto lavori.
I'm sorry, not their careers, renegotiate their fees. It's common practice.
Praticamente sì, Sdrogo.
And it's certainly what the agent will think about first when a movie makes $1 billion+.
Right. Again, focused on the agent, but it's the studio that pays the bills.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right.
Dai, concludi, mandala a
I
casa.
have a fair amount more to do.
Continue.
I'm sorry?
Continue.
Okay. I didn't know if we were going to 5:30 today or not.
Every day is 5:30 day.
Okay. No, we may not even need to get there.
Every day is 5:30 day.
All right. Perfect. All right. You talked about Ms. Heard's endorsement deal with L'Oreal.
Yes.
E usano tutte le 18
L'Oreal
ore.
has concerns about using her because every time they try to use her, people respond negatively to her.
People don't. The Depp fan base has responded.
Il giudice è smaronatissimo.
Have posted negative things about Ms. Heard on their campaigns.
So, did you say the Depp fan base?
Well, people that were using the hashtags that were consistent with the rest of the Depp fan base.
Yeah, but there are people posting negative things that, other than things that came from Mr. Waldman, correct?
I haven't seen all the. I was just looking at what L'Oreal discussed and what L'Oreal said in their communications.
All right.
Questa è un'esperta dell'intrattenimento del cinema.
Make a word cloud of the words that were most commonly associated with Miss Heard.
Con tutto questo inglese comunque si impara anche tanto della dialettica, del lessico.
Do you know what words there were?
Again, no.
Okay. You didn't talk much about this, but in order to get to the damage analysis that you got,
forse l'avvocato di Depp voleva concludere per avere la notte per pensare a delle domande più efficaci.
Miss Heard would have a role producing and starring in the movie.
Chiedeva di fare pausa per prepararsi delle domande più puntuali.
I've talked about that, but in the latest calculation, that was really less what I considered and more about what films and TV and endorsement deals that she would do. The producing was something that she had wanted to do. And again, Mr. Momoa got that, so that's where the agents were discussing those figures with me.
The last movie that she has a production credit for is in 2013, right?
Again, I haven't memorized her resume.
It was a movie called Syrup. Did you ever hear of it?
Quanto ne sa sto avvocato?
Aside from having probably seen it on her IMDb.
And Soon the Darkness, that's her other production credit, right?
If you say so. If you're reading it off of
È
her
un
resume, I believe you.
Ciandocato.
Yes.
2010?
Okay.
All right. 12 years ago. But you, at least at some portion of at some point in this analysis, were of the mind that she would recover $12 million with a producing role and a starring role in a movie? Because that's what Mr. Momoa got.
Again, the agents were just saying that those were the kinds of numbers they were looking at to help
Sa
her as she
addirittura da dove ha tirato fuori le cifre.
Those are the kind of the numbers the
Sa
agents would like
addirittura
her
da
to
dove
get.
ha tirato fuori le cifre. Sul canale Kinnerbot, punto esclamativo YouTube, Giubbins.
All right. All right. You have testified that the breakout role for Miss Heard was Aquaman, right?
I didn't say the breakout role, but I used it as this, a movie that it was a superhero kind of super box office success. I think that, some of her other critically acclaimed movies probably helped her break into that role, which would have been The Danish Girl, and then her work in Justice League, which was a natural progression to getting to star in Aquaman.
All right, but
forse questa settimana salta.
But this is the movie that springboards her to
più pulito di così, Falco. La stampa procede bene, ma ho l'ansia perché siamo qui. Siamo quasi al punto marrone.
I mean, other than Aquaman, which was released in 2018, how many movies has she booked?
Well, she booked Aquaman 2.
Fantastico.
And she did The Stand, which was a significant television show.
Right.
Uno e due.
But outside of the Aquaman franchise, she obtained only one movie role, since...
Cosa è successo? Immagina che qua c'era il supporto, qui ha fatto un ricciolino, l'estrusore quando è passato l'ha agganciato e si è strappato il caricatore dal piano, per cui ha rotto la stampa.
When was Aquaman released in 2018? It's December.
It was either December 2018 and then it depends on where it was in the world. It was
mancavano 6 millimetri, guarda che roba.
It moved out, into 2018.
How many months between
Mancava
December
solo quello.
2018 and the Waldman statements went by?
Oh, 12, I think, 15 or 16, if my math is correct.
Right. She got one role during that 15 or 16-month period.
Mamma mia, la sta
During the
spaccando.
entirety of the post-Aquaman boost, right?
She got Stand,
Right.
and then she was in discussions for the films as they were getting ready to go.
But she didn't get another role for 16 months between the release of
Un anno e
Aquaman
mezzo.
and what you say are the Waldman statements.
Well, she got the Stand,
Right. She got one TV role.
a pretty significant TV role, yes, for a Stephen King novel.
Right. She was in a movie, though.
I'm sorry?
She was in a movie that was released after Aquaman.
What movie are you referring to?
Gully.
Oh, well, I don't know when that was shot, so you'd have to tell me when it was shot. Movies get released at different time frames. Like, they can be shot in 2016 and not get released till 2018. So you'd have to tell me, we'd have to look at, the actual filming dates of The Gully for me to
Distrutta.
talk to you about that.
Questo è lo stesso discorso del divorzio, dei 7 milioni del divorzio. Stesso
I'm not familiar with
discorso.
the casting
Rotta.
process of Gully.
Do you know who Alice Eve is?
Who?
Alice Eve.
Alice Eve. Sounds familiar, but I'm not recalling who she is.
She's an actress, been in any number of movies. You don't know who she is?
Again, I know her name, but I don't know her resume.
She's in Star Trek.
Falco,
Great.
qualsiasi cosa che tocca adesso Johnny diventa oro 24 carati.
Star Trek. But you don't even know who she is.
Sì, ma no.
I talked to you about Star Trek before. I'm not a big Star Trekian.
Okay.
Sai che forse le tolgono pure quei 10 minuti, Allanon?
Ms. Heard replaced Alice Eve in the movie Gully, right?
I don't know the casting process. I don't know who starred in that movie.
Do you know what she was paid?
Questo avvocato fa il
Ms.
culo.
Heard.
For Gully?
Yeah.
Can you tell me when that was in? No, I don't. But what was the filming date of, and what was the start date of Gully?
You didn't look at the Gully contract when you were making an analysis of Ms. Heard's damages?
I don't recall whether I looked at it or not.
Did you understand that she was making $2,190 per week for Gully?
Can you tell me when it was shot?
Scusa,
When was that
2000
contract negotiated?
$2.000 alla settimana sono $6.000 al mese?
Negotiated prior to the
Ma è un
release.
cazzo!
Okay.
Sono $6.000 al
So she
mese.
signs this contract
7.000. Non è niente.
$2,190. Is there do you know what the Screen Actors Guild low budget agreement minimum scale is?
It changes from year to year. It depends on what year and what the size of the
Sotto
budget
la
is.
paga
Actually, 3 or
minima?
4 different scale, benchmarks. So
Sì,
when there's a
contavo
low
3
budget, it can be
settimane.
a
Wolf.
micro budget, it can be a minimum budget, a low
Sì,
budget.
sì, comunque
there's
sotto
like
la
4 or 5
paga minima,
different scales
dopo
that they use when
Aquaman.
it gets to anything other than a studio film.
50 milioni di danni? Ma dove? Dal culo li hai tirati fuori?
Or something that they really love to do, or they think that would be good for the career. It doesn't have anything to do with the fee made on the film.
Ma che cazzo di gente è?
All right.
Mariello, in America non è una paga così esagerata, è $8.000 al mese.
What's a loan out?
Sono meno di 100k l'anno, Non è tanto. Non è tanto, Mariello, in America, soprattutto a Los Angeles.
And then that corporation technically loans out the actor's services.
È una paga normalissima.
The loan out is the corporation that the
Normalissima.
actor uses, and then they loan out
A Los
services
Angeles,
to
chiaramente.
the production company. It's just really for tax purposes.
Do you know of any movie
E l'assicurazione sanitaria?
Ms. Heard
Esatto, Armstrong.
booked immediately prior to
Cioè, sta andando
Aquaman?
contro un uomo che fa 100k al giorno.
Well, I know she did Justice League. I don't remember the dates and times of the filming of the other ones. You always have to look at the filming dates.
You talked about Mr. Schnell. Gully was in his chart, right?
I don't remember where Gully was.
Right.
8
Did you
secondi
look
di
closely at his
Justice
chart?
League.
Pardon?
Did you look closely at his chart?
At Mr. Schnell's chart?
Yeah.
I looked at the numbers with respect to the social media campaigns, is what I was looking at Mr. Schnell for.
Fa la figa con i 7 milioni di lui. Dipende.
Do you know whether any of the dates of the Waldman statements even appear in Mr. Schnell's chart?
Interrogata
I don't
così?
remember.
Okay.
Sorridi che ti sta
Talk a
spanando.
little bit about Q scores and Mr. Banya. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Anche lei trema, eh?
For Miss Heard, Mr. Banya used Q scores from immediately after Aquaman, right?
Again, if you want to show me something, I can answer it. I don't remember every word of Mr. Banya's, but I remember talking about the dates with you earlier.
All right. But you don't know as you sit here today whether the Q scores that Mr. Banya used were after Aquaman but before the Waldman statements?
He used a couple different scores based on dates. He didn't. I don't remember if they were.
Johnny Depp si
correlated
circonda
to the
solo di
statements or not. I
gente
remember
con i coglioni
years more than
quadrati.
anything else. Again, I looked at thousands and thousands of pages of documents, so I don't remember.
Ma manco
exactly
quello,
what it was.
Marco.
Even before the Waldman
Non mi fanno
statements,
impazzire,
Miss Heard
Filippo.
had very high negative Q scores. Isn't that correct?
Very negative high Q scores.
No, very high negative Q
I
scores.
said
Tranne
very
quando
high negative
le
Q
donne,
scores.
ragazzi, le donne sono sempre il problema. Scusate donne in
I
chat,
remember
ma
discussions of a lot of Q scores.
siete il tallone
I don't
d'Achille di
remember
tanti
exactly
uomini.
what or when, which score, or whether it was
So in your analysis, you didn't consider Ms. Heard's
Maledette
negative
sirene.
Q scores as
Ci sono donne, ragazzi. Quando seguiamo il processo, so che ci sono almeno 6 donne in
No,
chat.
Q scores
È
change
un
all the
record
time.
stellare.
Miss Heard's IMDb score has been 1, and it's been 300. Mr. Depp's Q score has been 1, and it's been 253.
Quella cravatta costerà
Q scores change all the time.
$28.000.
Scores change all the time. They're based on current events and movie releases.
C'è Jubbins, c'è Witch, c'è Ana, c'è
You
Iria.
talked a little bit about Mr. Depp's damages. Did you talk, who's Jerry Bruckheimer?
Va bene,
Who's Jerry
Ana.
Bruckheimer? The producer of the Pirates franchise.
Cioè,
Well,
vedi,
he's a
vedi,
huge
lo so,
producer of a lot of
ragazzi,
movies, but he happens to be the
la
producer
sola
of the
demografica.
Pirates franchise.
You didn't talk to him prior to your testimony?
Personally, no.
No. And you didn't have
Non darò
other
questi
people
problemi
talk to him on your
maschili. Va
behalf,
bene.
did you?
Me personally, no. I did not talk to Mr. Bruckheimer.
And you've never spoken with Mr. Bruckheimer about why Mr. Depp has not appeared in a sixth pirate movie?
There has been no
La
sixth
stanno
pirate movie. There
distruggendo,
is not
Pasa.
a Pirates movie titled Pirate 6 yet.
Right.
Or ever.
But you haven't talked to Mr. Bruckheimer as to whether Mr. Depp was
Pirate
going to appear in
6.
the movie?
From things that I've read in newspaper publications and emails, I've read that Mr. Bruckheimer was uncertain whether Mr. Depp would star in.
Sono d'accordo con te,
You haven't
Strogo.
talked. And you've never spoken with Sean Bailey about this, right?
No.
Or anyone at Disney?
Ah, ci picchia.
I actually put a call into someone at Disney, and they didn't want to talk on the record.
All right, you called somebody at Disney and they didn't want to talk to you.
No, again, as I said, studios don't want to talk about their stars, whether they want to preserve a relationship
Blastata.
that may or may not be used in the future. So it's their tendency not to talk about people they are in business with.
So you have no personal knowledge why Mr. Depp hasn't made a sixth pirate movie?
Well, as I said, there is no sixth pirate movie.
Right. But you don't know why. You have no personal knowledge why.
I don't work at Disney now.
Did you
Ma non
listen
c'è
to
nemmeno
Wiggum's
Aquaman 3?
testimony in this trial?
I read Mr. Wiggum's testimony.
And Mr. Wiggum said Mr. Depp had a deal for the movie, right?
I think Mr. Wiggum did. The other agent, Mr. Carino, said he did not. And as there is no as there is no Pirates movie, there have been no deals negotiated.
Davvero,
and that's what
canaglia.
Ms. Jacobs
C'è
also
l'eco.
testified to.
But Mr. Wiggum testified to something else.
It doesn't correlate, as we say, to the other two agents' testimony.
You've indicated that a portion of the reason
Alla Assassin, creda Assassin.
Mr. Depp has received negative,
Esatto, ombre.
has received a variety of negative comments in Hollywood, is that he engages in lawsuits.
One of the elements that has contributed to a lot of negative press and attention is due to the lawsuits and the activity and the behaviors that we talked about earlier have been brought into the limelight.
Abbiamo superato
Mr. Depp's lawsuit here has generated negative publicity for Ms. Heard, correct?
Yes.
Shumi, è finito. 10 minuti
That
staccano.
lawsuit,
Sono già pronto.
until she's filed a counterclaim, didn't relate to the Waldman.
Mi sa anche a me, Typhoon.
Mr. Depp's lawsuit?
Caricatore extra, Falco.
No, we talked about that.
Come non fai in tempo, Shumi?
Her op-ed piece.
Right. It
Not as
related
late.
to what Ms. Heard said.
I'm sorry?
Va bene, Shumi.
This, Mr. Depp's lawsuit relates to what Ms. Heard said and not to what Mr. Waldman said.
Not what, well, it related to the op-ed piece that Ms. Heard wrote.
Right. So Mr. Waldman's
Shumi,
statements
anche per
have
me.
no connection to the negative publicity that Ms. Heard
Salve, Sergio.
has received relative to this trial, correct?
Objection calls for speculation, foundation, hearsay, and outside the scope.
Vabbè, poi? Ancora una. Overrule, ti prego.
We're looking for a causal connection here.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah. When was the last
Scotti, non è
time
colpa mia.
you met with Ms. Heard?
I only met Ms. Heard at lunch today.
Okay, that's the first time you talked to her.
The first time I met her.
Okay. What's your compensation for testifying here today?
For a testimony, it's $650 an hour.
$650 ora.
For providing the assistance that you have in this case.
I've been working on the case for about 3 years, and over the 3 years, I believe it's around $60,000.
You said 60?
Yeah, over 3 years.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
GG.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I'm going to make it definitely fit within that 530.
GG, $60.000. Beh, che
So you were
dire.
asked a number of questions about the different social media, the negative.
Complimenti, devo dire,
and how you
esperta,
know that it
esperta.
relates to the Waldman-Depp statements. Do you recall all those questions?
Yes.
Okay. The social media that was connected, and some of that was your
20K
testimony, some
all'anno
Jessica
solo per
Cole's,
questo
lots of
caso.
it, and some of it was Mr. Schnell, actually tracked the language from the three statements from Waldman, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay. What, if any,
First kill.
efforts were made to track the negative social media that caused the
Il
damages
suo
that you've
contributo
attributed?
costa come
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Il suo contributo costa come una Mustang GT 5000, 5 anni di bollo e un camion di benzina.
Mr. Schnell did a lot of research, and in those conversations, those were also connective tissues to the
Il pubblico no, è
social media
volontario.
campaign and the Waldman statements.
All right. And they connected back to those three statements, correct?
Yes.
Objection leading.
And what, if any, connection did they have to those
First
three statements?
kill.
Again, we talked about this earlier. We talked about some of the hashtags being similar. We talked about the Waldman or the Waldminion. So there were a lot of connective tissues between the negative social media campaigns and the Waldman statements.
And I'm going to jump because I think this is part of this. So you were asked some questions about Mr. Hamada. Do you recall that?
Hai poco tempo,
Yes,
ragazza.
and asked whether he testified that whether anything Mr. Depp said or anything Mr. Waldman said had anything to do with their initial decision not to exercise the option to Aquaman 2. Do you recall that testimony? Or that, those questions?
The questioning, yes.
Okay.
È bollita,
Now,
bollita.
the testimony from Mr. Schnell.
$650 l'ora, ragazzi.
Million tracers to January 2021.
Prende mezzo
correct?
stipendio medio in un'ora.
Do you remember what month that was until?
Questa zoppica mentre torna a casa. Aghi.
Analysis, it was from April of 2020 to January 2021.
And when did Warner Brothers tell Amber Heard and her agents they were not exercising her Aquaman 2 contract?
It was in February of 2021.
All right. And what, if anything, did Mr. Hamada say about whether the reason they did that was because of the 1.2 million negative social media tweets and Instagrams and other communications?
Objection, no foundation.
Had any impact?
Sustained.
Sustained.
Double kill.
Are you aware of whether he said anything about that?
I recall in the Warner Brothers file.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Multi-kill.
Oh!
Do you know whether that had any impact?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking now, she's allowed to rely on hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Ultra kill.
You were asked a whole lot of questions about the different comparables, and so I'm just going to go to this again. Of all the different movies, of all of those comparables, which movie was the highest grossing of all of them?
Tutto regolare?
Again, I believe it's Aquaman. I mean, everybody talks about Aquaman being one of the highest, if not the highest grossing films. Certainly the highest DC comic film. We're in that superhero world. But again, I don't want to say it was the highest, but I think it was.
Ma non è che gli altri fossero tutto sto spettacolo.
Do you know whether Walter Hamada admits it was the highest grossing DC film?
Yes, he said that, yes.
Okay. So when you're looking at all the comparables, what, if any, relevance is there to the degree of success?
Ce l'hai, il fantastic. Dai che ce l'hai.
Objection, foundation.
She can speak to that, Your Honor. That's
the foundation.
Do you know
Fantastic.
the answer to that?
Ce l'hai.
Do you know?
Sei lì.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I forgot it. No, I have to admit. Okay, so let's go backwards. So,
Cotte.
do you know whether
Domanda
it makes a
dimenticata
difference
dall'avvocato.
whether how successful that DC superhero movie is in what types of films they'll be able to get in the future?
Objection,
Vai.
foundation.
I'm asking the foundation.
If you want to ask the foundation, go ahead.
I'm sorry, that's what I thought I was asking. Do you know whether
Dubbio?
that plays any role, the degree of success?
Customarily, when a film,
Objection, foundation.
Ask her how she knows.
How do you know?
in 20,
Siamo ancora
25
lì.
years of being in the film industry, it's customary for when a movie does such an extraordinary amount at the box office, it shines a very
Straordinario.
bright light on the actors, especially if they're in lead roles. And it's
Di Aquaman
customary that
7
they
ne
will
hanno
get a
parlato.
customer. It is, I don't want to use the word
Dai che ce l'hai in
standard,
camera,
it-
unbelievable.
It's very frequent that a star in a movie that has performed so well at the box office and with a role model character that Mira was, that she would have gotten other roles and worked quite a bit afterwards, and that movie would have helped her career. I mean, that's no question.
Okay. And with all these comparables, when you gave the range to this jury of 45 to 50 million in estimating this over this period of time, did you put
Ce l'hai
Heard's
l'unbelievable, forza.
estimated damages ranges above all those other comparables?
No, again, I was very specific in using the actual negotiated rates that Ms. Heard's agents were able to get for her in that contract and use that as a precedent. So again, I always wanted to be grounded in what Ms. Heard actually was in contract for and what her agents negotiated. And I used that as the baseline for the financial numbers of her
Sai
loss.
che penso
I
avrebbe
used
senso,
comparable
Typhoon,
actors
avrebbe
to
senso
show how
davvero.
consistently they
Perché Aquaman
performed
2 sarà
and how
un
their
buco
movies
nell'acqua.
moved forward after being in a box office.
You were asked about Disney and the Pirates 6 again.
Ce l'ha.
What, if any,
Ecco.
knowledge do you have of whether Disney is willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and 1 million alpacas?
Objection, no foundation.
I'm asking her, what, if anything, does she know about whether Disney is...
If you can lay a foundation.
Okay. Did you listen to
Questo
or did you read the
teasing!
Disney testimony in this case?
I did, yes.
All right. What do you recall Disney saying about whether they were willing to pay Mr. Depp $300 million and give him 1 million alpacas?
They would not be willing to pay $300 million and give him alpacas.
Thank you. You were asked about the defecation. What, if any, recollection or knowledge do you have about whether that social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it? Or social media negative campaign that you've testified had the words defecation in it or poop?
Objection, no foundation.
I know that the word poop and the hashtag poop is used.
Okay. Was that in any
Move
of the
to
ones
strike.
I'll sustain the objection.
Unbelievable!
In your review of the social media campaigns and the negative social media campaigns that you testified to with this jury, that include the L'Oreal,
L'unbelievable col
that
cacco.
include Mr. Schnell, and include what you've done, what, if any, recollection do you have of how many of those that are influencing your connections to the defamation statement include the words poop or defecation?
Objection, compound.
Unbelievable plus.
Overrule.
No, ha perso la streak così, ma su una cosa così facile.
Okay, thank you.
Signorina, 2 minuti, bisogna uscire. Finito il
You
tempo?
were asked about the time period between the defamatory statement, between the release of Aquaman 2 in December 2018.
Aquaman 1.
Aquaman 1, thank you. And the defamatory statements that were in April 2020 and June 2020. Do you recall that testimony?
I remember that questioning, yes.
Okay. During that time, were you aware of whether Aquaman 2 was in discussions with Amber Heard about scheduling the filming of Aquaman 2?
In the period between the statements and...
Non ne ho idea, Matri.
Before. I'm going before.
Okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about the period of time when they released Aquaman 1.
Oh, okay.
And the April 8, first of the defamatory statements.
Right.
Do you know whether whether Warner Brothers was in discussions already with Amber Heard about scheduling her for Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Do you know? I'm asking her whether you know.
I'll sustain as the hearsay.
Okay. Do you have knowledge of whether
Ripartiamo da capo.
Aquaman was in discussions with Amber during that period?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't know how to. I'm asking
going to ask her
foundation.
foundation.
Right, right.
Double kill.
Back to back.
How would you know?
Well, Amber received an early draft of the script. Amber's agents were in discussions.
Objection, hearsay.
I think she can say it.
Così? Così?
Kill.
Ma qualcuno lo fermi?
In your experience, based on getting scripts, what does that mean? I'm asking for experience.
In my experience with the movie as high profile as something like Aquaman, they keep the scripts very tight. You know, they don't let anybody read them. They're numbered. They have your name on it. So if you're getting a script for a movie such as Aquaman that's kept tightly close to the vest, if you will, by the studio, you are going to, they want you to be in the movie. Otherwise, they would never give you the script.
Okay. And so
No,
if
questa è
the script was
un'esperta di
given to Amber
intrattenimento.
Heard before the first April 8, 2020 defamatory statement, what would that suggest?
Objection,
Based on your knowledge
Speculation.
that you've just testified to.
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation. Your Honor.
Overruled.
Ah, ma
Again,
non mi
if
puoi
she got the
perdere la
script, they
streak
were going to
così.
use her in the movie.
Dopo una tripla così secca.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you're still an expert, so
Ma
you can
quando?
have a seat in
Okay.
the courtroom.
I'm
sorry.
still-
okay.
okay.
You still are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma quando la richiamano che c'hanno 3 ore
We've come to the
rimaste?
end of our day. All right, so please do not do any outside research tonight, and don't talk with anybody about the case, okay? And we'll see you in the morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock, all right? Okay, thank you.
Ma quando la richiamano? Che c'hanno 3 ore rimaste. Giudice, porca miseria. Che fatica, ragazzi, che fatica. Ora di fare epilogo delle ore.
All right. Just a few planning notes, okay? After testimony tomorrow, and we've excused the jury, we'll go ahead and have the proffers that you requested, Mr. Rottenborn. We'll do those tomorrow after. Is that okay? Does that sound good? All right, we'll do those right after, like right now, tomorrow. Okay, that should give you with the proffers that you need to do for the record, okay? All right, and then whenever all the testimony is done, possibly at this point it would be Thursday afternoon after the jury is excused. We'll go over the remaining jury instructions. I have 3 under advisement. We'll take up those. And we'll also, if there's any other from the evidence this week that we need to talk about, we can discuss those as well after the jury's gone on Thursday evening, or if earlier, if the evidence is done before then, okay? And just as time's up to this minute, the plaintiff has used 45 hours and 24 minutes. The defendant has used 57 hours and 6 minutes.
And 3 ore.
Which means the plaintiff has left 15 hours and 51 minutes, and the defendant has 4 hours and 9 minutes left, okay? So that's where
4
we're at.
ore.
All right,
4 ore
anything else?
contro 15.
Your Honor, the last witness, it appears that is on the plaintiff's witness list is Mr. Depp, and I was just hoping we would get an
You
answer
mean
as to what.
defendant's witness list?
Yeah, defendant's witness list.
I don't know. Are
was
you
hoping
still
to get an answer.
changing witness? I mean, I'm not sure.
We're discussing.
Okay. Making a decision in the morning, okay? All right, everybody have a good evening. All right, thank you.
Sono curioso di sapere che cosa riusciranno a fare questi incapaci di Amber in 4 ore contro le 15 che hanno a disposizione gli avvocati di Johnny, dove praticamente hanno tempo di sedersi, raccontarsi le proprie cose, chiedere come va tutto a casa, e veramente è una situazione, come direbbe Giovanni, kafkiana. Kafkiana. 16 ore contro 4, cioè hanno il quadruplo del tempo. Il quadruplo del tempo. Guardo al volo la lista dei testimoni. Per JD devono ancora parlare Richard Shaw, non so chi sia, Kimberly Collins, vabbè, non ci interessa. Candy Davidson Goldbron. Questa è importante perché rappresenta l'ospedale a cui Amber dovrebbe aver donato 3 milioni e mezzo. Questa è una deposizione. Poi abbiamo una deposizione di Walter Amada, presidente della DC. Sarà molto interessante questa perché dirà una volta per tutte quali sono i piani con Amber. Richard Marks, long time entertainer lawyer, Fotte Sega, Dr. David Culber, hand doctor of Mr. Depp, quindi il dottore che ha curato Johnny Depp. Cazzo devi dire dopo questo? Jennifer Howell, ex amica e boss di Whitney, non so per chi testimonia. E il 25 abbiamo Kate Moss, Brian Newmeister, metadata expert live, Morgan Tremaine, non so chi sia, Lydia Phillip, che è la hostess del volo, e si conclude di nuovo con Curry seguita da Depp. Questo è quasi un concerto live, cioè la conclusione, la combo in conclusione di Curry e Depp è da manuale, per finire proprio con i 3 botti del fuoco d'artificio finale, boom, boom, boom. Pazzesco. Spero di avervi intrattenuto in queste 8 ore e 44 consecutive di stream di oggi. Ora interrompo la registrazione per 5 secondi, switch a squad, ci facciamo una partita o 2 con i ragazzi. Vedo che c'è Gennaro, Dilp, Gabibbo e Luca che mi aspettano, li ho fatti aspettare fin troppo, quindi chiudo la stream, riapro la stream così posso cancellare il VOD e caricare questo su Kinner VOD YouTube, !YouTube se volete rivedervi i VOD di tutta questa vicenda. Ci vediamo tra 5 secondi.